Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
What if I told you that some of America's most beloved dishes, barbecue, fried chicken, mac and cheese, were created by enslaved people using literal scraps? What if I told you that the very foundation of American cuisine was built by black hands, yet their names have been erased from every recipe? This is the story they don't want you to know. How black people turned survival into an art form. How they took the worst parts of animals that white folks wouldn't even look at and transformed them into dishes so incredible that America can't stop eating them today. America has spent centuries profiting off these recipes while pretending they just magically appeared. Well, today, we're setting the record straight. So buckle up, because we're about to serve you some truth that's been simmering for way too long. Enslaved people were given what can only be described as garbage to eat. Frederick Douglass, who lived through this hell, documented exactly what enslaved people received as their monthly food allowance. 8 pounds of pork, or its equivalent in fish, and 1 bushel of cornmeal. That's it. That's supposed to feed a grown person doing backbreaking labor for an entire month. But here's where it gets even more twisted. While enslaved people were literally starving on these starvation rations, they were cooking elaborate feasts for their enslavers. Think about that irony for a second. You're dying of hunger while preparing banquets for the people who are starving you. And what did white folks give enslaved people when they felt generous? The parts of animals they wouldn't feed to their dogs: pig intestines, pig feet, pig tails, ham hocks, oxtails, kidneys, heart, liver, all the stuff they got thrown in the trash. But here's where black genius kicks in. Instead of just accepting defeat, enslaved people said, you know what? We're going to take your scraps and turn them into something so delicious that your great-great-grandchildren will be paying premium prices for it. Take chitterlings, or chitlins as we call them. These are literally pig intestines, the most disgusting part of the pig that white folks couldn't even look at. But enslaved people cleaned them for hours, seasoned them with whatever spices they could find or grow, and slow cooked them until they became tender and flavorful. Today, chitlins are considered a delicacy. People throw whole parties around them. Ham hocks, these tough, fatty pieces of pig leg that seem worthless. Enslaved people discovered that if you slow cook them with greens, they release this rich, smoky flavor that transforms the entire dish. Those ham hocks became the secret ingredient that made collard greens, black-eyed peas, and beans taste incredible. And let's talk about pot liquor, the liquid left over after cooking greens. White plantation families would eat the greens and literally throw away the broth, not knowing that all the vitamins and minerals had leached into that liquid. Enslaved people knew better. They drank that pot liquor like medicine because that's exactly what it was. Liquid vitamins that kept them alive when they weren't getting proper nutrition anywhere else. But the innovation didn't stop with meat. When you don't have an oven, how do you bake bread? Enslaved people figured out how to make ash cakes by cooking cornbread directly on hot ashes from the fire. No pans, no ovens, just pure ingenuity. They took cornmeal, the cheapest grain their enslavers would give them and turned it into golden, crispy cornbread that would make your mouth water. Here's what really blows my mind, though. While all this incredible cooking was happening, enslaved people were also using food as resistance. They passed down African cooking techniques from mother to daughter, preserving their culture in the only way they could. They grew secret gardens, supplementing their diets with whatever vegetables they could raise. And some of these enslaved chefs got so good that they gained a level of respect and even economic power that was almost unheard of. Take Hercules Posey, who cooked for George Washington. This man's food was so incredible that he was allowed to sell leftover plates on the side, earning what would be about $6,000 a year in today's money. Eventually, he escaped to freedom and became a chef in New York. But perhaps the most powerful example of food as resistance was Thomas Downing's Oyster House.
This particular part, this guy got rich selling oysters. This is actually an amazing story, and I'm going to rewind it a little bit. Actually, I'm going to rewind it back to, excuse me here. Oh, that's right, George Washington's chef, Jupiter. I think that was his name.
Man's food was so incredible that he was allowed to sell leftover plates on the side, earning what would be about $6,000 a year in today's money.
Really? You know what? Somehow or another, I ran this through OBS, and somehow or another, I screwed up the sound.
The most powerful example of food as resistance was Thomas Downing's Oyster House.
Yeah.
Fancy oyster dishes to white elite
you know what? I guess everybody will just need to turn up their volume, because this is actually a really good video if you like cooking anyway. Yeah, especially when you're 60.
This is what I want you to understand. Every single recipe created in those plantation kitchens was an act of defiance. Every seasoning blend, every cooking technique, every way of making something delicious out of nothing was enslaved people refusing to let their oppressors break their spirit. They said,
you know what? That might as well be a show title, to be honest.
Our creativity. And if stories like this fire you up the way they fire me up, make sure you subscribe to Black Stories Untold. We're here to uncover the truth they tried to bury, celebrate the excellence they tried to erase, and make sure these stories never get forgotten again. See, this is where the lies really start. America wants you to believe that Africans were just simple people who didn't know anything about cooking. That's complete nonsense. West and Central Africa had some of the most advanced food cultures in the world. They had complex spice blends, sophisticated preservation techniques, and cooking methods that were absolutely revolutionary. And here's proof of just how intentional and smart enslaved people were. During the Middle Passage, that horrific journey across the Atlantic, enslaved women literally braided rice seeds, okra seeds, and millet into their hair. When Europeans kidnapped people from West Africa, they specifically targeted people who knew how to cultivate rice. The Carolina colony became incredibly wealthy growing rice. But guess who actually knew how to grow it? The enslaved Africans, who had been growing it in their homeland for generations. Yet somehow, white folks get all the credit for discovering rice cultivation in America. Okra, that's African. Black-eyed peas, African. Sesame seeds, African. Yams, African. Giddy peppers, African. These weren't random plants that happened to grow well in America. These were deliberately chosen crops that enslaved people knew would provide nutrition and flavor. And the cooking techniques. One-pot meals where everything cooks together to create complex flavors. That's African. Barbecuing meat over open pits. The word literally comes from the Hausa word, babake. Using palm oil for frying, African. Cooking with ashes, African. Here's what really gets me angry though. When enslaved people use these traditional African techniques to create incredible food in America, white folks acted like it was some kind of magic.
Yeah, I hear that second audio. I don't know where the hell that came from.
Better than anything in the big house. They didn't
My
realize
microphone
they were
wasn't
witnessing
connected.
thousands of years of culinary evolution at work. But it goes even deeper than specific dishes. The whole philosophy of African cooking, using every part of an animal, letting nothing go to waste, building flavor through layers of seasoning, cooking food low and slow to develop complex tastes. All of that became the foundation of what we now call Southern cooking and soul food. This is why I get so frustrated when people talk about soul food like it just randomly appeared. This cuisine has roots that go back thousands of years to the sophisticated food cultures of
Yeah,
West and
I
Central
guess.
Asia. Now let me tell you about some individual people who need their flowers. These are the culinary geniuses.
Yeah, I might have to end it or end this video because it's a little bit, it's not good quality. But you know what? It's almost over.
Let's start with James.
Oh, actually, it's not almost over. You know what? I'm going to end that here. It's just not good enough. So I guess what I'll do is re-record it maybe and show it tomorrow morning. You know what? This is interesting. Let's have a look at this. Uh-oh.
There have also been reports of dysfunction inside the Earl Sears campaign. Julia Manchester, national political reporter here at The Hill, joins
I'm going
me
to
to
start
discuss.
this over.
Julia,
This is actually an interesting
Virginia
governor's.
Republicans are growing increasingly worried about their.
This is actually this Virginia governor's race is between a white woman who is a Democrat and a black woman who is currently the lieutenant governor, and also, well, obviously a Republican. This is actually going to be an exciting race. I wish I were still in Virginia.
Virginia Republicans
What's up,
are growing
Wale?
increasingly worried about their nominee in the governor's race. This after a recent poll showed Democrat Abigail Spanberger with a more than 10-point lead over Republican Lieutenant.
Yeah, Richard, I ran that through OBS and then uploaded it just to make sure there were no copyright issues with YouTube. So I'm not, OBS can be complicated sometimes, and I have no idea how the audio bled in, that background audio. I don't know how that got in there. Well, I get a lot of sleep, and I don't drink that much. I basically slept till about 10 this morning. I mean, I don't have to get up for a job. I understand what you're saying, but I literally can sleep as long as I want. So that's how that works. Let's see, what else do we have here? I want to hear about this. Hey, you know what? We all want to be retired. And I was telling somebody yesterday, Richard, if my son gets a good enough job, I encourage him, to retire at like 50, 40, 50, whenever. You get to do what you want to do. But just make sure, you gotta front load it. But anyway, I'm a parent emeritus.
Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. There have also been reports of dysfunction inside the Earl Sears campaign. Julia Manchester, national political reporter here at The Hill, joins me to discuss. Julia, are Republicans giving up on this race?
It's interesting, Drew, because Republicans are really, I think, putting in a last-ditch effort to support not only Sears, but the entirety of the Republican ticket. Remember, in Virginia, you vote individually for attorney general, lieutenant governor, and governor. But at the same time, we haven't seen a split ticket in Virginia since, I think, 2005, when you saw Tim Kaine was elected governor and Bill Bolling, a Republican, was elected lieutenant governor. So it's going to be rare. So I think this is definitely a last-ditch effort that you're seeing from Republicans to boost all three of these candidates. That being said, though, Republicans I talked to anonymously in Virginia and some not anonymously are upset with how the Sears campaign has been run so far. One operative told me they thought it was a disaster. Another strategist called it a disappointment to see where the campaign was. So there is a lot of nervousness, especially during a year when it's already a tough environment for Republicans. You have President Trump in the White House. Virginia Republicans historically have performed poorly during off-year elections when Trump is in power. On top of that, you have the Department of Government Efficiency, the DOGE cuts that are negatively impacting federal workers in Virginia. And Democrats are making the case that it's impacting Virginia's economy. So it's a tough environment for Republicans just out the gate.
On this issue of dysfunction at the campaign, Sears removed her campaign manager, apparently going to stay on a different role. Has that issue been solved, or do Republicans in Virginia still feel like that campaign isn't being run properly?
Well, even before her campaign manager moved on into a different role in the campaign, there were a lot of questions as to how the campaign was being run. You actually saw Chris LaCivita, President Trump's former campaign co-chairman, say that, quote, amateurs were running the Sears campaign. Her former campaign manager, Will Archer did not have that much political experience. He was a pastor in the past. And we know that her political director, according to her campaign, has moved on into a different role. The one thing I would say that Sears in many ways has going for her is that she's tied to Glenn Youngkin. She served as his lieutenant governor. Glenn Youngkin is a relatively popular governor in Virginia, and he has a very, very strong political apparatus behind him, and he's built a very strong political apparatus. So there's some Republicans who are calling on him to get more involved in the race, and we know that Youngkin himself has, vouched for Sears on the campaign trail. They've done events together, so expect to see them more together going forward, and him really, or I guess them to tie themselves together.
Money is also issue. Spanberger bringing in big dollars on the campaign trail. Is that, do you think, adding to the frustration among Virginia Republicans?
Absolutely. You have Abigail Spanberger, who reported raising $10.7 million in the second quarter. Winsome Sears has, not been as, I guess, transparent, or, she hasn't been as publicly announcing her fundraising numbers the same way. Last week, her campaign announced they had their single best fundraising day yet, but they didn't disclose how much. But you can look online actually at the filings and see that actually Jason Miyares, the incumbent attorney general, actually has more cash on hand than Winsome Sears. So in terms of the money game and the structure and campaign part, you actually have a lot of Republicans who are looking towards Jason Miyares in Virginia, who could potentially carry the ticket, or at least become a strong part of the ticket if we don't see the Sears component of the ticket really boost itself in the coming weeks.
I talked about this one poll that came out recently that showed Spanberger with like a 10, 12-point lead. Has that been consistent? I mean, is that all part of this too, that just the polling's not great for Winsome Earl Sears?
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a ton of polling in this race. The polls we've seen, though, typically show Earl Sears and Spanberger within 6 to 12 points of each other, with Spanberger in the lead. The Cook Political Report, which is a nonpartisan election forecaster, has that race as lean Democratic given the environment in Virginia. That's different sort of from where we were in 2021. Glenn Youngkin at this point, there's some polling that shows that he was around 6 points behind former Governor Terry McAuliffe. But then, looking back the other day at July 2021 polling, there was also some Republican internal polling that showed him 2 points within McAuliffe. So I think it was already a closer toss-up race then, very, very different dynamics. I would say a better environment for Republicans coming out of the coronavirus pandemic in Virginia in 2021. But in general, I think the general consensus is that Spanberger is somewhere 6 to 12 points ahead of Sears, whether it's internal polling or public polling.
Is part of the reason why there's so much focus on this race because it's one of these off-year elections that people use as a bellwether to determine what's going to happen in the midterms? And, if Republicans have a bad showing here, there could be this narrative that builds that they're in for trouble come the midterm elections?
Yeah, I think that's certainly normally a storyline when it comes to Virginia, but also New Jersey as well. I would argue in 2021, a lot of us in the national media were laser focused on Virginia, but New Jersey ended up surprising a lot of us with a closer than expected race between Jack Ciattarelli, who's running again as a Republican in New Jersey this year, against then Governor Phil Murphy. I would say that Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, who's running for governor on the Democratic side of New Jersey, are favored to win each race. But Republicans would argue that, look, these are two off-year elections. You get very different turnout during off-year elections. In fact, you can look back to 2021 during that Virginia governor's race where you saw Glenn Youngkin win the governor's race, lieutenant governor, attorney general offices, Republicans won, and Republicans also flipped the House of Delegates. However, a year later, during the midterms, we actually saw Democrats perform way better than expected. A lot of that had to do with Roe versus Wade being overturned and Democrats being galvanized by that, independents being swayed by that. So I think the argument can be made that it can be a bellwether, but at the same time, though, I think there's a number of other factors that play into the midterms that we're just not going to see in Virginia or New Jersey.
All right. Thanks so much for the information. Julia Manchester, talk to you soon.
Thanks, Drew.
Yes, sir, Bob. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Everybody, make sure you hit your like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you are in the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, please make sure that you hop over to the Stanley Cross channel, like and subscribe there as well. Also, make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. And yes, I had to correct the anti-black like wave that is washing over the channel right now. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. It's like blacks can't do any goddamn thing right, even if they're tick marking all the stuff anti-black blacks want them to do. And quite frankly, thank God I'm retired and I don't have to put up with this kind of bullshit. These anti-black blacks are off their fucking rocker with bitterness. It's like the only parallel I can think of is like, how the dark side of the Force in the Star Wars, world, the dark side just kind of transfigures your appearance and attitude. It's like the deeper you get into the dark side of the Force, the more grotesque you become. This anti-black bullshit. Hey CK, I've got your video. Yeah, I got plenty of rest, CK. I slept till like 10 o'clock this morning. So I'm fairly well rested, and then my father-in-law is coming. So, I'm only going to be able to do this so long. But let's see, what was I going to say? Anyway, I had some news items. I had some videos mostly that I wanted to deal with. And at some point, I've got the Washington Examiner up and I've got the Washington Post up. At some point, we'll look at some news stories. But to be honest, I'm not really in a news mood. I got a bunch of videos that are backlogged. And one of them is sent to me courtesy of the Admiral, CKJ3. And it was very interesting. Confirm this for me, CK, but I think, the guy the content creator is fairly conservative, but I agree with his point of view. And you're right. It's actually kind of a problem, to be honest. So we'll hear this video out. And if you want to hit the link, CK, feel free to do it. I'll drop the link over there. I'm going to have to readjust this because I was in the middle of watching it. So here we go. And this guy's channel is called A Righteous Perspective. I have subscribed. He sounds interesting, and I think he's a little bit to the right of me, but that doesn't really mean anything if you actually have a brain. Um, and I think he seems to have a brain, so we'll go with that. So anyway, here we go. And CK, let me drop the link because you're probably working, but you can just type in the chat. I'm interested in your perspective. Oh shoot! You know what? I don't have this right. My bad, folks.
We are able to feel that way.
Man, I'm doing a John here.
We made the concerted choice to be here in Oak Bluffs because we knew we would be safe. This place nurtures from the heart, from the soul, and from the environment that's here, and the way that you're able to build bonds with people.
Morehouse and Spelman allow for people who have been pushed to the margins to feel centered, at least for a moment. During the summer months, we are able to feel that way in Oak Bluffs.
There's something so peaceful about the vineyard. You can exhale. When I set foot on that soil, I breathe differently.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel with your man Wise. Today, we have to talk about Ralph Lauren's new release, the Oak Bluff collection. And for whatever reason, it has a lot of people in their feelings of.
By the way, I know for part of that, it was a big deal locally, local to the Atlanta area, when Ralph Lauren formed some sort of financial partnership with Morehouse and Spelman. So, I'm not really in that kind of, I'm not that much into fashion, but I wonder if anybody outside of CKJ3 even knew about this. It was kind of a big deal locally, Ralph Lauren. And Morehouse and Spelman actually got a little bit of guff. But, if you actually read your E. Franklin Frazier and Du Bois and all that, the black middle class has been a thing, but it's also come under a lot of fire. And I recommend, there's a book called Black Bourgeoisie by E. Franklin Frazier. It's actually a really good book. It did teach me a little bit because it was written back in the 50s, I think, 1950s. So anyway, let's get back to this.
About Ralph Lauren putting out a high-end collection designed by young black men. Now, again, I got a chance to go and check out the collection. It's phenomenal. It is phenomenal. Now, I can't say that I'm one of those people that's going to jump out there and I'm going to spend, $200, $300, $400, on a t-shirt or a sweater or a polo shirt or a sweater. That's just not my steez anymore. That's not who I am. But it is phenomenal. It also pays homage to Morehouse as well as Spelman, two historically black institutions that have been a pillar in Black America for a very long time. Why this has people in their feelings, for the life of me, I don't know. But I am starting to come to the conclusion that it's really not about the amount of melanin one has. It really isn't. It's about ideology. It's about mindset. It's really about the caste system, because again, just because you share the same amount of melanin doesn't necessarily mean that we all think alike or that we agree and that we're 100% lockstep with each other in ideology. And this right here is just showcasing that. We're going to get into a couple clips. Like, share, subscribe, turn the notifications on to all so you never miss an upload. Let's get into it.
Black elitism got to get the same way white supremacy does. I don't give a fuck how you present it to me. I don't care. James Jeter just dropped his second collection with Polo Ralph Lauren. The first one, Morehouse and Spelman, HBCUs were the craze. Totally get it. That was a layup. I understand. Now we're in the second collection is based off Oak Bluff. The only section in Martha's Vineyard where black people could gather and do their thing. Cool. I don't give about none of that. I do not want a black all American story when it comes to Polo Ralph Lauren because
You know what? Let him finish
that
his
is
point.
not how we and people look like me have engaged with Polo Ralph Lauren. It's never been
Ah.
about some elite bourgeoisie shit. We stole that shit. Like the things that you are creating, the things that you're trying to create, the things that like this is black excellence or black elite or whatever. We stole that shit. That is not how we engage with Polo Ralph Lauren. And for you, and while I feel like you are overly qualified to sit at the seat as creative director, you must tell these.
This is so ridiculous. What if you don't have to steal it? What if you can afford it? N- this is really disturbing.
People, if you are going to leverage my blackness to help your company, we have to do it how black people have done it.
And if he knew anything, he would also know that Morehouse and Spellman get something out of this. Dude, this is actually a partnership. So, too bad.
We have to at some point you got to recognize the lowlifes. At some point you got to recognize these other groups of people who look like us, how we were. It was a rebel for us to wear these things. It was a rebellion to the American dream, to the all American standard. We stole that shit. And for us who are using our dollar to buy polo, at best we're talking about a Macy's Dillard level, and for most of us it's a Marshalls and Ross level. You have to get, if you are going to sit at the creative director seat, you got to understand like the access is at that Macy's Dillard level and down. We gonna steal that shit up there. That $600 jacket, the booster's back. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this like to promote, you know what I'm saying, nefarious behavior and shenanigans. I'm saying it because that's how we.
This is that thug shit that a John Galt would promote. You know what? We don't all have to be ghetto. We all aren't ghetto. And to be honest, I think this young man has bigger problems than what Ralph Lauren is doing.
Engage with this shit. That is, we did not engage with this shit on some like we don't give a none of that shit is what we give about, and it's kind of disingenuous that you're trying to pass it on. Like that's crazy to me.
Embarrassed for him, not for me, but for him. Now,
Do you think this young man knows that black people in fashion are started with Ralph Lauren? Um, Mary Todd Lincoln had a black dressmaker that she just would not let go. And I can't remember the details, but Mary Todd Lincoln and this black dressmaker had like they were thick as thieves. This young man is just bereft of knowledge. Blacks in fashion, blacks in high culture, dude. Thomas Jefferson took his one of his slaves um, to get trained in French culinary arts. Blacks have been a part of high culture, and I understand, the base of his point. We weren't here. Our great, 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 who knows how many great ancestors weren't here voluntarily. But to think blacks had nothing to do with any parts of American high culture, it's just uneducated, to use a word that CK used.
back in the day when I was in high school, this was in the 90s, I had a preppy moment and we wore the polo boots, the khakis, the polo shirts. We wanted that more preppier style. that was for a moment. But the fact that this dude can get on social media and say what he just said is flat out ridiculous. And you wonder why a lot of other ethnicities in our nation doesn't take Black people seriously because of this foolishness. This young man created a line. The line is fire, representing HBCUs. It's showcasing clothing that is, you know, it's posh, it's clean, you know, but at the same time, it's very nice looking. Yeah, it's on the more expensive side of things, and it actually represents a moment in history, and people can't appreciate it. And you would rather him showcase the lowest of us in comparison to highlighting the best. It makes absolutely no sense to me. We are not a monolith. All Black.
I want to make a point here about showcasing the lowest. I literally just I was in John Galt's audience when he started talking about the Georgia Freedom Initiative. It's like these Black people have gone out, they pooled their resources, and they buy like almost 100 acres of land. They want to build a settlement. And you know what? Who really gives a fuck about the difficulties? They have a plan, and one of the women who started the project is a real estate developer. And John's fucking, you know, alcohol-addled brain with its selective memory literally forgets the questions he asked yesterday on my panel, and he also forgets the answers I gave him. They have a motherfucking email address right on their website. If he had questions, he can converse directly with them. So, but he would rather show his Black ass on his panel with the racist Be Brave and whoever, and Ryan, who obviously has no idea half the time about how American culture works if it's not about economics. It's ridiculous. John Galt has some problems, and these people in Georgia who pooled their resources, as a matter of fact, in that video, they kind of talk about it. You know, other communities pool their resources and they support each other. So Black people do that. And what is John Galt's response? Why can't they stay in the hood? Why can't they go back into the hood and put some money in that? Because they motherfucking don't want to. It's literally called the Freedom Initiative. They don't want to stay in the hood. John Galt is basically like, if you don't live in the hood, you ain't Black. And he is basically a Black, he's a Black Biden. And I might start calling him that. You ain't Black if you don't satisfy what John Galt wants you to do. It's ridiculous, it's disrespectful, and it's abjectly stupid. Black people, this is 2025. Most Black people don't motherfucking live in the hood in the first place. Dude, you know what? John, he's got some problems at the motherfucking like philosophical level. I just don't get it. So anyway,
Black folks aren't in the hood.
It's
all
frustrating.
Black folks aren't on the system. All Black people aren't out there boosting their Ralph Lauren. I rocked Ralph Lauren back in the day. Never stole it a day in my life. Now I might have did some other things, but I didn't do that. This is ridiculous, man. And sometimes, man, I really think that some people just don't necessarily need platforms. I understand, you know, TikTok, there's a lot of money being made over there. You know, I understand even on YouTube and Insta and Facebook, but sometimes some things aren't worth being said. It's better to keep it to yourself. And this was one of them. Seriously. And the fact that you won't hear
Exactly.
with your glasses and a do-rag on, that tells us everything that we need to know about you, sir. Seriously. I need you to go take 2, 3, 4, 5 seats down. How can we ask, for representation, a seat at the table, development in the communities. And when it happens, you upset about it because it didn't happen.
That is exactly what happened with John Galt. People do. This motherfucker gets on his panels and he talks about, well, blacks can't band together, pool their money together and accomplish anything. And when they do it, first thing is, well, why can't they stay in their own neighborhoods? How does he even know where these people came from? They're well spoken and they're young, but he just assumes they're from the hood. Not a one of them. They all were well spoken and well thought out. And, John literally eats bigotry of low expectations for breakfast every morning. And his lovely lady Lisa apparently serves it to him. Yeah, and that's what I don't get, CK. So it's now HBCUs. And you know what? We're going to take a look at the Ralph Lauren collection around all this after this video's over. Let's see. We, the brown skinned people of America, are allowing ourselves to be misrepresented as black while some others claim our color, brown, our land, one true social position, a heritage. Interesting thought, Wale.
Lowest amongst us. Do you understand how crazy that sounds? Goodness gracious, man.
So that special segment of the black community is upset with Ralph Lauren for representing black people in a positive light. I guess Nike Tech's furry slippers and bonnets is what represent black people, huh? Wrong. You do know that there was a time that there was two parents in the household, and there was a time that black women actually followed the direction of black fathers. I mean, I just don't understand how that certain segment of the black community is offended by everything but ashamed by nothing. I mean, how can you be upset with the Oak Bluff line? I mean, do you research? Let me answer that for you. No, you don't. And newsflash, a plain Jane Rolex holds much more value than a bust down. I mean, at this point, you can't make this stuff up. Ghetto fatigue is real, and it's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. When are you guys going to let go of that EBT mentality? I mean, it doesn't serve us right. And that stereotype affects all of us, the good and the bad.
He's absolutely right. I'm not going to add much more to that. We're just going to move on to the next clip. This brother right here was cooking.
Ralph Lauren just dropped a fire collection that celebrates black wealth and black excellence. And here some of y'all are being offended by it. And I think the reason why some of y'all are offended is because you can't even imagine yourself being somewhat successful. Most of y'all just live your life based off struggle, and that's all you know. And it's part of the reason why Tyler Perry still makes so much money by repeating the same struggle movies over and over again. Y'all love stuff like that, but when you see black people being portrayed in a positive light, that offends y'all, which is weird and wild to think about. Image is so important, and I swear some of y'all do not understand that. And I'm not talking about putting out an image so people can like you or people can accept you. It's about putting out a good image so that they can respect you. But yeah, I'm not surprised because these are the same people that idolize rappers and entertainers in the black community. Some of y'all have never even left your city that you grew up in. So you don't know what the world has to offer. The only thing you know is the same shit that you see every single day. There's so much more to life beyond the color of your skin.
I would agree with him 1000%. There's a lot of low vibrational, low energy individuals out there that can't see themselves for any more than what they are. And they can't see you for any more than what they are.
Well, John Galt would call this the white man's clothes. You're wearing the white man's clothes.
You can't make people want more for themselves than they want for themselves. You can't make people do things to better themselves if they're not willing to do so. You just can't. And that's what we're seeing right here. That's what we're seeing here. You get a lot of people out there that talk about delineation and the segregation and the separation of the races. Man, miss me with all of that, man. Miss me with all of that. These are also the same people, that say they want, X amount of money, the white man's evil. They're the ones keeping us down. And here it is. This is an example, of folks out here telling the world that they don't want to see Black people showcased in a positive light. It's sickening. It's disgusting, to say the least.
So people really don't see how this Ralph Lauren collection is literally Jordan all over again. So as somebody from the hood, can I give a hood perspective on this as somebody that didn't believe everybody from the hood stole their polo or their Ralph Lauren or their Black label? Okay, thank you. So when Jordan came out with Jordan shoe, literally, what did he say? Those shoes were for white kids. It was not for the Black demographic because they couldn't afford $100 shoes. But who made those shoes famous? Who made them popular? Who made them what they are today? The Black people in the ghetto that he thought they couldn't afford those shoes. He thought wouldn't make him a billionaire, but did. Right?
There is no credible evidence that Michael Jordan ever said the Air Jordan shoes was for white kids only. It didn't happen. And this is a youngin'. I grew up during that time frame. I remember when the Jordan 1s came out. I was a youngin', but I remember when they came out. I never heard that. And this particular quote, it's been wildly circulated, and it's been attributed to him that, he makes shoes for white suburban kids, not the poor Black kids. That would be like opening a restaurant for people without stomachs. And this came from some article that originated back in 2014, published by Celebtricity, a known satire website. The quote, it's entirely fictional. Why are people still continuing to propagate or push this particular quote here? It's entirely fictional. And it was later debunked by Snopes, which confirmed that Jordan never made such a statement. The one statement that Jordan did say is, hey, Republicans buy sneakers too. He did say that. And that's why he decided to absolve or stay out of politics because of that. He said, I don't want to ruffle the feathers of anyone that's going to mess with the money, that's going to mess with my businesses. Bottom line, I'm not going to jump on and cape for no Democrat. I'm not jumping on and caping for no Republican. I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to do me privately, which is what the GOAT has been doing for quite some time. Although I am looking forward to him being on NBC throughout the NBA season. I may not watch NBA games, but I will pull up to listen to the GOAT. That's the fact.
Right? So the connection between Ralph Lauren and the Black community, I'm sorry, it's not the Jack and Jills. It's not the HBCUs, and I'm not hating. I love the fact that they got the HBCUs in there. I love it just as much as I loved it when I saw Cardinals on a Ralph Lauren shirt, right? Exactly. So with that being said, I'm not hating on nobody, but I do want y'all to see the connection because Black people in the hood have been wearing Ralph Lauren as long as rappers have been wearing Ralph Lauren. The Wu-Tang Clan, they literally was Ralph Lauren down. You saw them in Ralph Lauren before you saw Aaliyah and Tommy. That's how deep the connection with the ghetto do Ralph Lauren polo go. Authentic, big boys, jackets, hoodies, all of that. But guess what? They never stopped buying that in the hood. They never stopped buying those $200-300 jackets, those $200 shirts with a big rap or L on them. Black people been buying that in the hood. The reason why Black people even are relevant to Ralph Lauren to this day is because of people from the hood. Y'all can say I'm crazy. Y'all can disagree all you want. But let's be real here. The same people y'all saying that cannot afford it or the people that's been buying it and affording it. It's actually disrespectful because just like Jordan was disrespectful thinking that Black people from the hood couldn't buy his shoes, they surprised them and they maxed them out. Just like they been maxing Ralph Lauren out. Ralph Lauren in the Black neighborhood, guess what? People literally go and buy Ralph Lauren every Christmas, every Thanksgiving. That's literally like the blueprint of a Thanksgiving outfit. A Ralph Lauren collar shirt with the big.
I can't. I'm tired of the ignorance, yo. Seriously, I'm tired of it, man. This is, yeah.
I'm sorry, but getting on the internet and being upset about the Oak Bluffs collection from Polo Ralph Lauren with Spelman and Morehouse lets me know that you need to do the internal work to unpack why the personification of Black wealth makes you uncomfortable. A lot of people don't like to acknowledge the fact that Black wealthy people exist. And I'm talking about wealthy people who exist outside of like the entertainment industry or sports. I'm talking about people who are presidents, CEOs, partners, who have built immense generational wealth for their families, who engage with brands like Ralph Lauren the way in which it's depicted in their new collection. I saw someone say that they know for a fact that no Black people were wearing Ralph Lauren like that. And I said that's not true because I know people who have worn the brand like that, who I myself have bought things and worn the brand in that way. So are you going to tell me that I'm not Black or my lived experience as a Black person is not valid because I didn't grow up in the same socioeconomic status as you or because I didn't engage with certain brands the same way that you? No, you can't tell me that. In fact, I did have some people say that it's less valid because, Black culture is rooted in hood aesthetics, which I thought was extremely problematic.
Oh
I think
boy.
that is a subset.
She is spot on. Hood aesthetics. Man, it's like the soul of Black folks isn't it seems in 2025 the soul of Black folk isn't in what W.E.B. Du Bois talked about. It's literally in the hood. And that's actually just not so.
Of Black culture, but that is not all of Black culture. I even saw someone say with their full chest that Blackness is monolithic, regardless of your likes and dislikes or your ideological perspectives, because we all have to deal with race in this country and even globally, we have a monolithic experience. And it's usually coming from men who say those things because they lack the understanding of things like intersectionality and what it means to be a woman and being Black, or what it means to be queer in Black, or like queer, Black, and a woman, something like that.
Nope. She went off the rails. I was with her until she went there. We're going to keep it moving.
All right, I'm gonna give you guys a little lesson about Black people and wealthy people. I am Black. I'm not wealthy, but I've been in wealthy circles, and there is a huge difference. But before I tell you, watch this. So Ralph Lauren is doing a campaign called Oak Bluff, and it's about the wealthy Black people in Martha's Vineyards and places like that, and they're catering to the upper echelon of the Black community. Now, of course, what you're going to have over time is you're going to have poor Blacks wearing Oak Bluff gear. It doesn't matter. Ralph Lauren wanted to know how to tap into that Black economy, which is good for them. But I can tell you one thing about those clothes: wealthy people do not display tags. When they're on a runway in Hollywood, they have to ask them, what are you wearing? Oh, this is Christian Dior. This is Yves Saint Laurent. This is Louis Vuitton. This is Coach. This is Birkin, whatever. Wealthy people don't need to show tags. The moment you show up in Martha's Vineyards and you got Oak Bluff or Ralph Lauren all over your gear, they're going to go, new money. That's new money right there. It ain't the old established money from the 1800s, generational wealth. All right. So one thing about us as Black people back in the hood, in the urban society, urban culture, is we were the ones that started exploding name brands all over our shirts and pants and socks. Tommy Hilfiger had to be big. The bigger the TH, the better. Coach, Louis Vuitton, with Eric B. and Rakim, had full Louis Vuitton suits up and down their bodies. The LV was in like 125 font along their shirt. Wealthy people don't roll like that. Very inconspicuous, very small, little RL down in the corner of the shirt, maybe a little RL on the collar. You just would never know. You don't know if it's Christian Dior. You just go, that's a fly hoodie. Listen, wealthy people, they'll buy a hoodie just for one's event that costs $500, but you'll never know what the brand is. That's wealth. They don't want you to know they got money. So Oak Bluff, Ralph Lauren, I understand. This is a little catering to the Black community because wealthy people are not going to wear your clothes with big names all over it. They're just not going to do it, but the hood will.
To an extent, I understand where he's coming from. Yeah, there's an old phrase out there, an old quote that says, poverty screams, wealth whispers. So he's absolutely right. The people with no money is trying to do everything that they can to show you that they got it. And the people that have money are doing everything that they can to show you that they don't have it. But the reality of it is here in America, most people are broke. 90% of people don't have $1,000 in their bank account. So when people make these thoughts out there that, oh, you know, hey, these people, yeah, there's a small subset of people that really got paper. Majority of Americans, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, don't have money like that, for real. Seriously, they don't. This collection, it's a nice collection. This is a opportunity to, for this young brother who has been placed in this position to put peace and put this collection out. But it also is an opportunity for some representation around.
Well, we're gonna have to stop this video right here and welcome an old celebrity. How you been, Black Knight? Good. It is so good to see you. Hit the link if you want. I think it's dropped. Let's see, which chat are you in? Oh my Lord, did I do that? Give me 1 second. Hit the link. I think it's pinned up at the top, Black Knight. If you have time, if you don't, we'll catch up. But it is really good to see you, sir.
Or within an iconic brand that's been around here in America for a very, very long time. And I think it's a solid opportunity. Will I buy it? Probably not, because I just don't spend that type of money on clothes. Heck, y'all see me on a day-to-day basis in a black t-shirt. Doesn't cost that much. Just saying. But I understand the brother's sentiment here.
Let me tell you why Ralph Lauren and their collection, specifically the Howard and Spellman collection, they've been doing for a few years now. They just put out another one that, of course, has the Morehouse and Spellman emblems on them, but it's more representative of black elegance and opulence. And it's the Oak Bluffs collection, because it's celebrating black folks who would visit Martha's Vineyard at a specific area that was designated for black folks. And now that, time has passed, it's still a historic place where black folks go in Martha's Vineyard. But what Ralph Lauren does with these collections is so special, because this isn't something that is, and not saying anything's wrong with DEI, but I'm saying this is not a DEI thing. This is not affirmative action. This is not like feeling sympathetic for black folks. Ralph Lauren, and clearly the most recognizable and important and influential American clothing brand ever. Ralph Lauren is Americana, period. And Ralph Lauren understands that the Black American experience is just as Americana. That's what makes this so amazing.
Amen.
And a young brother named James M. Jeter, who attended Morehouse College and graduated from Morehouse College, who is the creative director of Ralph Lauren and leads on this project. And it is not, again, for those reasons I stated earlier, it is because he is competent, qualified, graduated from Morehouse College, and is fully aware of the story that he is telling through these pieces and collections. This is special. This is accurate. This is done correctly, with honor, with pride, quality, done. This is how it's done. So to Ralph Lauren, to James M. Jeter, to our entire team of Ralph Lauren, to America, I say kudos. Bravo. Bravo.
Yeah, and with that being said, we're going to wrap the video. I want to hear your thoughts on this. It's just really, really frustrating, big, because I know there's some people out there that are like, why are so many people upset about this? And they almost feel like, hey, man, we danged if we do, we danged if we don't. Hey, if we support, if we...
Yeah, the anti-black blacks are just kind of like that.
We get the business, and if we choose not to do it, we're told that we're racist, and we don't want any people of color being represented. It's like, which one is it? What do you want? But I want to hear from you guys in the comment section. Like, share, subscribe, turn the notifications on to all so you never miss an upload. Consider joining the ARP family, or you can buy your brother a coffee. The link's in the description box below. Join us Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Kudos to CKJ3 for making me aware of this guy. Yeah, I've subscribed to him, and we're gonna check him out. He seems well thought out, and that's all you can really ask. So let's take a quick look at this Loren collection, and I don't see a problem. I mean, look at these suits. These suits are awesome. If you like wool, apparently, hopefully it's lightweight wool. Believe it or not, this is fucking lovely. There is absolutely nothing wrong. You know, it's not, there's no symbols on those suits, and they're probably, you know, extremely expensive. But you know what? If you can't afford them, they're knockoff somewhere. Get something like it that you can afford. But there's not a goddamn thing wrong with this fashion, and that's that. I've dropped the links, and I guess let's see. I'm not sure. And you know what? I don't need to fucking, you know, Ralph Lauren introduces new collection that builds upon its historic partnership with Morehouse and Spelman colleges. And then, you know, in that link, you know, there's, you know, kind of a mission statement and all that. So form your own opinion, but I approve. Now, I also will say I'm not buying any of this stuff. But if my son came to me and said, "Hey, you know what? I want a suit like that," I'm not going to say no if I can afford it. There's nothing wrong with this. So we shall move on. Yeah, you know what? That's the other thing. I had a boss of mine, a really smart black guy. He was an electrical engineer in Abu Dhabi. Had like 2 or 3 suits made. So anyway, and you know, I sound like my parents. You know, there was a time when my mother would get on my ass. Why are you wearing jeans out of this house? So my compromise was khakis. She would allow me to wear khakis and not complain. So you know what? Um, and they're cooler in the summer. Khakis are much cooler in a Savannah summer. So, you know, she was also um, right about that part. So, anyway, let us move on. Let us see where we are going. I'm not sure whether we're going to do news stories because I'm not quite there yet, to be honest. I'm kind of in a video mood. I actually want to watch this next. What the hell?
Hey y'all, it's Nate on me and welcome to or back to the channel. Today we are going fishing and I am at Academy Sports and Outdoors. I've got to get a fishing license and some supplies because it's been years since I've gone fishing. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, I might have to turn that off. I know that song, believe it or not. And oops. You should always have this before. Let's skip ahead of her shot. Damn, she is kind of cute though. Let's skip ahead.
And we're gonna see how this goes. I'll show y'all what I got when I leave out of here. I'll do a haul. But this is a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, you never
Come on, let's
been
go
in
catch this
Academy
fish.
Sports before?
Okay, y'all. It was really windy out there, so you couldn't hear anything I was saying. It was just all wind blowing. So this is what I brought
Clorox
out there and
wipes?
what I
What a
got from the store.
sissy.
Those were Clorox wipes, and that is Clorox water. I have bleach in my bottle.
Yeah, okay. Have you ever been fishing before? Uh I can't believe you're taking Clorox out to fish. My God.
And I brought some gloves because, yeah, you know anything about me and you know that bleach is my best friend. So I started.
And by the way, the name of this video is Fishing Alone for the First Time in Memory of My Grandma Naomi. So, you know what? I think that's a lovely sentiment, and I guess I'll have to forgive the bleach water. Toughen up, though.
By getting some crappie bites. I was told that
You
just
you don't
adds a
need
little
you don't
razzle
need that.
dazzle
You don't need all
to
that.
attract more fish. We
Wasted
will
money.
see. And then these other items that I got were recommended just by the people in the store and YouTube University. Crappie magnets in different colors. So I was told these colors that I got, these 3 different packs in the colors, depending on the murkiness or clearness of the water and the temperature of the water, work differently. But I was told I would get action on all 3 of them. And these little
Really?
they'd have it had a spinner on it. This one right here is good for catching bass. So I just got it to have in my tackle box. Because you never know. I'm really trying to be prepared. So I did get some weights, some slip shots. I did not like this bobber, but I felt like I needed one. They didn't have the type that I like or that I am familiar with, so I got that, and I got some swivels just to have in my tackle box. Just trying to be prepared. I did get some crappie magnets because those were 2 different people in there told me if I want to catch crappie, those are good. These are weighted hooks. And this is to measure my fish. This is gonna help me not get a ticket. So I did get this stringer. My grandmother kept the stringer. She didn't always use it. Sometimes, most
Or a
of the time, she
bucket.
just threw them in her cooler. But she had a stringer, so I picked up a stringer for my tackle
Or a
box.
cooler.
This is my brand new rod and reel. It is Zebco. Question on Facebook, just asking people that fish to recommend the best one to get. Since I have never fished with a rod and reel, I was
No,
raised
you
on a
should get
cane
a
pole,
spin caster.
as I think I've said
It's going to
several
cause you a
times,
problem.
or maybe I'll say it in this video a few times probably, but it's brand new. I got it on Facebook Marketplace. I love Facebook Marketplace. The guy was very nice, retired principal, school teacher and principal. So he threw in this extra little tackle box with some little items in there for me to get me started.
I bet he did.
I thought that was nice of him. And yeah, Facebook Marketplace, you can't make me hate Facebook Marketplace. People be like, well, what do you think they is trustworthy or they stole? Not my business. No, y'all, but I'm just playing with y'all. The guy was very nice. He is a
Lupin, I'm not sure what you're asking. You're in my chat, so you're gonna come up to StreamYard, which I guess is John Galt's. But oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, if you're in my chat, you know, you figured it out, so that's good. But I am rather curious about your opinion on the Morehouse Spelman partnership with Ralph Lauren. Um, I'm very curious because you would definitely be a qualified opinion.
Retired high school principal. So he was very knowledgeable, and I'm thankful to him. Thank you, Mr. Moses, for helping me out and getting me started on my fishing
See,
journey.
we retired
Let's
people
get it
are
started.
useful. A lot of wind.
This on here right, so if I don't, somebody can just let me know. I do have a little split shot on there because it's really windy out here.
You're gonna
And I
need
got my
that
bobber
split
on
shot.
for now,
As a matter of
so I
fact,
can
you're gonna need
see
a lot of
and kind
split
of get
shot. You
you know
shouldn't even be
used to
using a
fishing
bobber
again.
with the
So
wind
let's see
moving like
what
that.
we can do.
No,
And I'm
ma'am.
gonna
You really need to be
have a
casting and
transparent
retrieving.
moment with y'all because I'm gonna be straight up. I told you it's been years since I've done this, but wait a minute, let me show you something. Okay, why y'all? Why? So I did before I cut the camera on. I don't have a lot of experience with the rod and reel. So before I cut the camera on, I did some practice. And this is what practice
Yeah, that's why
got
you
me.
should have gotten a
This is how
Zebco
much
spin
line
caster.
I had to cut off to untangle the mess I made.
All right, folks, this is going to be the only manospherish point I make. I would have told her to get a spin caster. You're just not going to get, tangles like that. So, now I'm going to ask the obvious questions that a Deacon Dave would ask. But she probably does well.
So yeah, don't laugh at me. It's not funny. But this should be interesting. Okay, here we go. And that's not casting out very far, so I don't know if I've got enough weight on it.
Yeah, you need more than a couple split shots.
Now we're right by the boat ramp, so I might move. I don't know if this is a good idea.
That reel should not be sounding like that if it's new.
That cast was better that time. Got a little funky. A little booty cushion to sit on. Let me bring y'all down to where I am. It's so windy out here. It's gonna keep blowing in towards the sea, but it feels so good.
You know what? I might have to speed this up.
Okay, y'all. So I have to move. I just keep on my
I
butt.
guarantee you that's
I
on
was
the Ashley
over
River.
there on the other side of the boat ramp, and now I'm over here. There are boats, jet skis. Are you getting off right there? You're getting off right there? Yeah. You want me to move out of your way? You bringing it up here? No. You okay? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, you're just getting out. Okay. Get you over here, but all these boats and jet skis might be scaring them off. On the other side is another boat ramp. So
You just figured that out. A boat ramp or a dock like that is a pretty bad place to do it, but they're under the dock. You know, as long as it's dark under that dock, they'll be there. You just need to know how to get to them.
I'm not a sweater.
Okay, and I actually do have to ask. I'm gonna assume that that's like a hair hat combination. Just take it off. You will be much cooler. Do people know that the top of the head is where a lot of body heat escapes? And when you put on a hat, it's literally keeping heat in. So, I bet she doesn't know that.
And the little mustache. This wind feels so far. Right over and some, y'all gonna laugh at me if I don't catch nothing? Be honest. Go on and answer me now in the comments. Are you gonna laugh at me if I don't catch nothing? And let me know you telling me ahead of time that you're gonna laugh at me if I don't catch nothing.
No, we're just gonna call it a goose
Some of
egg.
you people that I feel like I don't even have to ask. I already know you. Okay. I don't like this type of bottle. This is the other one that I should have got, but I didn't listen to my first time. How they close without out here. Hard to see with my line. I am taking this home and I am going to switch over to this smaller property. I am not giving up. I have switched once again and I took the swivel off. And it's not, I don't know what's about to happen, but we will see. I hate that bobber. Like when I say I hate its guts, I hate that bobber. So I'm going to get the kind that I like when I get back to the store. But until then, we're going to throw out, and I still got the split shot on there. And I don't know if I have the split shot far enough down. I don't know how deep I should be fishing. I think this water is like kind of deep over here only because all these boats and jet skis are kind of coming up with ease, and I can kind of see, them going up onto the round. I don't know. I don't know, but I am going to catch fish. What kind of fish? I don't give a. So I don't know. I'm begging for this water and it should be fish. That's what I feel like. Hello.
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
This is closed for fishing. It's for loading and unloading only.
Oh, okay. I didn't see a sign, so I didn't know.
Right there.
Okay.
So I get it. I've got signs too.
Yeah, no, I cut across the grass, so I thought it would have been there.
Nobody's in trouble, right? If I can get you to move and fish off the shoreline
I
somewhere else,
will.
that'd be awesome.
Thank you for letting me know. It's my first day out.
No problem. Are you having any luck?
Can you help me with some information? So this is my first time fishing without my grandmother as a child. That's sugarcane hole is how I grew up fishing. So this rod and reel stuff is all new to me.
Yes, ma'am.
So
No, I have to. Assimilation into white society is the solution for blacks. Stupidest thing I've heard you say, Brian Nichols. Do you do know it's 2025, right? Why would blacks want to assimilate into a white society that tolerates people like Be Brave? You ought to hit the link because I'm literally going to dismantle that kind of stupidity. I literally think that opinion is problematic. And I respect you, Brian, But dude, that's a little that's a little too Booker T. Washington. We aren't all bricklayers anymore. This is 2025. We literally get to be who we want to be. You're gonna have to assimilate a little bit, but you don't have to buy that white bullshit hook, line, and sinker, because the problem with America is the 60%. And 60% of this population and higher percentages governing this country, it's the pussies like Be Brave who want to blame Black people. I think I have had more an effect on government than Be Brave has, and he just can't fucking mush that into his debilitated brain. Racism debilitates, and Be Brave is debilitated.
That's not by today. This is closed for fishing. It's for loading and unloading only.
Oh, okay. I didn't see a sign, so I didn't know.
Right there.
Oh, by the way,
I've got a sign too.
Yeah, no, I cut across.
that motherfucking hair hat is what assimilation into white society looks like. Literally, she is trying to assimilate. This is why this is 2025. We don't have to kiss white ass, Brian Nichols.
Grass, so I thought it would have been there.
Nobody's in trouble, right? If I get you to move, fish on the shoreline,
I
somewhere else,
will.
that'd be awesome.
Thank you for letting me know. It's my first day out.
No problem. Are you having any luck?
Can you give me some information? So this is my first time fishing without my grandmother as a child. That's sugarcane pole is how I grew up fishing. So this rod and reel stuff is all new to me.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is out here that I should be targeting, or like, do I even have the right bait on here? I've switched several times.
Jigs are great.
Okay.
So you catch catfish, sand bass, crappie pretty easily. Every once in a while, we see somebody pull a largemouth bass out, largemouth bass out.
Okay.
Afternoons, that's okay. Yeah, you're in reasonable habitat. You got shallow water with vegetation on the edges, waiting for bait fish.
So this split shot, should I have it further up or down there?
You may not need the split shot there
because
it's already a weighted head.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So unless your rod needs more weight to cast it effectively,
it's windy, so it's been yeah.
So if you do, keeping it close just puts it all together. I've seen people take them and put them on. That's an option. I've seen people put them behind. I've done it too. You put it behind the bobber. So like where you would normally drop off. So normally if you're fishing with a bobber, you're just chucking it out in a weight, right? You just watch for it to move. You ever use a popping cork? So if you go down to the coast, the popping cork is, I don't know, longish, and it's got a concave top, kind of like a topwater, like a bait that makes a splash when you pull it.
Yeah.
And you put your bait some distance behind it. And what you're essentially doing is making a noise with the bobber because there's a splash and something that's interesting. And when you do, as the bobber comes across, the weight pulls up, the lure comes up behind it because it doesn't have a choice. And then because of the weight on the jig head, it sinks. It comes up, sinks. And so you get an injured fish. That's silly, but you get an injured fish mimic out of it. So it's another option. Just be careful because you're going to be relatively shallow fishing offshore. And you don't want to snag in.
Done it.
Oh man, I put more grass carp back here.
Done it. I know it was coming, but yeah, I just got off the one.
You get through this tree trail.
Yes, I've got off.
Tree trail.
I was like jumping up out of there a few minutes ago, so I was like, let me throw further over. And
oh no, I was being facetious saying, you hang one in a tree. You catch strong and hang one in a tree. That's a tree trout.
That's a tree trout.
You catch the weeds, you can't get it out. That's a grass carp.
Well, I've done both of those today. Thank you so much.
Keep on moving, people like that. Keep on moving, that. Now here at The Rock, we have two basic rules. Memorize them so that you can say them in your sleep.
Oh my Lord, I have no idea why this song would ever be copyrighted. Snapping turtles.
I moved because I was over there. Lovely guy, as y'all know. And I didn't see the sign because I cut through the grass. That says no fishing from the dock. I did look for one, but it wasn't one where I was walking. I wore these today because I'm at the age where comfort over cute is going to win every time. I think for the 100 years I've been on this planet, there's enough proof that I know how to get cute. So there's that. But very comfortable, good decision because there are some bugs out here in open toe with no socks. Is not the answer, but these are so comfortable. But I'm glad I did. But I know to wear sleeves next time. Even though it's hot, sleeves are better because, because. But yeah. Okay, let's get back to it. Yeah, the game boy was very nice. He didn't ask for my license. He didn't trip. He gave me some good tips on how to do, what to do, and what can be caught out here. So I really feel a little bit better about this day. So come on, y'all. Let's catch some fish. All right, original spot, and then there's nobody over here, and it's probably better over here anyway because all of the boats and the jet skis coming in are really moving their water over there. The wind is already blowing, but I'm loving the wind. I didn't have the camera on, but we had some action. They're about to go down. They're about to go down over there on that boat ramp. Is there such thing as boating deck? Now we are free of bobber and split shot, and I'm gonna see what we can do because I'm not gonna let this lake. It's not gonna win. So tell me too, should I be like slowly bringing this back in or let it sit and then bring it back in or what? Tell me. Help me. Help.
Help me! Help me!
But yeah, I'm gonna cast one more time and then after this, it's not going very far. I like the weighted bobber. People that fish, y'all know what I'm talking about. I like the damn one with the little weight on the bottom that you can like take off from the side. You don't have to slide through the line.
Yeah, this is getting painful, and we're only halfway through. Let's see if she
But yeah, so
catches
I've got the
anything.
bobber. Lord God, I'm getting crispy about it.
Crispy.
The line is gonna be something. Rotisserie chicken.
Oh, I know that'll get you hit.
So choose your heart.
It's Dave Matthews.
Make a decision. Give me the pain. I'll take that pain because of the.
I cannot believe I didn't get the footage of me. I'm gonna show y'all what happened, but I caught a fish.
I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I kiss excellence.
She put it back?
Okay.
Okay.
So I actually I don't know how my
This young fisherman is a disaster. However, you just caught your first fish and it was decent size. Man, fry that puppy up.
I can't believe I just caught that fish like that. Like I pulled it in with my hands. You see, all of my line is just tore up. I didn't have it in the water, but maybe I don't know. It may have been 5 minutes, but I'm just happy to know that I can get. I knew I could catch it, y'all. I knew it. But anyway, this came off and it's somewhere. Like when I passed it out.
Oh my God.
Went out into the water. I don't know how I tore this up, but
You know what?
it's on and popping now. We can catch.
It's almost over. Yeah, this is a fucking disaster. So she looked cute, and I wanted to see her little fishing adventure, but that is that. Thank God. Oops, you know what? I made a mistake there. Well, that's fine. And my computer is slow. Wait. Ooh, look at her. Oh, we're gonna have to do this.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I hope
Let
so.
me slow
Everything's
this
fine here.
down.
Thank God. Sunday, everyone. Every Sunday we like to eat something
Uh-oh.
special here on the farm. And today I'm going to make a rib stew in the pressure cooker without water.
Oh no, I
And I'm
have
also going
seen
to add
this
this
channel
shark meat
before.
along with the ribs.
Damn it.
This is rib meat, everyone, but it's the most substantial part of the rib, with little bone.
Yeah, I'll have to watch this one on my own. I'm not going to be able to deal with the Google Translate or whatever she's using. I think she's cute though. All right. Yeah. Apparently no one's going to be hitting the link today. So we're going to have to go back to my favorite. I think she's Iranian girl.
Ghislaine Maxwell has filed an appeal to the United States Supreme Court. She's alleging that Jeffrey Epstein, when he entered into that plea in Florida, arising out of that 2005 case, that plea included a non-prosecution agreement. And it was super fucking broad. They would agree to not prosecute any known or unknown co-conspirators. And so she's claiming that this is the government backing down on listen, she already tried this. In 2022, she filed a motion to dismiss based on that same thing, same premise. And the court then denied her motion, saying it's a different jurisdiction, you stupid piece of shit, as they should. Sorry, I promised someone on YouTube that I would clean it up next time. She is now appealing that ruling. And let me tell you, everyone knows how to play Donald Trump. The petitioner alleges the status as Epstein's co-conspirator was the entire basis for prosecution. No one's above the law, not even the Southern District of New York. Our government made a deal. It must honor it. The United States cannot promise immunity with one hand in Florida and prosecute with another in New York. President Trump built his legacy in part on the power of a deal, and surely he would agree that when the United States gives its word, it must stand by it. We are appealing not only to the Supreme Court, but to the president himself to recognize how profoundly unjust it is to
Oh my God. Oh my Lord.
Ghislaine Maxwell for Epstein's crime. Scapegoat? Every single fucking victim has named her by name. If not by name, described her to a T. She's not a scapegoat. She's a primary. But anyway, they know exactly what the fuck they're doing. They know what they're doing. He's so easy to manipulate. But let me tell you why this is stupid. I'm not saying that they're not going to fucking go for it because it's our Supreme Court. Who the fuck knows what they're going to do, because apparently they've become a partisan fucking body, openly wheeling and dealing in fucking favors. But this was a state level prosecution in Palm Beach. It shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been. Alexander Acosta, who was the then U.S. attorney in Florida, the one who everyone knows brokered a sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein, he prepared a 53-page indictment. 53 pages. They had interviewed already, by the time of this deal, 36 victims as young as 14 years old. And he had it ready to go. And then Alan Dershowitz and Roy Black and his other attorneys meet with Alex Acosta. And I don't know what promises were made, but he didn't prosecute. He handed it over to the Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office, state level prosecution. There was never an indictment filed in the federal courts. So the non-prosecution agreement was only on the state level, the state of Florida. I just need to add this. In 2024, Judge Luis Delgado, who is a circuit court judge in Palm Beach County, state level, unsealed about 150 pages of 2006 Palm Beach grand jury testimony. It revealed disturbing allegations, including rape of girls as young as 14 and payments for recruiting other minors. Delgado called Epstein the most infamous pedophile in American history. I just want to shout out to Luis Delgado, who I went to law school with. What up, Big Lou? Thanks for trying. So it really begs the question, with all of that, how is it that he walked away with 2 felony counts for soliciting and procuring a minor for prostitution? When, by the way, the 53-page indictment that Alex Acosta was had ready to go, included interstate trafficking of minors for sex, conspiracy, sexual exploitation of minors, Mann Act violations. How is it that he decided to punt that to the state attorney's office in Palm Beach County and let him plead to 2 counts where he got to just do nights at the jail and go continue his bad acts during the day? There has to date, by the way, been no repercussions for Alex Acosta. And before anybody asks, George W. Bush was the president when this happened. And the FBI files show that this matter, while Alex Acosta was preparing the indictment, did send it over to Washington. And yet here we are. Point being, the deal was with the state attorney's office, state level, Florida only. Florida can't make a deal for immunity from prosecution for known and unknown co-conspirators of different fucking charges all throughout the entire fucking country. What are you talking about? And by the way, his charge that he pled to was the trafficking of 1 minor. I presume the charges that were brought in New York had to do with more than that. Her motion is legally insufficient. It should not be granted, but let's see what the Supreme Court does. I don't personally have any faith, but let's see.
Well, the way she describes it, it is an abomination. And I imagine it probably is. This Trump motherfucker.
You ever wonder what black folks in the
Trump is fucking crashing this country. And the fools are gonna go down in his plane. And who knows what this Epstein shit is gonna uncover. There's probably bigger issues. I'm imagining Epstein is the surface.
1940s thought about women's hair and women's skin complexion, today's your day, because we're going to get a glimpse into the Negro's mind, and we're going to see some of those thoughts and prejudices that shape their community.
Oh, by the way, this is going to be Manosphere 101. These color wig hat, John Galt did a whole fucking show today about a WNBA player whose wig came off during the game, and he was literally doing a motherfucking anti-black buck dance with glee going hoo hoo hoo. He and then he brought on his racist grandpa to yuck it up with him. So let's think about how the John Galt complex about color got started.
So we'll see what it looks like when slavery ideas still run deep. Decades later,
Slavery ideas. You know what? I still think John Galt is in slavery. That's why he and his overseer Be Brave, feel so comfortable.
Okay. We're continuing our study from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Prudence. When Negroes show preferences or draw invidious distinctions on the basis of skin color, Bronzeville calls them partial to color. Remember, Bronzeville is a black neighborhood in South Chicago. So Negroes who showed preferences to one skin color or elevated one skin color above the other, the neighborhood called them partial to color. And partial to color always means partial to less color, to light color. They learned to view lighter skin as more desirables from the whites.
Yep.
So whenever favoritism around skin color appeared in this black community, it was always shown towards the lighter skin color, according to the authors. So what we're hearing about is the fruit of centuries of having whites plant their values as seeds in the garden of the Negro's mind. The outstanding example of partiality to color is seen in men's choices of female associates. It is commonly charged that successful Negro men of all colors tend to select very light brown and fair women. One cynical young man summed up the situation by declaring that
no man, irrespective of how dark or light he is, wants a dark woman.
We're going to leave the word dark in here on some occasions so you can see the impact that this word has and how it creates a frame for viewing people who are described as such. So in this sentence, the man says that no matter how dark or light the man is, he does not want a dark-skinned woman. But why not? Part of this has to do with all the negative ideas surrounding that word dark. In the unconscious mind, the ideas associated with dark, like wicked, the devil, gloomy, unlucky, black, and evil, they're all lumped together in a mental file. So whenever a word like dark is used, those related ideas quietly influence how what's being described is judged and understood. That's why words and their definitions matter. Now, another layer to this is the European and white American propaganda, which indoctrinated the Western world to perceive rich brown skin as undesirable. They took what was simply a natural skin color and they overlaid it with negative meanings. And many Negroes accepted those interpretations and became agents of its perpetuation. You understand? That's why the young man could make the statement that he did. A lawyer, himself married to a light brown-skinned woman, expressed his disapproval of marrying fair women.
I heard a University of Chicago girl say that an educated melanin-rich girl has a hard time trying to find herself a husband.
Here we replace dark with melanin-rich, which is perfectly understood. Rich. And it isn't grouped with any wild related ideas in the unconscious mind. Melanin is a scientifically neutral word, which, like the words rich and you can use deep, these are also suitable replacements for the word dark when describing color. These words reframe how we view skin colors, so we can see them in a different lens. Okay? And all of these subtle shifts in thinking are more important than many people realize, because they directly undo the linguistic traps that taught us to devalue certain skin complexions. All right? Now let's continue hearing about melanin-rich girls who had hard times finding a husband.
Why did she say that? Because just like Doctor, our educated men will go and marry some pretty little light, senseless, and dumb chick. Well, I like brown-skinned girls. I started off in high school with one, and I married one. But when most of our educated men get well off, instead of finding themselves a woman that matches them, they pick one of those little white chicks.
When he says white chicks, he's referring to a very light Negro woman. The ones who can pass or almost pass for what is considered white. Now, he's claiming that they place so much value on white-looking women that they'll marry them even if they are dumb and senseless. Wild stuff, I know. And so the point here is that the success of certain Negro men drove them to chase proximity to white and white standards over matching themselves with women who are more like them as far as ambition, goals, values, and mindset.
Well, to use Brian Nichols' terminology, they were trying to assimilate into whiteness. Dude, such a bad idea.
They're just going straight for the physical color and status that is attached to that. While the charge is made that successful Negro men put a premium on women that look like white, it would be more accurate to say that they seem to put a premium on marrying a woman who is not black or very dark brown. Stop right here. Back during this time, the Negro community tried to push that label of black on only those with the richest brown complexion. The tone they called very dark brown was socially tagged as black. And even in this community, that label carried a low status. If we remember, in the last commentary, there was this light-skinned Negro woman who said that she was embarrassed when going out with black persons. So whoever bore the label black was viewed as the lowest of status, and she didn't want to be seen associating with them. That's essentially what the authors are saying right here when they say the Negro men placed a premium on marrying a woman who was not black. Such mate images are revealed when men are having bull sessions about women. Thus, one young man tells his fellows,
I never go out with dark women because they just don't.
Yeah, this is literally written back, I think it's in the 1940s or so. So the bull sessions, you can join any motherfucking manosphere panel and hear the same shit. And this is actually why I've, just found looking at a lot of things through a historical image, a historical lens. These fucking black manosphere dudes are not new. They are dumb, but they're not new. And this is just, if you can't work yourself out of the same loop, the mental crash loop, these guys are just fucking gonna crash. If not, it's a problem, and people should read more history, I guess is my point.
Don't interest me. I prefer a light person for a sweetheart or a wife.
you see the polarity being drawn here between the dark and light? Watch what else he says.
They're more affectionate, lovable, and understanding. They're usually more attractive. They're prettier. They have good hair. They're more intelligent.
They got the good hair.
I don't look for coal mines. I look for gold mines.
You see that? Prettier, good hair, and intelligent for those who are light. Sound just like the white man, doesn't it? These attitudes toward marrying light are often implanted at an early age. What does it mean, implanted at an early age? That means
it literally
have the
means
idea
tots and
of
teens.
marrying light in their mind, use words, images, subtle comments, and
Or a
gestures
Jack
to
and Jill.
transmit those same ideas into the impressionable minds of children. We know very young people are rapid learners, and a lot of the information they soak up, they do it without questioning it. And some parents went out of their way to make sure that their kids soaked up the ideas of marrying light, like this woman here. One mother told an interviewer, frankly,
I'm not prejudiced, but I don't want my children to marry dark people because I feel they're hard to understand and I want my children to be happy. Of course, if they did marry someone dark complexion, I couldn't do anything about it, but I hope they don't.
This was in the 1940s. And guess what? I heard people in high school speaking like this about themselves in the early 2000s. Where did they get it from? From Negroes way back here.
What
Who got it from Negroes way before?
what people like John Galt want to criticize about the black community, he doesn't understand what is happening in the black community, yet he thinks you can't. John Galt is literally being in the problem while describing the problem, and I don't think it can be helped. The motherfucker hasn't read enough, and he is so up, the be brave version of white mediocrity or worse, that the motherfucker, he's just not seeing clearly.
For them, who learned it in slavery. This is how madness continues to pass along from generation to generation until people in the cycle say enough is enough. We're done. Time to move on. We're done. Despite talk of not preferring a rich brown woman, hundreds of men do marry women richer than themselves. There are not enough light browns to go around, but it is a rare man who will say, as did one young college fellow,
I would marry a rich toned girl if I loved her and she loved me. The same about a white girl if she loved me and I loved her. I'm not prejudiced against race or color. It's the individual I'm interested in.
Is he being honest, good people of the planet, or is he faking the funk? He might be telling the truth. But speaking for today, skin color is losing a lot of its priority in dating. It still matters, but for many, it's much lower on their list of importance. Much lower than what it was back then, at least, when he made this statement. Now, the authors have a note underneath this that says that this view wasn't fashionable unless someone was doing an interview. So I don't know if he was being honest or he was just saying what sounded good. If male partiality to color constitutes a social handicap for the very melanated woman, it may also be an economic handicap in seeking certain types of employment. Undoubtedly, it is harder for a very melanated woman to get a position as a stenographer or physician's attendant than it is for others. There is also some evidence to indicate that Negro restaurants and stores draw the color line in hiring girls. Uh-oh, here it comes. The owner of one of the best-known restaurants in Bronzeville frankly stated that he was partial to color.
I have a policy of hiring only real light girls with good hair.
They talked this madness when I was in high school, too. It went like this. The scale of goodness went from the lowest level, which was the tightly curled hair, which was called nappy. And then it progressed until it reached very straight hair. You see? So the further away from nappy, the better the hair was considered. These are Negroes making up this stuff. And it was this type of thinking that further created the inferiority complex among women, which influenced them to straighten their hair. This is what opened up the door of opportunity for that woman, Madam C.J. Walker, to come along and make millions of dollars selling a product that reinforced self-hate. I mean, when you really think about this stuff, it's wild, mind-boggling. But it's a result of people like this using words to shape how people's reality is perceived. Let's continue.
I do this because they make a good appearance. The people of the sporting world who trade here will favor a light girl. A dark girl has no drawing power. The men who play at orchestras come here, and if I was to hire a dark girl, she would be forced to stand around and do nothing while the other girls would be busy. I know this. I've even tried hiring brown-skinned girls, and they didn't make enough money to pay their car fare.
Christ.
Every girl who works as a waitress has got to depend to a certain degree on tips. The dark girls don't get them.
This stuff is wild, isn't it? But all I can say is that the supply matched the Negro demand. Another man, himself brown-skinned, said categorically,
even the very blackest man would come into my restaurant oftener if light girls were employed.
Probably any entrepreneur who is trying to be particularly classy feels that a bevy of light girls is desirable. Since very light women are a decided minority in Bronzeville, they are not always available for proprietors or professional men who would like to utilize their services. With a constantly growing pool of girls and young women with high school training, color distinctions become less important. The proprietor of one employment agency reported in 1938,
the Negro employer used to ask for very light-skinned or very light brown-skinned Negro girls. But since the Depression, he is getting some sense. Now he is asking for a well-qualified young woman. This is better both for the young people and for us as an employment agency.
Many Negroes feel that white people, by favoring lighter Negroes, make it hard for rich-skinned Negroes to secure personal service jobs as well as other types of employment. Even men make this complaint. One light brown-skinned boy who had no grievance of his own said,
"When it comes to finding a job with either whites or Negroes, they prefer light people. That is especially true of white people in the North. In the South, it is exactly turned around. Down there, the blacker they are, the better the white people like them."
There is some evidence, based on a study of newspaper advertisements and interviews, to substantiate the claim that upper-class and upper-middle-class white families and establishments in Midwest metropolis do favor lighter-skinned servants, despite the observation of one Bronzeville man that
white women don't like to have two light-colored girls working for them, or two pretty ones. It introduces an element of competition that they don't like. A light girl might look in the mirror and say, "Well, I'm about as light as you are, and maybe a lot prettier." She'll feel just as good as her mistress. Dark women make better servants.
So there we have it. The thoughts and prejudices in the mind of 1940s Negroes. A mind manufactured, molded, and made in the US of A. So we have more to come, so stay tuned. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
And the huge problem is between 1940 and 2025, there are still manosphere morons, black manosphere morons, who have not evolved. And that's the actual question. Why are they not evolving? Hey, roller skater, Texas girl. Good to see you, actually. So you know what? My goal is to rattle some cages. And my computer is too slow to do it, apparently.
Donald Trump is destroying Black history in front of our very eyes. While we are distracted with Israel and Iran, they've been busy erasing us. In just 6 months, President Trump's administration has launched a full-scale assault on Blacks that would make segregationists. He's ripping the names of Black war heroes off military bases and replacing them with Confederate generals who fought to keep us enslaved. He's gutting Martin Luther King's civil rights era legislation that protects us from discrimination. And he's doing it all under the guise of restoring equality and ending reverse racism. What equality are they exactly restoring? This is just the same racist playbook that's been trying to erase our progress for generations. But the most disturbing part in all of this is that 2.2 million Black people helped put him back in office. And if you voted for this man, we need to talk. Before we get started, if you enjoy the sort of content you see here on this channel, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We need each of you to help spread these Black stories that have been hidden from us. Let me introduce you to a man whose name you should know by heart. His name was Sergeant Henry Johnson, and he was a hero in every sense of the word. Henry Johnson was born and raised in Albany, New York. When World War I broke out, this Black man volunteered to fight for a country that treated him like a second-class citizen. He could have stayed home. He could have said, "Why should I fight for America when America won't fight for me?" But he didn't. He put on that uniform and went to war. In 1918, while stationed in France, Henry Johnson single-handedly fought off an entire German raiding party. He fought so fiercely, so courageously, that President Theodore Roosevelt called him one of the 5 bravest Americans to serve in World War I. But here's the thing that'll make your blood boil. It took America 97 years to give this man his due. 97 years. It wasn't until 2015 under President Obama that Henry Johnson finally received the Medal of Honor he earned in 1918. And you know why it took so long? Because he was Black, plain and simple. But the story gets worse.
Well, no, it
After
couldn't have been
Obama
that.
honored Henry Johnson, They named a military base after him. Finally, this war hero got the recognition he deserved. Black children could drive past that base and see their heritage honored. They could see that we belong in the story of American heroism. On April 23, 2025, Donald Trump signed an executive order stripping Henry Johnson's name from that base. Gone, erased, deleted from history like he never existed. Get ready for this. They're going back to the name Fort Polk, named after Leonidas Polk. And who was Leonidas Polk? He was a Confederate general who literally left his job as a bishop, a man of God, to fight for the Confederacy. He left the church to fight for slavery. Let me get this straight. A black man who fought for America gets his name stripped away so they can honor a racist traitor who fought against America? Trump's executive order is stripping the names of black war heroes from 7 different military bases, all of them going back to Confederate names, all of them honoring traitors over patriots. But here's what really tells you everything you need to know. Where are the Republicans? Where's their outrage? Their silence is deafening because this is exactly what they wanted. This is the plan. But erasing our war heroes was just the warm-up act. The real destruction is happening in our courtrooms, where Trump is systematically destroying the legal tools we use to fight discrimination. And most people don't even understand what's being taken from us. Let me break down something called disparate impact in a way that'll make perfect sense. Imagine a company puts out a job posting that says they won't hire anyone with urban-sounding names. They never say they won't hire black people. They're too smart for that. But somehow, mysteriously, only people named Brad and Jennifer get hired, while Jamal and Keisha get rejected. Under the old system, we could use something called disparate impact to prove that's racism. We could show that this urban names policy
and as a matter of fact,
disproportionately hurts black people.
Hold on one second. I literally talked to Deacon Dave about this, and it was like he didn't even understand English. So sad. The results of laws are God's will if the laws are colorblind. And welcome to Trump's circus world of white men are the oppressed. Get ready for it, folks. It's gonna get better than this. We've gone through 6 months. It's gonna get better.
And that would be enough to win in court. We didn't need someone to admit they were racist. We just had to show the racist results. It's a legal shield that lets us fight the smart racists, the ones who learned not to say the quiet part out loud. But Trump just destroyed that shield. Racists in 2025 are way smarter than their grandparents. They don't wear white hoods anymore. They wear business suits. They don't call us the N-word in meetings. They use phrases like cultural fit and articulation skills.
And DEI.
They learn to discriminate with a smile and a handshake. Trump's executive order just made it open season on black people because now racists know they can get away with it as long as they don't use the magic words. But here's the part that should make you furious. Trump is actually flipping the Civil Rights Act into a weapon against us. Now, instead of protecting black people from real discrimination, these laws are going to be used to protect white people from reverse discrimination. The same Civil Rights Act that our ancestors bled for, the same law that Martin Luther King died for, is now going to be used to sue black people, sue diversity.
Let me make one point. The idea of reverse racism is literally systemic. White men like Donald Trump pretending that he is a victim, that is literally the personification of systemic racism. And people like John Galt and Be Brave. Be Brave is kind of a funny one. He says he is a socialist. That motherfucker isn't a socialist. He's a goddamn far-right racist. He's just not bright enough to understand his own arguments. So I'll leave it at that.
Grams sue anything that tries to level the playing field. This is heartbreaking, family. We're watching hard-fought civil rights gains get turned into weapons against us. Laws that were written to protect us are being rewritten to attack us. And we're only 6 months into 4 more years of this madness. Now, this BS didn't happen overnight. They told us exactly what they were going to do. In 2024, the Heritage Foundation put out their 932-page manual called Project 2025 that laid out Trump's plans. And right there in black and white, they said they wanted to eliminate disparate impact. Civil rights attorneys and activists were sounding the alarm about this months before the election, trying to warn Black people about what was coming. The information was out there. The warnings were being given. But too many of our people fell for MAGA's lies anyway. And what happened? 2.2 million Black people voted for Trump anyway. You want to know something that'll blow your mind? Trump won the election by 2.2 million votes, the exact same number of Black folks who voted for him. Let that sink in. If Black people had just stayed home instead of voting for their own oppression, Trump would have lost. But they didn't. And now, here we are. So I have to ask the hard question. Why are Black people, especially young Black men, voting against their own interests like this? And I know the answer, even though it hurts to say it. Disinformation. It's coming from 2 main sources, and both of them are getting paid to mislead us. First, you've got your Black conservatives, the Tim Scotts and Byron Donalds of the world. These people get paid handsomely to be a puppet of the white elite. If you're willing to attack your own people on behalf of white conservatives, you can make a very comfortable living. But the second group is even more dangerous because they're harder to spot. I call them pro-Black imposters. These are the YouTube personalities, the Instagram influencers, the TikTok.
Ooh, the pro-Black imposters on YouTube. This guy and I might have to consult. I call them the anti-Black blacks, but you know what? I'm willing to compromise, but they are coons.
Activists who sound like they're pro-Black but are actually feeding our people poison. They're the ones saying Democrats are just as bad as Republicans. Really? Which party has been introducing reparations legislation for the last 40 years? Which party keeps blocking it? Which party passed the Civil Rights Act? And which party is currently working to dismantle it? These people are playing y'all. They helped Trump get elected. And now they want to act like they're Malcolm X. Now they want to make videos about racism and MAGA after they helped put MAGA in power. This exact same pattern has played out in American history every single time Black people make progress. After the Civil War ended in 1865, Black men were elected to Congress. We had Black senators, Black governors, Black judges. Black people were starting businesses, getting educated, building wealth. We were showing the world that when given a fair shot, we could compete with anybody. And white folks lost their minds. They couldn't handle seeing Black people in positions of power. They couldn't stomach the idea that we might actually be their equals. So what did they do? They launched a systematic campaign.
You know what? I might actually have to, I actually have a Discord channel. I might have to go and watch Django on it. It's funny, that point about, well, there are some whites that can't take Black people being better educated, just better, at stuff. And the funny thing is the anti-Black blacks can't deal with it either. And it's just so weird. I'm thinking of Django and Steven, that dichotomy. And I think that there are some similarities occasionally, almost daily.
To destroy every gain we had made. First came the violence. The Klan and other terrorist groups lynched Black politicians, burned down Black businesses, and destroyed entire Black communities. But violence alone wasn't enough. They needed the law on their side.
And see what people like Brian Nichols and John Galt. John Galt made an interesting comment. Well, that happened 100 years ago. Well, motherfucker, we literally talk about a constitution that was formed 250 years ago. Well, actually, it's not 250 years ago. It's probably more like 220 something. See, the anti-black blacks and white shades like Be Brave, they only want to talk about what they want to talk about. I literally saw John Galt criticize young black people, men and women, that, had a vision. Who cares about why they had the vision? They had a vision. And all of a sudden, these young people go out and do what they want to do and what they can afford. And this motherfucker, John Galt, wants to put them back in the ghetto. Well, why'd you leave the ghetto? Motherfucker, how do you know they were ever in the ghetto? There are black people who don't know the hood, John Galt. Stop projecting your motherfucking toxicity and stop projecting it. Stop thinking all black people have to be as fucked up as you. You are the problem, not the solution.
Right. So they created Jim Crow, poll taxes, literacy tests, grandfather clauses. They couldn't make slavery legal again, so they created new systems to keep us in a permanent underclass. And here's the key part. They used the law to do it. They twisted the Constitution. They reinterpreted the 14th and 15th Amendments. They convinced courts that equality meant something completely different than what it actually meant. Sound familiar? Fast forward to the 1960s. After a century of Jim Crow, the civil rights movement fought and bled and died to tear down those barriers. We got the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, fair housing laws, affirmative action. For a moment, it looked like we might finally get the equality our ancestors dreamed of. They couldn't bring back Jim Crow, so they got smarter. They launched the war on drugs to criminalize being black. They created mandatory minimum sentences that sent black men to prison for decades. They gutted funding for public schools in black neighborhoods while pouring money into prisons. And now, here we are again. After 8 years of a black president, after all the progress we've made, here comes the backlash again. But this time, they're being even more clever about it. It's the same pattern over and over again. Progress, backlash, new systems of oppression disguised as fairness. The only thing that changes is the language they use to justify it. So what does all this mean for us? What does it mean for our children? Let me paint you a picture of what life is about to look like for black people in America. If you're a student facing discrimination in school, good luck proving it. Under Trump's new rules, unless your teacher calls you the N-word in front of witnesses, you probably can't win a lawsuit. If your school suspends black kids at twice the rate of white kids for the same behavior, that's just a coincidence now. If you're looking for a job and you keep getting passed over, better hope the hiring manager is dumb enough to put their racism in writing, because cultural fit and communication skills are perfectly legal reasons to reject you, even if they only...
Well, you better hope there's no DEI office. You black folk need to leave when DEI goes. Brian Nichols, if you ever have the balls to come up on my panel, you and I will go at loggerheads. And again, you're funny. I love you. But dude, some of this bullshit is Mavid level stupid. I think you spend a lot of time yanking my chain, by the way.
Use those excuses for black candidates. The pattern doesn't matter. Only explicit racist statements count. If you're trying to buy a house and you notice black families keep getting rejected for mortgages while white families with similar credit get approved, tough.
That is literally Um, the problem with CRT is it's more, and its legal realism, I think, is what spawned what became CRT. The results of laws, the John Roberts of the world, if it doesn't say black in the law, if the law doesn't discriminate, the results don't matter. And the Voting Rights Act, it is like the perfect guinea pig to prove my point. And the anti-black blacks are so fucking up the be brave whites asses, and they're the white shades, by the way. So bad, so horrible. But the good thing is I get a YouTube channel just to fucking, say what I want to say. In the end, I get to live my life. I get to do what I want to do. And so do the John Galts. I get to live the life I want to live. And that's that. So whilst we're here, please make sure you subscribe to the at Stanley Cross 6000 channel. That's my personal channel. And I need some of the folks from John Galt's Urban Landlord channel. Hop over there, hit like, and subscribe to the channel. Then come back if you want. Because we got to keep hearing what Brian Nichols says. It is very important to know what these people think. It's important for black people to understand what John Galt thinks, so they know what maladies to like raise their kids without. Also, make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That's where clips of John Galt's racist rodeo will probably be clipped. We don't want to miss those clips of the racist rodeo starring Be Brave and John Galt. And I think Ryan was up there too. And I just fucking had to leave. It just got so motherfucking racist. I literally had to leave. It was so bad. So let's see. Beautiful no one is actually black. You know what, Wale? You go, boy.
Look, banks can point to credit scores and income ratios all day long. And even if the disparity is obvious, you can't prove discrimination without that smoking gun evidence. If you're dealing with police harassment in your neighborhood, you better have video of an officer literally saying, "I'm arresting you because you're black." Because stopping black drivers at twice the rate of white drivers, searching black people more frequently, using force more often against black suspects.
Yeah, again, the results of the law don't matter. The law just can't say black, white, or specify race. Oh, it is very smart. But, white stupidity has been overcome before. They'll fuck themselves.
None of that matters anymore without proof of intent. This is the world Trump is creating. A world where racists can discriminate freely as long as they're smart enough not to say the quiet part out loud. A world where centuries of documented patterns mean nothing, where statistical evidence gets thrown out, where the burden of proof becomes impossible to meet. And remember, we're only 6 months into this administration. 6 months. They've already attacked our war heroes, gutted our legal protections, and launched dozens of investigations into programs designed to help black people. What do you think the next 3 years are going to look like? I can tell you what's coming next, because they're not hiding it. HBCU funding is on the chopping block. Voting rights protections are being challenged. Environmental justice programs are being eliminated. Every single program, every single law, every single policy that was designed to address the legacy of slavery and segregation is being targeted for destruction. This isn't about making America great again. This is about making America white again. And they're using our own civil rights laws to do it. But you know what? I'm done being disappointed. I'm done being frustrated. I'm done trying to save people who don't want to be saved. But if you're ready to wake up, if you're ready to fight back, if you're ready to honor the sacrifices our ancestors made, then listen to me closely. First, stop amplifying voices that mislead our community. Stop sharing videos from people who told you not to vote or to vote for Trump. Stop giving these grifters the views and likes they need to keep poisoning our people. Cut them off, block them, starve them of the attention they crave. Second, start doing your own research. Read for yourself. Fact check everything. Don't let anybody, not me, not anybody else, think for you. Third,
well, that sounds
support
like
the
something I would
organizations
say.
and lawyers who are actually fighting for us, not the ones talking about fighting, the ones actually filing lawsuits, challenging these policies in court, doing the hard work of protecting our rights. Remember who's actually on our side when election time comes. Look at the voting records. Look at who's introducing civil rights legislation and who's blocking it. Look at who's appointing judges that protect our rights and who's appointing judges that strip them away. And fifth, teach your children the real history. Teach them about Sergeant Henry Johnson and all the other Black heroes whose names are being erased. Teach them about disparate impact in civil rights law. Teach them to recognize propaganda and disinformation, because if we don't pass down the truth, they'll inherit the lies. This is bigger than politics, family. This is about our identity as a people. This is about whether we're going to let them erase us from the American story or whether we're going to fight to stay in it. So to everyone watching this video, I want you to share it. I want you to make sure your family sees it, because the voices telling the truth about what Trump is doing need to be heard now more than ever. They want to destroy our history? We'll carve it into stone.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us at the Project Censored radio show. We're very glad right now to be joined by Dr. Gerald Horne, who holds the Moores Professorship of History and African American Studies at the University of Houston. His research addresses issues of racism in a variety of relations involving labor, politics, civil rights, international relations, and war. Dr. Horne is the author of more than 30 books and 100 scholarly articles and reviews. His current research includes 2 forthcoming books, The Counter-Revolution of 1836, Texas Slavery, Jim Crow, and the Roots of U.S. Fascism, and Revolting Capital, Racism and Radicalism in Washington, D.C., 1918 to 1968. Dr. Horne, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me, and I'm happy to report that both of those books have been published.
Oh, fantastic. Well, then, folks, you can add that to the long list of books by Dr. Horne to check out. So, Dr. Horne, I know that we're recording this and obviously airing it after July 4th, but I want to turn the clock back some 250 years ago. At the founding of the United States, as you put it, as an apartheid nation that you mentioned in your book, The Counter-Revolution of 1776. And now we're taught in this country, but I can also say as somebody who grew up in Europe, that we're also taught that the American Revolution was a huge step forwards for egalitarian ideals. Now, anybody who does even a little bit of research will find out things like, for instance, at the founding of the nation, only 6% of the population was allowed to vote. That's white property-owning men. So that immediately demotes that pedestaled revolution from the heights and that it's placed. But there's more to it than that.
Did anyone know that?
The Africans
It was
living in what was then
America was
the
really
American
an
colonies,
elitist project.
were
Bet no
used as
one ever
threats
told
against
you all that.
colonists, i.e. will arm enslaved Africans and use them against you. And so Africans overwhelmingly sided with the British in the war. A Britain where by 1774, some 10 to 15,000 slaves had gained freedom. But this freedom did not apply in the British colonies. Now, Dr. Horne, I'm wondering how much did these abolitionist threats and what the colonists were getting from the crown, way and the ultimate push for that quote unquote, revolutionary war?
Well, I think it was significant, as I point out in my book, and as has been validated by other researchers and scholars. In order to understand 1776, you have to understand 1772, that is to say, Somerset's case, where the settlers led by George Washington had reason to believe that England was moving to abolish slavery in England itself, and that was thought to hold jeopardy for major fortunes based upon enslaved Africans in the colonies. But it's not only that question. Keep in mind as well that 1762, 1763, you have the so-called Royal Proclamation, whereby London cast doubt upon continuing to expend blood and treasure, waging war against the indigenous nations in order that real estate speculators like George Washington could profit. And that too was outrageous to many of the settlers. And as validated by subsequent events, we know that after the triumph of the so-called patriots, they precisely began to steamroller through the rest of the continent, which helps to explain during round two of the battle for North America, why Tecumseh, the great Native American leader who was seeking to organize a so-called Pan-Indian Confederation, fought shoulder to shoulder with the Redcoats against the settlers. That's why in August 1814, when the Redcoats invaded Washington, D.C. and torched it, they were joined by a countless number of Black people who, of course, were laboring under enslavement, and then fled on British boats to Trinidad and Tobago, where their descendants continue to reside. Now, I think that many of our friends on the left, they would like to see all of us on the same page. And therefore, they tend to gloss over the fact, which you introduced in your opening remarks, that obviously all of us were not on the same page. But I understand the sentiment. And what is more difficult to understand is why the formation of the United States could be seen as a great leap forward for numerous Europeans. After all, you had religious dissidents, Catholics, and those who were Jewish in the first instance, who were persecuted on the shores of Europe. But once they crossed the Atlantic, they were redefined in this identity politics of whiteness, and then did not face as much persecution on these shores as they did in Europe. Although, to be fair, they did not escape persecution altogether. There were torching of convents in the United States post 1776, reflecting what one historian called the Protestant Crusade. And of course, many Jewish people continued to be persecuted on these shores despite the promise of the First Amendment. And so it's well past time for a reevaluation of 1776. I say this in particular since we're facing the prospect of what many analysts consider to be an onslaught of fascism or neo-fascism. And the history that we're taught today, it seems to me, was very helpful in helping to undergird the movement against Jim Crow in the 1960s. But that was more than 50 or 60 years ago. And we all know that history changes. That helps to explain why W.E.B. Du Bois, the founder of the NAACP, the great Pan-Africanist, helped to change our perception of Reconstruction in the United States, the post-U.S. Civil War period, which, to the point that W.E.B. Du Bois published his book, Black Reconstruction, was portrayed as an era of Negro corruption and cupidity. But after his book, it was...
Hey, Wale, it was brown Reconstruction or colored Reconstruction, right? Dude, don't ever fuck with me about what you know. I am not John Galt. I actually know shit. It was Black Reconstruction. Maybe you know something I don't, but don't be fucking with me like that in the chat, son.
portrayed as an era of democratic promise, and that is the prevailing interpretation today. And so we need a new interpretation of the founding of the United States that helps to shed light, once again, on why we may be on the verge of a unique and peculiar form of fascism.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to touch on something that you mentioned briefly, because I think that's also part of the problem with how we learn history. It's it's very much siloed. Okay, like the enslaved
Yes.
Africans were here and the indigenous were here,
Yes.
but you made the point there was a
We don't understand how to interlock periods of history, and Gerald Horne is actually rather good at doing that. And historians need to catch up to him. And part of it is just, he's a curious dude. He goes out and finds out stuff. Now the problem is he's getting close to 80, believe this or not. So we don't have a lot of Gerald Horns. So we go.
lot of crossover there, and as
You don't look no 80, Stanley.
like the indigenous people's history of the
I
United
wasn't
States, for
talking about
instance,
her. Is her name
runaway
Gerald Horne?
slaves would sometimes find their way
No, the other fellow.
into indigenous communities.
He is
that how much do you
mid
feel
70s at a minimum.
that solidarity and that potential was also a threat to the
And I know
settlers
this for a
around
fact.
the time of the Revolutionary War?
Well, that is one of the more unspoken chapters in the history of the United States, although I would salute your reference to the indigenous people's history of the United States, because it's one of the few texts that actually addresses that issue. In the book I mentioned at the top of our discussion, my book on Texas, I talk about the relationship between the Caddo people, C-A-D-D-O, on the Texas-Louisiana border, who basically had an interlocking directorate with Black people. One of the major threats to U.S. seizure of Florida approximately 200 years ago was the fact that the people we refer to as the Seminoles, who, by the way, rather disgustingly, that is the nickname used by the athletic teams of Florida State University in Tallahassee. That's another story for another day. But in any case, the Seminoles likewise had an interlocking directorate with Black people. In fact, there were those on the scene in the 18 teens who suggested that actually the Seminoles were a Black-led indigenous formation. And certainly they wanted nothing to do with the United States of America, because the United States of America had a well-merited reputation of exacting genocide against the indigenous and enslaving Africans wherever they could be found. What I find interesting about Native American history in retrospect is that those who sought to accommodate the settlers, I'm speaking of the Cherokee, who once occupied in profusion the southeast quadrant of North America. Many of them converted to Christianity, many of them became sedentary agriculturalists, many of them actually enslaved.
Let me actually do something that Father Anthony was the first class of my first year of high school. My very first class in high school was Latin. And Father Anthony was funny, smart, and you know what? We didn't believe he was a priest because he was so profane with his language. We didn't believe. We went like 2 years. He's not a priest. Then he said mass one day. And so, I guess you had to be a priest to say mass. That motherfucker was profane to, like, even to this day, I can't believe a priest could curse like that. However, every day in Latin class, we used to have a guppy of the day. So the way guppy of the day worked, you know what a guppy is, right, 12th man? It's like that fish, like the first fish to die in the aquarium. 12th man, do you know what a guppy is? Hello? Well, I guess we're not going to hear from 12th man. Palomino Ricky Z, you are my guppy for the day. If you even come close to pissing me off,
Yes,
Your
sir,
ass is
Stanley. I know
oh
what a
no
guppy
problem.
is.
Okay, that's cool.
I'd stepped out for a minute, and
No, 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 no problem,
I
no
didn't
problem.
want you to hear all my ruckus. So
That's fine. I was telling you, kind of giving you the background story since you're up on this panel. Guppy of the day is going to be Palomino Ricky Z. Basically, Father Anthony's Latin class was like if someone raises their hand. Now he had this ball he would toss you, and whoever caught it, you're the Guppy of the day. So, and it's a random, like, did you do your homework bullshit thing. So, if he asks you to decline some Latin, verb or noun, and you raise your hand, okay, if you get the answer wrong, okay, Guppy of the day, correct this person. So, and if you didn't, there might be a hidden punishment somewhere. You might be doing extra homework. This motherfucker was cruel. Guppy of the day, you randomly caught this ball. If you can't answer all the questions that everyone else gets wrong, guess what? You're going to be doing a shitload of homework. Everyone feared being Guppy of the day.
well, it's kind of like
Well, hold on.
my bad.
Everyone did their motherfucking homework and maybe some extra shit because no one wants to be Guppy of the day. And worse than that, if you wind up being Guppy of the day, you motherfucking better know what everybody else doesn't know. These Benedictines were motherfucking just cruel but smart. And you know what? You caught the ball. You're the Guppy. You better have done your homework. Dude, it's beautiful. It's almost the perfect way to teach high school. So the reason I bring this up and explain so much, Palomino Ricky Z, if you piss me off even slightly in this goddamn chat, you're gone for 24 hours. It's not going to be a banishment. Oh no, you know what? That you're here is annoying. I'm going to pick on you. You are the Guppy of the day. Palomino Ricky Guppy. Piss me off 24 hours and you can talk to John. I'm going to do what I want to do and get away with it. You fucking dumb son of a bitch. I'm tired of you. Piss me off once, you're gone. So I'm sorry to put you through that, 12 man. But
that's
I
all
needed
right.
to define the rules. Palomino, you will be the first of many Guppy of the days. What you got, 12 man?
Well, I was wondering if we could go over that New York City shooting a little bit, because I don't know.
Hold on. Let me refresh this. I don't know that much about it, but as it turns out, I happen to have the Washington Post up. Let's look at it together. And I don't know. Let me refresh
Well,
it.
and like the question I have is, if you're going to commit suicide, why would you shoot yourself in the chest? I believe someone shot that guy, and maybe deservingly so. Like I wasn't there, so I don't know all the facts. But
Let me ask you a question though. Why does it matter? He's dead. Why does it matter how he got dead?
well, because I think
you said deservedly so. So why, if he got what he deserved, why does it matter whether he did it or someone else? And this is actually an honest question. What does it matter?
Well, he either shoot or got shot.
Okay,
He's either shot or got.
Again, I understand that. Why does it matter whether he killed
They're
himself?
both verbs.
Okay, motherfucker, you are literally over talking. Dude, what does it matter? He's dead. Why?
Yeah, they're
Why?
both verbs.
Why?
What?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I
Why
was
does it
just trying
matter?
to stress that point that they're both verbs, Stanley. I mean, whether he shot
Wait,
himself
hold it. Where
or
are
he
we?
got shot, they're both
Okay,
verbs.
so the
So what does
reason
it
you
matter?
care whether okay, no, it doesn't matter. He's dead. Who cares who killed whom? Here's the video. Let's hope this works. Can you see this? Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's small, but you might blow it up,
Let me see.
Stanley.
Let me see if I can expand it. Sometimes this doesn't
Is
always
that
work.
Mayor Eric
There we go.
Adams? Yeah,
It is. My bad.
I like Mayor Adams. He's
Uh-huh.
cool for a Democrat.
Uh-huh.
5 innocent people shot tonight. We lost 4 souls to another senseless act of gun violence, including a member of the New York City Police Department, Officer Islam.
Here's what we know so far. Surveillance video shows a male exit a double parked black BMW on Park Avenue between 51st and 52nd Streets, carrying an M4 rifle in his right hand. He walks towards the building's entrance. That individual was seen exiting the BMW alone. The building's security camera footage shows the shooter enter the lobby, turn right, and immediately open fire on an NYPD officer. He then shoots a woman who took cover behind a pillar and proceeds through the lobby, spraying it with gunfire. He makes his way to the elevator bank, where he shoots a security guard who was taking cover behind the security desk. One additional male is shot in the lobby, per his own statement from the hospital. The shooter then calls the elevator, which opens in the lobby. A female exits that elevator, and he allows her to walk past him unharmed.
Be right back.
Goes up to the 33rd floor, which is Rudin Management.
What's up, 12?
Begins to walk the floor, firing
What's up,
rounds
homie?
as he traveled. One person was killed on that floor. He then proceeds down a hallway and shoots himself in the chest. The shooter is believed to be Shane Tamura, 27-year-old male with a Las Vegas.
I never heard of anyone committing suicide by shooting himself in the chest.
Nirvana. Remember Kurt Cobain?
With rounds, a loaded revolver, ammunition,
Do you remember Kurt Cobain?
and medication.
He shot himself in the head, though.
No, he didn't.
Searched by our bomb squad and found to be clear.
I always thought he shot himself.
in the chest too, and it was with a shotgun, I believe, or a rifle.
Oh, wow. I thought he shot himself in the head.
The Nebraska and
Nah, Brody.
on July 27th, and then in Columbia, New Jersey.
Thought he put it in his mouth and pulled the trigger.
And then you know that guy also that worked for the Clintons that he apparently committed suicide. He shot himself in the chest and apparently hung himself.
Mr. Tamura has a
Jesus.
But they never found the gun.
And never found the gun. Jesus.
Why he targeted this particular location.
Well, Latino for Trump, while I got you, do you think that sending a Mandami social worker to the scene instead of NYPD would have fixed the problem?
That was
He obviously
that would be
he obviously needed a counselor.
When they mean a social worker, a lot of people.
I need you to turn down your volume by half, 12th man.
Okay, my bad.
When people say social
No
worker,
problem.
people conflate what these people are trying to say. I mean, I don't agree with it, but what they're trying to say is instead of if this is a domestic dispute, let's say, why call the police to waste time with that instead of, you know, a social worker or something of some sort, right? Because most of the time when you see statistics for police, most of the police shooting incidents or when police puts themselves in danger is usually a domestic dispute. So the way they seeing it is, how about if somebody comes with a different solution instead of coming in hot or they getting hot just because the police is there. You understand? And that's that's the if about it. You know what I mean? But I don't agree with it. But that's not what they mean. Like if it's a shooting situation, they're not going to bring a social worker, bro. Like what are they going to do? Or a bomb squad or something. Like they're not going to do anything.
Well, hopefully the social workers would at least be armed. Hey, Stanley, it's not letting me access the audio settings, so if you wouldn't mind turning the audio down, I don't mind. I
Okay.
appreciate it. I didn't realize I was
Hey,
that
wait,
loud.
hold it. Try your audio setting now. It's set automatically on this side. And if you can't, I can turn it down.
All right. Is that better,
There you go.
Stanley?
Way better.
Yeah,
Okay.
Stanley. I came up
Yes,
on
sir.
here because I was on CTs today, like from the chat.
Oh, really?
And
How's he doing?
be brave, white flight landing, whatever. But
Well, wait, hold
he
it. Be Brave was
something.
also on John's show today.
But listen, he said something, right? That like I had to like see if you were on just to see if I'm crazy. He asked, he's like, if the Pookies and Ray Rays change, the black community could thrive and be
Well, wait,
successful.
say that again. If the Pookies and Ray Rays change,
Yes, and basically, you know, like not become so ignorant and ghetto or whatever, right? Whatever. That's not the point, right? So then they ask him, he's like, okay, so would you live around these people? It's like, no. Would you want them to live around you? No. So if let's say the Pookies and the Ray Rays do change, like, would you still want to live around them? And he goes, no, because I really don't care. And I'm like, then if you don't care, then why the hell are you talking about this?
look, it's not. I'm
like,
gonna be
it's very
honest with you.
contradicting, man.
It's
about
not gonna
something
be.
that doesn't really-
I'm gonna have to be honest with you. This motherfucker, Be Brave, is 70. It is both behavior and skin color. Okay, have you ever heard him talk about black women who aren't particularly violent? Black women don't tend to be as violent as black men. Have you ever heard him talk about black women?
It's because he sees the ones online, and it's like, those are the ones that
Okay,
get
well,
promoted.
he is an actual racist, like an old-fashioned racist, and my guess is his immigrant parents fucking taught him to be a racist.
But the point I'm trying to, I'm sorry, but the point I'm trying to get across
No.
is
Go ahead.
it's like, just imagine me all day talking about gay people, but in reality, I have nothing to do with that community. I don't want to be part of that
welcome to
community, but I'm
Idaho.
gonna talk
Welcome to
about them all
Idaho.
day. It's crazy. You get what I'm saying?
Look, well, wait, hold it. In all honesty, Latino, how much have I been saying how dumb this is?
I mean, sometimes it takes.
No. I need you,
some of us
dude.
sometimes,
I've been calling his arguments the height of white mediocrity for quite some time.
Like,
this
is
dude
my
has
thing,
no clue what he's talking about.
Right. So when you hear me talking about certain things about the like red pill, the manosphere, right?
Yeah.
It's certain topics that I hit. I really don't care about all the other shit about men bickering about women. I usually, it comes to two topics for me, which is like the children and separation.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
I feel like it should always be 50-50 because it took two people to make that kid. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only, aside from that, like, I don't think a woman should have the power of the children and basically hurt the father that way if the father wants to be in the child's life. But everything else, I could care less about. I don't care that woman.
Yeah, I've kind of
give a
lost
shit
what
about
you're
any of
talking about. What does McDonald's have to do with this?
Who?
You mentioned McDonald's.
Me?
What do I think you just did?
that. I ain't mentioned McDonald's.
Men, women, children. Okay, well, maybe I misheard. Bottom line is, be brave. This is what happens when you're actually uneducated. and you don't read books. You just make shit up.
That's all he does, Stanley. He just pulls shit out of his ass like the 70%, which is bullshit and
Well,
already
he
been
feels it is.
disproven.
See, this is literally, and you know, to someone like a Ben Shapiro's credit, Be Brave leads with his feelings, and he calls them facts.
That's my thing. I can't focus my time and my energy on something that I really supposedly don't care about. But then again, I'm spending my time and my energy on it. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, I go crazy.
Here's the deal, and I credited you, dude. I am a little into my Guinness Stout here. I'm looking at Black Manta, trying to figure out what he's talking about. Plenty of Waffle House and McDonald's videos that say different.
He's basically saying what the statement of like what I said, that that you see negativity of black women on videos and stuff. So
You know what? I live in a small town in Georgia, and believe it or not, about a week ago, I was there with my son and a buddy of mine eating at Waffle House. I think we might have been, you know, my son and I might have been the only black people there. I don't get the reference.
I mean, I've seen incidents happen at Walmart, but I've seen it white people, I've seen black people, I've seen Hispanic people. So at the end of the day, I see all types of race people arguing and fighting. So if we sit here,
I just find it problematic that you know,
for instance, if you see a white woman arguing with a black woman or vice versa, are we just going to say it's the black woman arguing?
John in Bravewood, you know what? I literally heard them, dude. Let me show you something. Latino, were you around to see this video of this community that some young black people wanted to start?
The Ozark community thing?
No, there's a black community that is in formation. They started 5 years ago.
Oh, good for them,
John. Well, yeah, I feel the same way, but I'm gonna find this because I'm just trying. John shit on these people, these young black people.
This is the problem.
No, John, and see, you know what? John is fine with the Ozarks. He's not fine.
Can I?
Well, let me find it right quick.
While you look for it,
I found it.
We have
you go ahead and talk.
We have people like Akon, right? That, you know, wanted to make a Akon city in Africa and 5 different places in Africa, and he got a whole bunch of money and couldn't do anything.
Well,
right?
here's the deal.
At the time, I didn't say anything. I let it ride to see if he actually accomplishes anything. Now that he didn't accomplish, and the African government took back 80% of the land, now I can shit on that guy if I wanted to, because there's you know, room for that. But like, these people just started a city or whatever it is, a town, 5. Like, you got to give it some time, bro. At least they building something. Am I right or wrong?
I think you're right.
Yeah, because Akon didn't build shit.
They can afford to do.
Then he had the money.
Right.
You got to give people time.
And this isn't the exact video that John watched on his show this morning, but I really want the both of you, because I just don't see John's well, you know what? Let's watch the video. It is 4 minutes, 30 seconds. And then I'll tell you what John's problem with these people is. This is Atlanta Black Star. It is literally one of the early black newspapers, and there's a whole history behind black journalism. It goes all the way back to turn of the century, turn of the 20th century.
Right.
Remember, Frederick Douglass literally started a newspaper back in his day. So there has been a black press for quite some time.
States is considered a key part of building generational wealth, but historically in the Black community, land has been hard to obtain and keep. Recently, 19 Black families came together to change that.
Black women, go to campaign.
A moment of triumph as Black families walk upon nearly 97 acres of land that they're thrilled to now call their own. Here in Toomsboro, Georgia, among the lush greenery and breathtaking scenery, is where Ashley Scott and Renee Walters hope their people can finally find freedom.
Everything that I'm doing with the Freedom Georgia initiative is for legacy, for generational wealth, and to help inspire the world.
The Friends united amid the nationwide unrest sparked by the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and Breonna Taylor. Walters reveals the trauma surrounding the murders led her to seek therapy.
I got a sense of anxiety when my husband would leave the house to go to work.
Scott says the situation left her feeling powerless to protect her own family.
It was just disheartening when it comes to being Black in America.
They pondered how they could make a lasting impact beyond protesting and signing petitions.
There was this desire, this need to be able to affect real change
Stanley,
and amass Black power.
After learning there was land for sale in Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Why are they hiding those beautiful faces in the middle of a field? Why are they wearing a mask?
This is 4 years ago. It was right after the pandemic. But since you've interrupted, you're not going to agree with why they did it. What I'm impressed with is they did it. You know, even if you don't agree with why, they motherfucking did it. Okay, buy 96 acres of land. Even if you are batshit crazy with the reason why you bought the 96 acres, guess what these Black kids did? They did it.
Yeah, they're building their own homestead. I
and
love
you know
it.
what? If you want to call it batshit crazy town, Georgia, fine. No one is paying. They didn't. They bought it. And John Galt has a problem with that. He is always talking about, and hold on one second. Oh yeah, I knew about it and didn't think about this until I saw that Arkansas story. But here's the deal. I find it offensive that John Galt would tell these people, why can't you, fix up the neighborhoods you're in? Why can't essentially he's saying, well, I want you back in the ghetto. Why can't you put all this money? They don't motherfucking want to live in the ghetto for starters. And they literally call this the Freedom Initiative. Why do Black people have to motherfucking live in the ghetto? This is literally 2025 United States of America. You can live where the fuck you want to live if you can afford it. And I find it, and I'm going to be honest, I find John's anti-blackness offensive. He disrespects Black people to a point to where I'm still shocked. I've heard John Galt say, well, Black people need to be like other communities. They need to pool their money and pull together. And these young people literally did it. And this is 4 or 5 years ago. And I think this is somewhere off of I-16. Next time I go home, to Savannah, to visit my father, I might just find him and maybe even do a little short about it.
Yeah,
but
do
let
a
me
live
also
stream.
I don't know that
Stanley.
I'll do a live. I don't know that I'll do a live stream. Let me figure it out. But the other thing I want to say is, I tell y'all that I literally, my parents and now my father, y'all know, how that worked out. We've had a the same fucking phone number for 55 goddamn years. It's a landline. We have dude, if I learned that phone number when I was motherfucking 5.
I still remember my grandma's number, Stanley.
Exactly. But my point is, I'm sorry if the John Galts and the other anti-black blacks and just failures, dude, I have roots that go, dude, my son, not last weekend, but the weekend before, mowed the lawn I mowed for motherfucking years. My son did it. And my father and I sitting there. My father had the roof replaced on our, I guess I'll call it an ancestral home. He didn't fucking ask for my money. That motherfucker was making jokes about it. And let me tell you something else. There was a little pen leak in the laundry room. And my father was taught, no, my mother, do you know what my father didn't do? He didn't put a fucking bucket to catch the water. Yeah, I guess it's time to motherfucking, he didn't say the motherfucking. My father, oddly enough, doesn't curse. No, you know what he did? He motherfucking said, because it happened a week before last when I was there. Can't see you today. I decided to put a new roof on the house. There was no fuss. There was no muss. And then all of a sudden, Stanley, do you need a new roof on your house? Dude, y'all motherfuckers don't understand that not all black people are broke. My father did not ask for money. That motherfucker just did it because it needed to be done. He could have put a bucket. This is what the John Galts of the world don't under. Okay, my point is that we're not all motherfucking poor. Some of us, now I'm not personally rich, but you know what? I don't ask my father for shit. But he does offer on occasion. I got my father-in-law. These people will offer, and you know me, I'm one of these motherfuckers. No, I'll handle it. But you know what? I know they got my back if times get hard.
I don't ask my mama for shit either, Stanley. But I was
right.
thinking.
But my point is, you're not black. The motherfucking anti-black, the anti-black,
Latino.
The anti-black. You know what, motherfucker? Latino understands my point. He's got ancestry. And by the way, 12th man, I am rambling like a drunk ass black old man. But my bottom line. Let me finish this point because I'll forget it.
Yes,
the bottom line is the John Galt, every Negro can't be black unless you live in the hood. Motherfucker, not even my parents grew up in the goddamn hood. What the fuck is this moron thinking? My mother literally never grew up in the hood, and my father grew up in a small town, not right outside of Valdosta. There were no hoods where they grew up, and I fucking never lived in a hood. Dude, keep your fucking toxic fucking problems to yourself.
I didn't.
I just cannot motherfucking understand this dumb son of a bitch. Even if I go to my father's, dude, my mother's side of the family, Sea Islands of South Carolina, St. Helena, to be specific. There were no motherfucking hoods there. John Galt is the most ignorant motherfucking black man I know. He knows Bama history. Dude, even my motherfucking, I'm not going to say that. Even my mother's side of the family, my father's side of the family, this is like, they grew up on fucking land. Motherfucker, I wouldn't know it. My fucking great grandmother wouldn't know what a ghetto was because we grew up in South Georgia or
Yeah, grew up in the country.
yeah, and John Galt is a motherfucking miserable son of a bitch. He thinks everybody needs to be his tenant, and there are free black people that have been around for fucking centuries. Don't project your motherfucking maladies on a whole fucking problem you
Yeah.
don't understand in the first place. And dude, I don't give a fuck. I hope he's listening. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. I grew up to be smart. My parents raised me to be smart. John Galt is smart. What the fuck is his problem? He's
You even got
literally,
along
he
with
is John Galt is
Stanley.
literally, John Galt is literally the dumbest black man I know right now. And if he were on the panel, I would literally say it to him. Motherfucker, what the fuck is going on with you? And I'm going to play
No,
the rest of this video. And 12th Man,
I-
you go on. I'm going to play the rest of this goddamn video.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you, Stanley. You know, I always thought that great reparations for the survivors of Jim Crow, which was implemented by Democrats, should
Okay,
be
well
land.
let me help your dumb political argument out. What
No.
Democrats?
Can I
Okay,
finish?
no. Go ahead and finish. But I'm gonna
I always thought
hurt your feelings.
the reparations of the survivors of Jim Crow should be land. Like, give them opportunity. That's all they want. Just like this
My father
video
and
you're
mother,
showing.
my father and mother literally grew up in the 40s and 50s. They literally grew up with Jim Crow. And you know what? And please finish, but I'm going to hurt your feelings.
But they should be given land just like these people receive
You know
their
what?
reparations.
My father did
you know?
not get his farm from reparations. He wasn't stupid enough to think that white people gave a fuck in the first place. White people don't give a fuck.
Well, that's what these people are accomplishing in
Okay,
the
but
wilderness
white people,
on their own.
I understand your point, and I'm proud of them for it. White people didn't give them this shit. They literally pulled their money together.
Yeah,
Good for them.
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely good for them. Now, let's listen to
Amen.
the rest of this. Go ahead, Latino.
No, I'm saying amen. That's the way it should be. Like these people are doing right here.
Well, you know, their loans and stuff, but one of the main women, this was a 2-woman get this project started, and one of them is a real estate developer. And they have a whole website, and one of the houses they show is like a $450,000 house. And again, that's why I want to go down there next time I'm on my way home. And it might not be till September or so. I'm not going to make a special trip. But John Galt does not understand that black people aren't as fucked up as he is. He's literally a problem. Thank God it's only to himself. And I'm saying it, motherfucker. And I challenge any dumb son of a bitch who wants to hop up here, including John Galt himself. Motherfucker, Stanley Cross is my real name. I don't have to hide behind an Ayn Rand white boy. Motherfucker, I stand on my own 2 feet. I don't have to fucking, get a name from some racist white bitch to start a channel. And
my
I
real name is
said it.
Jeremy.
Okay, I don't need to know.
You can call me Jeremy.
I know.
I got a Jew name.
Got a what?
A Jewish name.
So
Isaiah.
You're
don't care.
Catholic, right?
Yeah, my mom. Yeah.
Okay, and
No, I mean everybody's giving their names. I just.
well, the problem. No, I'm saying
What's
John
your real
Galt.
name, Latino?
Harold.
I'm literally saying
Harold.
John
Right
Galt
on.
has problems, and suddenly they're becoming obvious.
County, Scott and Walter spoke with friends about teaming up to acquire it.
So when we presented the opportunity, everybody just jumped on the chance because we just knew that it would be something great.
That's how the Freedom Georgia initiative was born. In August, the 19 families purchased the 96.71 acres in Toomsboro that you see here. Their goal? To create a new Black Wall Street, a safe space for people of color to live and thrive.
We see tiny home retreats. We see nice, beautiful farm homes for you to have weddings. We see barns and horses.
The pioneers say never before have their families owned land until now.
We have to create generational wealth, and we have to begin to work collectively. And
these women are literally saying everything right. Generational wealth, families never owned land. Now they own land, maybe not outright. But John Galt shit on these people. Why couldn't they stay in the hood? Why couldn't they motherfucker, they had a dream, and these women and their family members, motherfucker, thought your dumbass idea was too fucking dumb. Why can anyone tell me why John Galt would fucking find a problem? And I'm going to tell you why I think he did. They're black women. And you know what? John Galt is a motherfucking racist from the core. He doesn't like them. He doesn't like these bitches because they are black. Literally. They are black women and they can't do anything right in John Galt's fucking pickled brain. He's a motherfucking misogynist and not that bright. And yeah, I'm going in hard. Fuck it. I can do that.
Well, sometimes
Cheers,
when a painter is painting something, he messes up. He grabs a new page and starts all over. And basically, that's what these.
You know what? That motherfucker can't paint.
No, the analogy I'm trying to get across is that these women starting fresh, new.
Well, who's starting fresh here? Who's starting fresh here? Who is
Can we watch the video and see how?
No,
Stephen Farm
I'm
built?
asking a very specific question. Who's starting new here? Dumbass John Galt or these two young? These are young people, by the way. They're not 50-year-old pickle brain failures who scrape up dead bodies and want to do shows.
Shit to accomplish 97 acres, man.
They're still kind of innocent.
97 acres. Woo.
Look, it's not 1,000 acres, but you know what?
Man, it's a lot.
And one of them's a real estate developer. So did you hear her talk about how she wants to develop the land? Now, John Galt talks about real estate and development and black people need to pool money together. And then when I give him something that black people did 5 years ago, and it still exists, this motherfucker pisses all over it like the goddamn coonish white motherfucking loving bitch that he is.
Just like today,
he does
right?
that, Stanley?
Can I say something?
Yes.
Just like today, right? Talking about name something a black person has made that has like changed the world or whatever, and I named somebody, but for some reason they kept ignoring what I kept saying in the chat. And I'll say her name. Her name is Alice H. Parker.
I don't know the name. Tell us.
This woman invented the radiator, and her 3 brothers decided to go around.
Really? Car
Yes,
radiator?
the radiator
Or
for
house
heating in
radiator?
1990 and 1919. A black woman.
Really?
Yes, you can look this shit up. Right? So she
That
was
about the time the Model T Ford came out, Latina?
The what?
The Model T Ford, they invented the radiator for the Model T. Or which
No, she invented
car?
the house, the home radiator, bro. Like she basically found a way
Oh, the
of getting
home.
your house heated. Like, yes. So when we talk about innovation that changed the world, I would say that changed the world because we still would have been burning wood.
What do you
still
think? Air
burning
conditioner,
wood.
that there's a principle of chilling water going through long stretches of metal.
There you have it. And she came with that. She came up with that. So at the
Yeah.
end of the day, boom.
Well,
And that was a
here's
woman.
the point. You know what? The first thing a John Galt would do is, did you have long hair? This motherfucker, this motherfucker,
It's like you
this
celebrating you
motherfucker
names
is
of
a
people.
goddamn
It's like you're
moron.
giving them names and they don't want to
Well,
accept it either.
am I wrong?
That's the problem that I have. It's like, because if we're gonna have a discussion and an argument, we don't have to come to an agreement, but we can meet in the middle at least, man. So if I'm giving you names of people and I'm giving you at least names and names and names and names, you can't come out and say, well, how was that accomplished, or because now you basically saying that none of these things matter in the world today, and it's like it's crazy, bro.
Right.
Like that's why I'm just like, oh, dude, like I'm not gonna argue just to
No,
argue.
you know, and I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna start this video again. John, if black people were sprung from John Galt's brain in 2025, we would be scraping dead bodies up. John Galt thinks that running a fucking hood, basically, is the highest goal a black man or woman can do. And that is so limiting. I don't know whether it's a Bama mindset. I honestly think that I feel sorry for him, to be honest.
I mean, if you're gonna bash and talk
No.
down on these people,
What he wants to do is talk about
change?
his, and I'm gonna go in.
Like, even
I'm
try.
going to go. I'm gonna drop nukes. I don't give
Full
a fuck
throttle,
about.
Stanley.
Oh, I'm not going full throttle. You should always pull back a little bit. I'm not an SR-71, and you probably know that history. When you need to go faster, you push a little bit forward. Bottom line is,
Stanley ain't gonna go full ninja.
well, I'm not John Galt. He is full ninja. But the bottom line is, I don't, dude. I honestly, John Galt has some problems, and you know, dude, having 2 families in 2 cities, that is ninja work, and he just doesn't seem to understand that he is what he describes. Motherfucker is. Look, you know what? You might not. I might have married a white woman, but I was married to a white woman. I was married. I was actually married. When I held my son for the first time, we were married.
You get married in the Catholic Church, Stanley?
No. What I'm trying to say, yeah, Justice of the Peace in Manassas, Virginia. It was a black Justice of the Peace who married us. And she didn't get that upset. She didn't get that upset that I was marrying a white woman. She might have thought something, but she had a duty to perform. Here is my point. I don't respect a 50-year-old nigga who doesn't marry the mothers of his children. I don't get that goddamn impressed. I don't give a fuck if you own 80 buildings and make $1 billion a year. Motherfucker, you aren't married. You are not married. I'm sorry. I had that Catholic school marm, nun, priest education. Motherfucker, your lovely lady, Lisa, I have a word for her. But I'll reserve it. So I'm not going to listen to a nigga telling me you can't marry your lovely lady Lisa and
No
talk
N
that
words,
much of anything.
Stanley.
Oh, I do what I want on my panel. Have you not noticed?
Yeah, but you said you wasn't gonna say that word.
Leave him alone.
You're
He's down. He's down for Guinness.
you are holding me to my standard, and you are right. So let's listen to these. I bet both these women aren't
Shut up,
much
you
over.
wigger. 12.
Wigger, that's a
bet-
compliment.
I bet that these two young ladies aren't that much over 30. And you know what? They accomplished something, and the John Galt anti-black folks are just pissed off. And see, the other problem, how they gonna tap into the white man's water? This motherfucker has never heard of a goddamn well. They don't need to tap into motherfucking water. There's such a thing as a well. Why does this fucking city boy raised dumbass not where the fuck do you think in the middle of nowhere, Kansas, there is water? They're wells, dude. You sound
Yeah.
like a dumbass. You sound like a dumbass.
Yeah, you dig them.
Recycle.
I know. Yeah, you might have to hire a company. And I literally told him I saw a whole community. It was built up on top of a mountain in Virginia. They leveled a motherfucking apple orchard, but these $1 million houses couldn't get city water. They built like a giant cistern. There are ways to get water in remote places, and this dumb son of a bitch can't free his mind from city water in the hood.
If you dig deep enough, not on a mountain though, but if you dig deep enough, you'll hit water.
Well, that mountain actually, you could walk to remote places on that mountain, and there would be like waterfalls. You can get you can get water, but here's the deal: I just don't like a dumb nigger. And I said that with the
That's
dude,
a hard R, Stanley.
yeah,
Come
that was a
on
hard
now.
R, and I am a little sauced. But the
Come
bottom
on,
line,
Stanley.
yeah, okay.
Come on, Stanley. Don't use that language like that, Stanley.
I will stop. But the bottom line is, it hurts my feelings to see someone so racist as a black man that he will shit on two black women with a dream. It is so sad. And you know what? I could go.
Did he do that, Stanley?
Yes.
To these women?
What? Yeah. He reviewed a video. As a matter of fact, he literally called one of the yes, he did. Now to the video, not to these women personally. John Galt is the worst thing to happen to the black community. There are always
Since
these
Uncle
fucking
Ruckus?
dude, he's not that smart.
Our dollars in our own communities.
Buying the land marks the first of many steps toward bringing the city of Georgia to fruition. Cornelius Blanding, executive director of the Atlanta-based Federation of Southern Cooperative.
What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to write this down right quick. This is what dumb fucks like John Galt don't understand. There are ways to get assistance, and part of it is one of the young black women we were looking at on this video is a real estate developer. she's probably going to wind up getting rather rich. But you know what? It's her idea. There are ways. Even if John Galt thinks they should all be like Elon Musk, white dicks to suck. Dude is a dude.
Say what?
All I'm saying is I understand why John Galt gets pissed off at me, because the motherfucker is just John Galt, that motherfucker is literally a Bama.
A what?
Yeah,
a Bama. Stan, I will certainly do that, Stan. Will do. John Galt is a Bama. You know what a Bama
You
is?
don't have to live there, though, Stanley. I mean, he could sell
hold on.
everything
Whoa,
he
whoa, whoa, whoa,
owns
whoa.
and
What do you
move
think
to
a Bama?
anywhere he wants.
Okay, dude, I
Right?
will drop your slurred ass in a heartbeat if you piss me off.
My bad, Stanley.
No, I don't have to live there. Do you know what a Bama is? You're from Tennessee. You know what a Bama is.
Yeah.
I would hope. A dumbass, a country bumpkin, a motherfucking redneck. And no, I don't have to live there. My grandparents didn't live in the hood. Dude, I could probably survive just fine, but motherfucker, I have some country roots. When I used to stay with my father's parents, motherfucker, there were pecan trees to fucking climb. We used to hide candy up in the pecan trees. Motherfucker, I don't know what the fucking hood is. Dude, there were chickens, there were eggplants. Dude, my grandparents didn't live in the hood. Why the fuck would I know what a hood is? But this dumb son of a bitch thinks all black. You ain't black if you don't live in the hood. I don't know I don't know what kind of Bama bullshit. Dude, black people didn't grow up in hoods, and this dumb son of a bitch doesn't even know enough black history to criticize his own stupid, very racist arguments.
Yeah.
It is so disappointing. Black people didn't grow up in goddamn hoods. They grew up on plantations, if you really want to be honest. But this dumb son of a bitch he grew up in Alabama and doesn't understand that if you really think about it, African slaves didn't grow up in the hood. The fuck is this dumb son of a bitch? It is so disappointing to see a mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Chip's Land Assistance Fund says he's excited for the families, but Blanding also has concerns.
So many of us go back to the land and we don't have the tools we need to properly develop it. We don't truly understand the history of things and understand it from the standpoint of what have been the challenges historically and how do we avoid those challenges.
Those historical challenges, he says, include discrimination, systemic racism, and heirs property.
What that is you have families who don't have a will or an estate plan, that don't have clear ownership. It's land that's been passed down for generations.
This is very important. There has been land, and years ago I was watching a documentary on some like serious, like $1 million an acre, like some serious land. And you know what? The land had been a generational thing where this family lived. There was no will, there was nothing. And there was history, and some like corporation just bought it to build a big resort. This man is actually smart as shit. And well, I won't say smart as shit, but he's making some points. Yeah, if you got land, you better have some documentation, because you will die one day.
Oh, dude.
Don't have a will or.
Go ahead, Latino. My bad.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't have a will or a power of
Dude, you know what? It happened for 100 years.
I mean, it's still
or
happening to
more.
this day. If
Yeah.
you're an elderly person, the government will come through and basically say that
Yep.
you are incapable of taking care
Oh
of
yeah.
yourself. They'll put
Yep.
you in a nursing home, and basically the government takes your property.
Yeah, and you know, you gotta have documentation, and you know what? Stupid people like Brian Nichols, that is how you assimilate into whiteness. You don't have to be white, but you might have to obey some white people's rules. It's a very legalistic culture. Make sure, you know, if you are some old black man like Stanley, you best be writing it down.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
this land
Get
needs
taken
to
care
go
of.
somewhere. That's all the assimilation we need. Dude, you can be as legalistic. You don't have to be a John Galt to make sure, you know, it your land
To
will
write a
live.
living will.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Where
No, not even dude. If especially if you're a veteran, no, you can get legal services and do an actual will. There's a difference.
You want to know what's crazy?
Living will is more. Living will is more who pulls the plug. In actual will,
Mm-hmm. But
yeah, that's why I was hoping to get Juan up here if he's out there listening, because I need to hire someone on who I'm gonna leave my property to, and then she can take care of it. My sister.
What's crazy
So.
is my kids are like in everybody's will, like in my wife's mom's and my mom's will. There's that.
all right.
Sounds
Well,
like you're
let's start this.
pretty set.
An estate plan that don't have clear ownership. It's land that's been passed down for generations without a will.
Not identifying a legally designated owner puts family-owned land in jeopardy, he says. Blanding recommends that the Freedom Georgia Initiative makes sure to take steps to protect its new land.
That there's some form of will, estate plan, some corporation, some family trust, or some form of structure. So getting the property structured so that they can protect it is one of the most important things that they would do.
For those who hope to achieve a similar feat in their own communities, Blanding says access to the right kind of capital is key.
When Black folks understand more, come together more around pooling capital, whether it be in communities to create these community development credit unions, or collectively to create some type of financial institution.
Right now, Walters, Scott, and the other families have a lot on their freedom agenda.
Fire services, emergency services, law enforcement, road and water and sewage.
Financially, they're getting help from people all over. Through a GoFundMe page, families have raised over $63,000 of an $88,000 goal. They say their mission will take time, but they're ready and willing to put in the work.
We want to be a model for cities and towns all over to show them that you can bring your friends and family together and purchase land, because now is the time. Welcome to freedom.
Welcome to freedom. Scott and Walters say they hope the city of Freedom, Georgia will be up and running within the next 3 to 5 years. In Toomsboro, Ashley Williams for Atlanta Black Star.
Can white people go there? That looks like a good place to hook up with a black woman, Stanley.
Damn, man.
Well, let me put it to you this way. You've been in trouble with this sort of stuff on Drip Show. I don't have the patience of a drip. So you might want to moderate.
I don't care about drip.
Okay, dude, be careful. That's my advice.
You're my buddy, Stanley. What the hell?
I'm not that kind of buddy, son. So when your buddy tells you to be careful, what should you do? My guess would be heed his words, be careful.
Well, you are my elder, so.
Well, Buddy and elder, heed your elder. Dude, you know me better than that. I don't have this kind of patience.
Drip is my younger. He ain't got no shit on me. Fuck him.
Yeah. So, you know what? Let's see what else we got that will appeal more to younger people. So anyway, that's my point about, the John Gall anti-black racist bullshit. Black women especially, and black people in general. John Gall thinks we are all going to fail if we don't move back to the hood. And probably what he's really thinking is we should all be his ratchet tenants. Motherfucker, nobody wants to fucking live there. What did I stutter?
No,
Motherfucker,
no, sir, you didn't.
you keep telling us the worst of the worst. Well, we aren't all the worst of the worst.
But you had a pretty good story, Stanley, that time you moved up into the mountains and met all those rednecks, and you said those were some of the best people in the world. Those rednecks.
Yeah. So your point would be what?
I was hoping you could tell the story again.
Not tonight.
Is that nighttime there already? Jesus.
Look, I'll tell it when it's natural to tell. I don't do stories on demand.
On demand stories?
They have to be organic. So this is Anton Daniels.
Oh yeah, that's my buddy right there, Stanley.
Oh, sorry.
Anton
You know
Daniels.
what? I am literally. Damn it,
Mr. Milk Dud.
Yeah, that's
He's
funny.
pretty cool, I think.
You've seen the stories coming out of Cincinnati. A few nights ago, a white couple got the shit beat out of them. Woman knocked flat out cold, laying there looking like a board. And then a group of guys went around the white dude, a bunch of black dudes, and stomping them and kicking them and punching them. And now I log on to X for the first time today, and then I'm seeing another group of black guys beat up a white guy. So not stories you'll see in the mainstream media, but just something you might want to look up and pay attention to yourself, act accordingly.
Yeah, it's pretty bad out here, and I'm also seeing it. And I'm also seeing it in places where it's not necessarily catching mainstream attention in media. It is about to start picking up stream because I got contacted by several different outlets to see if I had any commentary or if I wanted to join tonight, which I'm not able to join because I'm actually at the airport and I'm about to catch a flight. But I do have some thoughts on it, and we are going to probably talk about it on the Q show tonight. But long story short, you got a situation where everybody keep making excuses why everybody is getting monkey pounded out that just so happens to have white pigmentation versus black pigmentation in their skin, and people are justifying.
Here is what dumb fucks like Anton and John Galt, they will automatically go to white. Motherfucker, you don't know what those two idiots said. They probably pissed somebody off. They probably came out of a bar and started talking some shit and didn't think they'd get clocked. That's what Glass Jaw Daniels and I'm too drunk to make sense Galt. Dude, y'all fucking automatically defend whiteness. That's why you scrape up dead bodies, and I don't.
And I've seen a lot of different theories in which I've seen the video. Can't show it here, but I've seen the video because YouTube will remove you. But basically, they beating the crap out of the guy, and people are starting to get upset, and they not necessarily taking it so lightly. And people are getting a little bit more bothered and a little bit more vocal, and they're creating a situation where it's turning negative.
The racing beatdown video from Cincinnati this morning. Take care. Horrific. And it happens dozens of times every year in this country for decades. Dozens of times. And we turn a blind eye to it. If people understood, if they knew, and the FBI has the stats, how often that race makes the other race the victims, it'd be horrible for race relations if people actually understood it. Most violent crime stays within your race. But there is an exception in the United States of America, and nobody talks about it. And if the roles were reversed... Sorry about that, Stanley. Well, shit, look what happens,
No problem.
When a violent drug addict who fucking robs pregnant women dies from a drug overdose while being held down by the police, he becomes a fucking hero.
Racism is not going to die at this point. That's just the facts. Like, let me tell you what was really bad and how it made it even worse and how it kind of exacerbated itself. Because instead of us stomping out racism completely and saying, hey, we need to stop being so race focused, over the last 4 to 5 years, people started justifying it. You started seeing painting.
This is what dumb son of a bitches like Anton Daniels failed to understand. Motherfucker, black people historically defended themselves against racism in fucking ass brains like Anton Daniels and John Galt think black people in America invented racism and propagated. This motherfucker is literally a moron. He doesn't know his history, and who gives a fuck? You're gonna lick the white man's ass clean every time, just like a John Galt. Motherfucker, you literally are white. You don't have to assimilate in, you are white. Just like Steven and Django. And Brian Nichols, where's your little puppy? Where's your little puppy? Palomino pity party puppy. The motherfucker's a moron too. I'm coming after you fucking anti-black blacks. Dumb fucks like Anton Daniels think black Americans, legacy black Americans, invented racism, and it's up to us to deal with racism. This motherfucker is a moral failure, a brain freeze, and you know what? I'm gonna unsubscribe from this bullshit. He is finally, and I haven't been subscribed to him for that long, but motherfucker, I'm not gonna sit here and you act like black people invented America. It's racism in America is a white people problem. Every single one of them. When white people want to get rid of systemic racism and racists, it's up to them. And this, black people deserve because of their behavior, it is a fallacy. When you get rid of Be Brave as a fucking icon, America will get better, but not until then.
He's in the street, the Black Lives Matters, the white apologists, they didn't make it any better. And so now what you see is there's an extreme level of privilege that's coming from the other side, from black people. Now, of course, this is not a popular subject and people don't want to talk about it. And, black people that are super racist, which I said that it was black people that was racist a long time ago. People tried to make it seem like it's not a thing, but they have now become more empowered because they can say and do things that other cultures and other races can't. So much so to where things have almost switched and reversed to where the privilege is on the black side and the white male is the one that is the most attacked. He is a symbol of hate and racism and fascism.
Look at this motherfucker. The white male also has the tastiest dick I can suck. He's got the whitest cum I've ever tasted.
Come
Jesus
on, Stanley.
God, the motherfucker, I said what I said. You got a challenge to what I said?
Yeah, he's just saying that,
He is literally the whitest cum liquor from a white
that's
man.
gross.
I've fuck it, leave if you're grossed out. I've unsubscribed from his channel. This fucking coon cum liquor.
He wrecks your craw,
Hey,
Stanley.
dude, don't make me drop you. Don't interrupt me. Anton Daniels is the biggest white man cum liquor I've heard since John Galt today. He hasn't. John Galt knows the vanilla ice cream cum flavored fucking bullshit. And
He's just
this
covering the news,
hey, motherfucker,
Stanley. Come on.
he is literally not covering news, 12th man. Dude, the motherfucker's a white man cum liquor. Literally. Yum yum, Anton, I'll lick some more, sir.
I think you have a problem with strong black men.
I have a problem with you thinking Anton Daniels is a strong black man. The motherfucker's a moron and a cum liquor.
That's disgusting, Stanley.
You know what? There's a reason Anton's hand is up there, so you can't see that white man's cum on his lips.
Inside of this country, and it's unfortunate because I believe that everybody should be judged on the merits of who they are and the content of their character. And we've had so much diversity and equity and inclusion.
This motherfucker,
so much overcorrection.
Did you hear that part?
That now anything that
this motherfucker wants so much to be white, but he can't even speak proper English. Much like John Galt has, I can't tell John Galt has ever spoke English well.
Anybody says now take this situation where he just said it, and he broke it down beautifully. He said, "Listen, if the roles were reversed, we'd be burning down cities," and that's absolutely true. It would be marches. It would be cities burned down. Of course, I know that people like D.L. Hughley would never speak on anything like this because him, the Ricky Smileys of the world, all of those people, the race baiters, they are the biggest people that incentivizes this type of behavior and this type of culture. I don't believe that anybody should be
literally. We need to deport his non-English speaking ass. This motherfucker could.
He's an American.
Okay, dude. The best. Dude, most Americans speak English atrociously, including you for that matter. You don't know how to fucking
I'm terrible.
Yeah. Okay, well, you are somewhat better than this motherfucking tether.
Appreciate that, Stanley.
Hurt. I don't like it. It's not dope. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm tired of seeing everything to be race-based. And we try to make it seem like everybody is so oppressed. When in general, if you live here in the United States of America, you have more opportunities than anybody in the world. And so all of the excuses as to why people can't control themselves, and then you.
This is what dumb fucks like Domehead here. He literally is avoiding the point. What he should say is America's racist as fuck, but you can still get ahead. He would be much more admirable, and I wouldn't be able to call him a goddamn illiterate idiot.
Dumbhead.
Literally. Well, doesn't his head look like a dome? It's
Well,
shiny
yours
like a dome.
has an afro
Literally,
on
motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. Don't look at my head. Look at the screen. Is his is his head is his head not
it.
shiny like a dome?
Well,
And
yeah.
then these fucking gay fucking glasses. What's that gold shit on the side? It's a woman's pair of glasses. Motherfucker, Anton Daniels, dude, you gotta excel at something. Don't be stupid plus illiterate plus you look like a gay boy with these glasses. Dude, do something right. And then you literally right at the bottom here, there's still white man's cum dripping off those very pink lips. Dude is a problem.
You're
This motherfucker,
terrible, Stanley.
oh, dude, that's why people don't come up on these panels. I have to give you credit, dude. You know what? You're not a pussy, that's for sure.
No.
You
But
can't
that's
come into the
once or
ball game
twice.
and go out unscathed. Anton Daniels is a motherfucking ugly woman. And a bald one at that. So you know what? You know what? I don't even want to finish this coon gay man's fucking
Come on, Stanley.
Yeah, Anton Daniel is a gay coon. If you're gonna be a coon,
Thank you.
be a motherfucking man. Be a male coon. This motherfucker's about to have baby coons.
Stanley, you're the worst redneck in the country.
Motherfucker, you know what? They're gonna be a bunch of little coons riding his little baby. you see not raccoons, but you've seen god damn it.
I know what a coon is, Stanley.
That
You
the
don't
little
have
babies
to explain it.
Well, no. You know what? God damn it! I'm having a senior moment. Not the coon, the fucking what is the marsupial with the little babies that ride the back all over the South? God damn it! You know what? I am so. You know what? Call me a dumb motherfucker. I'm gonna watch this young lady who used to be a Republican, by the way. Hit the link, CK, if you want. He's probably on the way home. This is my new cutie.
In the Kennedy family. And God bless these people
A
for
white
stepping up
woman?
during this era of Trump when he's doing so much damage to the Kennedy name
I'm not a
and just
racist.
abusing us all. The latest is that, okay, we know that Trump took over the Kennedy Center and now he wants to rename it after himself. So he has a Republican MAGA idiot member of Congress who's like introducing legislation, I guess, to try and make this happen. The Kennedy Center was named after our assassinated President John F. Kennedy. For Trump to step in and do this is just, I don't have words, and I tend to be a fairly articulate person. Maybe you can all share some appropriate words for this in the comment section. It's just he wants to anger people. He wants to hurt people. He wants to destroy our traditions and our institutions.
Yeah, you're right, Brian.
Remember, he had
My bad.
Melania destroy the
Yeah.
Rose Garden in this first
Thanks for
administration.
help.
Now he's literally just paved it over. And this was what
Paved
First
it
Lady
over.
Jacqueline Kennedy did in the White House. She made a beautiful rose garden.
Like someone should
has
pave
been
your
tried and
face.
tradition
There is a back room.
in this country since the Kennedy years. So
Pave your
he's doing this
face,
on purpose.
ugly
He
bitch.
wants to put his thumb in our eyes. That's all. This is the
think
only
she's the
reason he's doing.
cutest
He is
thing.
jealous of the Kennedy name.
And I
They
like
are,
what
I
you're
guess,
saying.
the closest
I
thing
like-
to American
I like
royalty
her
that we
voice,
have.
too, don't you?
And they're almost mythical,
Not
as we know,
really.
the good, bad, the ugly. They've done a lot for this country.
Well, you can
So
always
this
annoying.
is what he wants to
you can
do. He's
always
trying
put
to
yourself
elicit
in the
this
back
reaction.
before I do.
I think that
My
in his
white
heart, he
pain
knows
will
that
not be
the Trump
silent.
name will never mean anything.
I'd rather
They're,
listen
as
to a
I
black
pointed
I
out,
don't
woman
is their
want you
talk.
crime,
to talk. I don't want you to
that they
talk
are
over
just
this
tacky.
white
They're
queen.
absolutely tacky people, and they will never have the respect of the
You're
world
terrible,
or
man.
Americans who aren't the
I
unwashed,
swear.
I
toothless
am. I
masses
not
wearing
only
those
terrible,
silly
but
red hats
outrageous.
and gold sneakers that go to the Trump rallies. So Trump knows that he's just a classless piece of garbage, and he will never have
Oh,
the
Oh
really?
yeah,
respect
that
of
is
the
true.
class of
That
people that
motherfucker
he
couldn't
desperately
have
wants to
class.
respect him. And that's always been a long time thing for him. And the Kennedys would be somebody that if they would
And
have
you
him, he would be
are
groveling at their feet to be a part of that. But they aren't going to
Yes.
have him. So this is what he does. He destroys people. If he can't be a part of their class, if he can't be a part of the upper crust of America,
a bitch
he will
that
just
can
seek
figure
to
out
destroy
what
them.
her hair
He's
color
jealous.
is.
He's just a jealous little toddler in that regard. He's a lot of things, but
Really?
this is just one of the things
Tell
that he
us.
is.
Wait, you know what?
So this is
Tell
what he's
us
doing.
about hair color.
Destroys the rose
This
garden.
seems
Wants to
like
rename.
something you're an expert at. Tell us about hair color.
Well, women that, especially white women that change the color of their hair like that to be a blonde means that they want to submit to something. Basically,
Really?
she wants an authoritarian government,
Mm-hmm.
and she's calling Trump a fascist, which
Mm-hmm.
fascists aren't elected, by the way. And
Bullshit. You are literally uneducated on fascism. Hitler literally was elected chancellor. Motherfucker, you better do better.
yeah, that's the only one.
Don't make no, sir.
That's the only one you got.
Putin literally has elections regularly. Do you actually understand what the fuck you're talking about? Dude, fascist Saddam Hussein, motherfucker, these people, like, they stage elections. They may not be actual free and fair elections, but
Oh,
they
you
have
mean
elec-
like
what you want to do is stop being dumb. Don't be dumb and white, son.
how come the
You
Democrats
are
didn't have
literally
an election?
moving into be brave territory where you're literally think someone told you were smart because you were white.
Well, at least we had a
You should have,
primary.
dude, I'm gonna abuse you. I'm going
At
to
least
tell
we
you
had a primary,
you are
Stanley.
literally not smart because you were white. You don't come from smart stock. Be brave.
Yeah,
too.
we replaced
Dude,
presidents
I
with
will literally bring out the racist in you. And I know it's close. I can
like
feel it.
Kamala,
Dude,
the unelected hero
like
of Democrat.
the Kamala people, white dumbasses like you, literally told black people, you told black people she wasn't black, and you believed it like you're some authority on race.
She's not black.
Okay, motherfucker, look at you. Look at your racist ass telling a black man who is black
She's
and who is not.
Indonesian.
Okay, motherfucker, I will put your ass in the back and abuse you. How dare you, you lily white moron, tell me who is black, a black man? You literally sound like a goddamn fool. You don't get to tell Mr. White Man who a black man considers black or not. Do you
Yes, I do.
understand? Do you understand how far out of your depth you are? Even white people think that's dumb. And
Yeah,
you're right.
like this stupid bitch on the screen.
All I have to say is you don't have the sense that you don't have the IQ that white people are supposed to have, and that's problematic.
Ask her what a black man
You
is.
are
She would.
literally, if someone like a Charles Murray is
I bet she might
supposedly,
know.
okay, of course you want to overtalk me.
Sorry, Stanley.
Dude, you literally should be quiet and let's watch this white woman with the colored hair. I am literally going to abuse you. I'm gonna embarrass
That's
you.
all right, Stanley. I'm
Don't
used
make
to
me
your
have
hurtful
Kennedy
words.
Center and pull that from us. He's got that same jealousy about Barack Obama. It's racist. There's no question that a lot of it is racism. But overall, even aside from the blatant racism,
Yeah,
I think that Trump
what's up with Trump? Trump doesn't like Obama because Obama has more class, is literally way smarter, has a dude. People like Trump are a lot like Be Brave. Be Brave is the way less poor fucking white trash Trump. And if it wasn't for Trump's parents, Trump would be living next door to Be Brave. Trump is white trash, but he had money. And Stan, what do you have to say? Hey, Top, hit the link if you want. Yeah, all I have to say is we can get to Kamala's actual genetics.
Non-election.
Dumb white fucks who want to struggle to be relevant become Be Braves. Donald Trump.
Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Stanley,
Stan.
I can't.
No. Hold
Stanley.
on. I'm gonna finish what I'm gonna say, 12 man. Honestly,
Yes, sir.
What the best thing you could do is follow my lead because I know how to lead. Donald Trump is literally leading America down a tobacco road. We are all gonna. Do you know what tobacco road is?
Yeah, I read a book about it one time.
Good for you. Donald Trump is literally going to lead America down a tobacco road. The motherfucker is a low class, not the best of white people. And y'all need to understand that shit. The dude is
not
a problem.
the best, but
okay, no, he is literally a fucking white trash moron. Be Brave. I think the only thing that saves Donald Trump is because he has a better education than Be Brave. I don't think Donald Trump is smarter than Be Brave, though. Donald Trump is the worst thing for America. Even Andrew Jackson was fucking smarter. Probably had a better education and could, at least Andrew Jackson could hold a gun. Donald Trump is a pussy.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Literally, he eats his goddamn pizza with a plastic knife and fork. Not even.
I think if for real,
Dude, give me a smart white man to at least criticize. Donald Trump wouldn't understand it if I called him white.
You'd be scared of an ICE agent.
At least you understood the Tobacco Road reference, and I have to give you respect for that, to be honest. You actually understood the reference. Nothing wrong with a man who reads books. So let's get back to the fake blonde.
Is just
but the woman.
It's a jealousy because
look, my wife was a natural blonde with brown eyes, by the way, and she's
a fake blonde.
I
don't really care. I'm not about to marry her.
Because he knows that Obama was an historic figure
who
also was a
I wondered
transformative
did she
Hold on,
dye
let me
her
hold
pussy or
on.
for our
Let
time.
me. Oh, the other interesting thing is she's a former Republican. She was literally like a bigwig, in that first Trump administration, and he's pissed her off.
Well, I just want to know did she dye her pussy hair too? That's
You
what
know
I
what?
want to know about.
Someone like you or John Galt or Be Brave would want to demean women like that, because not only are y'all racists, you're misogynists. You don't
Well, my
understand.
shotgun's
Yeah, no,
not
no,
racist.
motherfucker. You know what? Yeah, of course your shotgun isn't racist. It doesn't know race because a racist finger pulls it. We don't blame the gun. We blame the racist. Oh boy.
Now
And
we're
there's just no
going
questioning
into
that.
another
But aside
sector,
from that,
Stanley.
the Obama family, they're kind of in that Kennedy mode. Only, the Kennedys over time did have scandals. The Obamas don't.
What'd she say? The Obamas are what?
I
Just
actually
as guilty
don't
or
know shit.
something?
Dude, why are you talking? I
I don't
honestly
know.
don't know. I don't know about Franklin Pierce, John. You got me there. But Trump is literally Be Brave with a better education. And I'll backtrack this a little bit.
You crack me up, Stanley.
Aside from that, the Obama family,
That's what I
they're
live for.
kind of in that Kennedy mode. Only, the Kennedys over time did have scandals. The Obamas don't. They're kind of, they're kind of the perfect all-American traditional family.
Oh, really?
And certainly as human beings, I'm sure they have their
Tell me how they
imperfections,
aren't,
but
dumbass.
the way
No, tell me how they're not traditional, an American traditional family. And you're on the spot. I'm going to skewer your dumb ass if you even get it wrong. How are
Well,
Barack and Michelle? Okay, motherfucker, let me frame the question. How are Barack and Michelle Obama not the perfect family?
well, I just want to see
Motherfucker, see,
pictures of Michelle Obama
this is
pregnant.
you're a racist, is why you don't think they're the perfect family.
No, I
They're
just
not.
want to see
They are.
pictures
They
of
are
Michelle
literally
Obama.
not. They are literally, motherfucker. I just replayed it.
Stanley.
She said, "Dude, how did you not hear this, or do I need to replay it? Because I'm going to skewer your racist ass. I'm going to do it for the fun of it.
I
I'm
just want
literally
to
going
ask
to laugh.
you one
Oh no!
question,
Don't
Stanley.
ask me. What's the question, 12 man?
How come there's no pictures of Michelle Obama pregnant? Like you can't find one.
You're a
Why
racist
do you think
motherfucker,
that is?
and a pervert too. I
And why?
literally have never thought to look for a pregnant picture of my own mother. Why the fuck would I be looking for Michelle Obama? Y'all are not only racist, you're perverts too. Y'all are the worst of the worst. Dude, don't bring that dumb fucking conspiracy theory bullshit on my panel. You better heal, motherfucker. 12th man, heal. Why are Barack and Michelle Obama not the perfect couple? That was my original question. And you want to bring up some bullshit about I can't prove Michelle Obama had kids? You fucking pervert.
Why is her little girl changing their name?
Here is where I'm going to have to abuse your dumb racist ass. I ask you, your fucking perverted ass doesn't think Michelle Obama is a woman? Dude, take that Republican bullshit home. It's time for you to go, 12 man.
certainly as human beings, I'm sure they have their imperfections, but
I don't take
the
that
way
kind of
they've conducted
disrespect
their
to
public
black
lives,
people.
there was no scandal during his 2 terms as president. Michelle Obama was an exemplary first lady. The daughter, no scandals. I mean, it's kind of like, well, how does that happen? Well, that actually happens in a lot of American families, and Trump can't stand that. He knows that he's corrupt, but he probably rationalizes, I'm assuming, he rationalizes his corrupt actions and his bitterness because he's from such great wealth and everything. And he thinks he's just this terrific figure that's done all these big things. I remember Barack Obama did it on his own in America. He didn't do this with family money or connections. The Kennedy family obviously had money, and that influenced, obviously, getting into politics. But they've actually, it wasn't just President Kennedy. It was many Kennedys after that went on and sort of embraced that, the saying that they had to whom much is given, much is expected, or something along those lines. And they've given back. Some have failed. They have human frailties. But overall, the Kennedy name means something in this country. And the people in that family understand that, and they try to honor that, I think, for the most part. Trump wants to undo it. He wants to stick his thumb in their eye. Again, this is what he wants to do. So he's going to just destroy the institutions that bear the Kennedy name. This is what he wants to do. He wants to remove any reminder.
What he wants to do is take America and make it white trash heaven. He literally wants to take America and drag it along Tobacco Road. Trump is a motherfucking version of if Be Brave ever had money, he would be President Trump.
That they are just overall better than him. He wants to remove any reminder that the Obamas are simply better than him and the Trumps. That's why he won't hang the portraits up.
His social superiors.
This is what he does.
So wait, hold it.
It
This
is
motherfucker,
jealousy.
this motherfucker won't hang a portrait of Barack Obama. Yeah, this motherfucker, Trump is a goddamn pussy, and a fucking sore pussy at that. Dude, if Barack Obama ever went up against Trump in a general election, Trump would self-destruct. I remember Barack Obama making jokes about fucking Trump at the White House press conference. I'm sorry, whatever that party with all the journalists. You know what? I'm gonna fucking go and find that. Trump got his ass motherfucking roasted, and even I felt sorry for Trump. Barack Obama fucking laughed at his own jokes roasting Trump. It was hilarious. And I'm gonna go find it. We're gonna watch that bitch.
Trump is one of those people who knows
Someone's
that
got
he's
to
physically
laugh at his
grotesque.
joke.
He knows that
Certainly
women
wasn't
find him
Trump.
extraordinarily unattractive, which is why he's always had to pay for it. If he didn't have
But
money,
Trump's
he couldn't
not that good at
get any
jokes or
women.
English or any of that.
I think he
Kinda like
secretly
Be
hates
Brave.
women. I think he likes the young girls because he thinks they're easier to manipulate. And he, there's all kinds of stuff going on there. But overall, with regard to the Kennedys, he's simply jealous. He is jealous. So I think one reason he picked the very insane and one of the bad eggs of the Kennedy family. It's a big family, so occasionally they're going to have bad eggs. And when you have people who are a bad egg, and they have access to the wealth and everything that the family name can give them, they can do a lot of harm. And that's RFK Jr. So Trump decides to just really stick it to the Kennedy family by taking their most egregious, harmful, insane, disgusting Kennedy out there and making him Secretary of Health and Human Services, where he could do the most harm. And I think one reason Trump wants to do this is that he wants to make sure that the Kennedy name can be tarnished as much as possible. And one way to do that is to take a very horrible Kennedy in RFK Jr. and place him in a position where he can do a lot of harm. And that way, Trump assumes that becomes part of the Kennedy legacy. Well, it doesn't. It's the Trump legacy. And Donald Trump, I want you to know that. We all want you to know that. Putting RFK Jr. as the Secretary of Health and Human Services does not tarnish the Kennedy name. It tarnishes Trump, as if your name could be tarnished anymore. You will go down in history as one of the worst people in American history. You will go down in history. You'll be up there with Hitler, Stalin, the worst of the worst. So that is something that is undeniable. Whatever happens in your lifetime, however much time you have left, history is not going to be kind to you at all. But right now, it's about you trying to get this type of revenge off the people you are
like
interested
smug
in,
white
or
women who are
jealous
smarter
of, and you're
than
interested
their
in ruining
white
them,
men, do you?
and you're hurting yourself, but you don't seem to care.
You
You're
ain't got
lashing out
no
like
room
this.
for
You are-
communists
Your jealousy is so
on my 20 acres.
that
Who
you don't
gives a
care
go to
fuck
hell.
about
who
your
else you
20
hurt. You never
Motherfucker,
have.
do you really think anyone gives a fuck about your 20 acres besides you? Seriously,
I hope not.
Why do you keep bringing up these 20 acres?
Like,
Motherfucker,
because
okay, dude, stop fighting back because I'm gonna bury you
I'll
in your 20
explain
acres.
myself. Stanley.
I don't give a fuck. Dude, I don't care enough to hear your explanation.
She don't know
Good
shit.
for you.
And Richard Branson.
Stop, dude. No one gives a fuck about your 20 acres except what she said because I agree with her and you don't. But dude, don't be
She's
low
dumb
class
white
on that.
bitch.
Okay, you know what? You're a dumb white motherfucker. So I guess it's even.
Well, like T and
Dude, do
Marla,
not
they
do
got more
not
brains than this
dude,
bitch.
don't make me put you in the back. You are a dumb white motherfucker whose feelings are hurt. I don't understand why she triggered you so
I don't
much.
like white women like that.
Okay, motherfucker, who cares what kind of women you like? This isn't a fucking, is this a brothel? Who gives a fuck? Dude, what, you're literally telling me what kind of women you like? Like this panel is a brothel? What kind of dumb shit is that?
I didn't say that.
Please.
You said it.
You literally said you don't like dumb white bitches, did you not?
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't the kind of panel that I give a fuck what kind of dumb bitch you like. Behave yourself is the biggest thing. Can you do that, white man?
Yes, sir.
Can you behave yourself, white man? Is literally the biggest question. Well, thank God for that.
Want me to polish your shoes, Stanley?
Dude, you know what? I want you to polish your shoes. You'd be more presentable.
Did say one time he had this weird lunch with you. This is before you were involved in politics. He had this weird lunch with you, private lunch with you, Donald Trump, where you said you wanted to spend the rest of your life and your resources getting revenge on your enemies. That is the only thing you are about. Not on America's enemies, because you're in bed with Putin, and we know that. Although I think he wants to get rid of you, and he's in the process of getting rid of you, and you're probably begging him to keep you on the job. But you failed. You failed him on Ukraine. So on your way down,
what is it with you and white women?
Spiral downwards. But I do believe you are on
what
your
did
down.
a white woman do to you? And Stan, I got that link. I'll show it next. But now we need to do a psychoanalysis of bitter white man. Why don't you like white women? And who cares what your predilections are? But dude, you sound
She's
so
a fake
bitter.
blonde, dude. She dyes her hair.
Why is see? This is the dumb
That proves she's
fuckery.
a retard.
Okay, dude, who gives a fuck about your predilections? This is Stanley versus the world, my panel. Dude, fucking behave yourself and have manners. Who gives a fuck what kind of woman you like? This is not the brothel where you choose the woman you like.
Yes,
Seriously,
it is.
Seriously, 12 man, you're embarrassing yourself. Seriously,
I wouldn't pick a fake blonde.
This is not a John Galt panel. This is a Stanley Cross panel. We have class over here.
Downward spiral. Hell, you're the definition of a downward spiral of humanity. But right now, what you are doing is out of jealousy of the Kennedys and the Kennedy legacy. Jealousy. Your personal jealousy because you're a petty little man. You do the same thing with the Obamas. You've done that with the Bidens, a family that's been faced with tragedy and crises. And you wanted to double down and make it worse for them. See, you don't understand true humanity because you're a horrible person. But right now, suggesting and taking measures to strip the Kennedy Center, the John F. Kennedy Center for Arts, of its name and put your name on it.
Your ass is about to go
Let me tell
into
you
the
something.
back. If you
When we
howl
finally
like
get
that
rid of
again,
you, we will
you and I are
raise the
done for the
building
day.
before we'll let it be named Trump.
Love you, Stanley.
In fact,
No,
you've seen the
take it
buildings
easy.
that bear your name in New York, all along the Hudson River there. They all stripped your name.
I thought
Nobody
you were going
wants
to
to
leave
live
on
in
your
something
own.
called the Trump building. So your name is
I might,
stripped from it.
I might hear in a little while.
When you are gone. When you are
Don't
gone.
let the door hit you on the way
I
out.
can guarantee you this. Wherever possible,
Come on,
unless your kids
Stanley.
try
I
to keep your
thought
name
we
on
were
something,
friends.
your name will be stripped from everything, Donald Trump.
Dude, apparently
Everything.
you think we're like
Nobody
cop
wants
friends.
you. Nope.
I'm not going to cover for your lack of class. Dude.
Is that drip?
I need No, it's Stan Autry. And dude, you don't want this smoke. Stan, salute.
Hey, salute to you, Stanley. How you doing, brother?
I'm good.
Yeah, man.
Little tipsy.
What's up, Stan?
Hey, what's up, Chuck, man? Well,
But,
hey,
other
I
than
dropped
that-
the actual link for the direct.
I got it.
For the direct
You know
roast.
what? I
I
got
put it
the
in the back
5-minute
as well.
link.
Yeah,
You know
boy,
what?
he cooked him, bro.
Dude, you know what? And you know what? Now you can literally blame Barack Obama, but motherfucker, I watched it live. It was hilarious.
I did too,
And
because they were talking about the birthday stuff, and because he been on him. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
Barack Obama can take over the Stephen Colbert show.
You know what? Here's where I go with that. I love seeing a smart black man. This is literally, instead, I'm going to go a little meta here. Be Brave is pissed off because I shit on him for fun. John Galt is mad because I shit on him for fun. Who gives a fuck what John Galt thinks? Dude, I am Stanley Cross. Dude, I am literally smarter than you are. And that's based on the dumb shit you say on these panels. If you disrespect women, and this is why, dude, if you disrespect women, there are things you can think. There are things you can conduct your household by. But if you actually get on a panel and say some of this egregious, misogynistic, motherfucking 1850s fucking failure of a man bullshit, dude, I'm gonna roast your dumb ass.
Dude, I
And
wouldn't
I
even
and
look at a bitch
see,
like that.
and I am literally gonna laugh when I do it. I roast dumb fucks for fun. And then, you know what? I'll read a book and listen. I will read a book and forget about your
What
dumb
you
ass.
reading today, Stanley?
You know what? I am reading Richard Hofstadter talking about the death of American intellectualism. And you know the funny thing? The book was written in like 1961 or 63.
Nice.
Can't remember. He's essentially calling America a bunch of white dumbasses. And it's a white man who's writing it.
Like this bitch.
Dude, you insist on calling her a bitch. And I can't tell me, is this how you respect women on YouTube? Why would you assume she's a bitch? Why can't women like her?
Especially dumb white women who
dumb
dye
white
their
women.
hair. You know?
You're a racist. You're a racist.
I'm
right?
not. I don't take
You
advice from
literally,
low-class
no one
white
asked
women
you,
like
no
this.
one, you're a racist, right?
No.
Yeah, I think you are. I don't think
I
you
think-
understand what a race. See, you weren't raised to understand in Memphis, Tennessee, what a racist is. You literally think you can call a woman white or I love black women, and you think, hey, it's not race, it's my preference. This is literally the stupidity of how the American education system works. If you say white, you're literally being a racist. You didn't know this? If you say I love black women, you're literally being a racist. Did you not know
Well,
this?
I do love black
Hey,
women.
motherfucker,
Stanley.
I'm not done handing you your ass. If you mention race, hey, think it, don't say it. Don't say it in public.
Like those ones
Did
you
you
were
not?
showing.
Much like Donald Trump, you weren't taught how to be classy.
All the good black women are taken. That's my problem.
Well, let me
They're
ask
all
you a
married
question.
off.
So, all the good black women, you don't think that's a racist comment?
No, I don't.
Well, then you are a fucking victim. And I often say that white people are the biggest victim of American racism. You're not even smart enough to know when you are being a racist. That is so sad.
Okay.
No.
However
dude,
you want to spin it, homie.
Oh,
I don't
motherfucker.
care.
You need to read a book written by a white person.
Well, how about the other fellow that's here? What you got?
He's not a racist.
I'm not either, Stanley. Knock it off.
Yeah, you not only are you a racist, you don't even know you are. I'm
I
fascinated.
don't like white women that
Oh,
dye their hair.
I gotta mention race. Makes you a racist.
Guess I am racist toward black women. You're right, Stanley.
Oh, I'm always right. Dude. You are a specimen. So anyway, I'm gonna finish this video. Stan, with your leave. I want to finish this video just to piss this racist off some more.
Let's go. Let's
Your
go.
MAGA base, they'll find somebody else to worship. They're
You can
cultists.
have it.
Maybe they'll, I don't know. They disappear when you
I
disappear.
know.
That whole phenomenon is not real
Uh-huh.
America. That's not what we're about.
Uh,
We don't want you. We don't want your name on anything.
We don't want you either,
So you can
bitch.
strip the Kennedy Center of the Kennedy name now,
Damn.
you can
Now, let
ruin
me
yet
ask
again
you a
and further
question.
and pave over and just pour concrete.
12th man, so you are a performative racist and a misogynist.
Yeah.
Let me
I
ask
don't
you
like
a,
liberal white
let me
bitches.
ask
My
you a
bad.
question. Why on earth do you think this sort of behavior on YouTube is acceptable?
You mean
It's an
getting
honest
on
question.
here and
No, I literally want to know, did your mother raise you to be this way? Why do you think it's acceptable?
no, I'm mean and
Did
cruel in
your
my own way.
motherfucker, you better pay attention to what I mean. Did your mother raise you to be like this?
Kinda, yeah.
Then now I understand. It explains a lot. Your mother raised you to be a bore. Gotcha.
A bore?
You,
Is that like a
B-O-O-R.
pig or
B,
what does
no,
that
no, no,
mean?
no. Well, pig wouldn't be a bad description, but B-O-O-R. Look it up. Bet it's the first time. I bet your mother didn't tell you I'm raising a boar, did she?
Over First Lady Jackie Kennedy's rose garden. But we will return it to the way it was.
Oh, I
and we'll do
forgot
it
about
joyfully
that.
because that means you'll be gone. What you're doing now is temporary. Do you understand? It is temporary. We will not have anything named after you ever.
Like your video.
When you are gone. And you will be gone.
Temporary.
You will be gone. One way or the other, one day, right? So what you're doing now is out of jealousy. Pure jealousy. And your base isn't like, there's not some huge outcry to strip the Kennedy name from things or ruin the rose garden and put your stamp on it. This is just you. You're not doing this for anybody but yourself.
Well, I disagree.
And we know it.
Trump has been put up to it. Essentially, this is my opinion, and I can't really prove it, but everything that is even remotely classy, liberal, look, they want to take this shit back to the Dodge City days. They will tear up pavement on roads. That's they want unpaved roads. That's how these dumb fucks are. And Donald Trump is not in good shape.
I love
And
my
you know what?
gravel
Okay,
road,
motherfucker,
Stanley.
I didn't ask you to talk. Who gives
I
a
love
fuck
my
about your
gravel
road?
road, just saying.
Oh my lord. You know what? Why do you think you have the privilege to just bark?
Because we're buddies, Stanley. That's why.
Oh wow. A white notion of buddies. Does that mean I have to put up with every bark?
No, you don't. I appreciate you having me, though.
You know what? It is always a pleasure. So let's hear Donald Trump get roasted.
Again?
It is wonderful.
Oh, that's the one.
White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Oh Lord.
What I've heard, the state of
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I'm worried about the music.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody do some music in there, bro.
Well, that's
Let me
fine.
see if I can find one naked.
Oh no, I can. Well, you look and I look.
Okay.
Donald Trump gets his ass handed to him by Barack Obama. That's what I'm going to search on.
Yeah, because I sent you two in the email. One is the long version of it. I don't know if that
Okay,
one
well,
has
let's have a look at that then.
Yeah, I don't know if that one has music.
Was it C-SPAN? You know what? That's C-SPAN. Hold on one sec. C-SPAN, you'll be able to watch that. C-SPAN.
Because I did it real quick, brother. My apologies.
Oh, don't worry about it. I just thought of C-SPAN because I think that's where I watched it in the first place. There we go. Let's do this. I think I found it.
The C-SPAN networks bring you long-form public affairs programming from the nation's capital and are a public service of your television provider. C-SPAN, created by cable.
Mr. President, the podium is yours.
Thank you, Carol.
When I'm gone, when I'm gone, you're gonna miss me
You can't say
Oh,
it,
wait, hold it. Did
but you know
12th
it's
man
true.
run? Oh, look. You know what? 12th man ran. I'm so disappointed.
Good evening, everybody. It is an honor to be here at my last, and perhaps the last, White House Correspondents' Day. You all look great. The end of the Republic has never looked better. I do apologize. I know I was a little late tonight. I was running on CPT. Which stands for jokes that white people should not make. It's a tip for you, Jeff. Anyway, here we are. My 8th and final appearance at this unique event. And I am excited. If this material works well, I'm gonna use it at Goldman Sachs next year. Earn me some serious Tubmans. That's right.
Oh, that is funny.
That's right.
Oh,
My brilliant and beautiful wife, Michelle, is here tonight. She looks so happy to be here. That's called practice. It's like learning to do 3-minute planks. She makes it look easy now, but next year at this time, someone else will be standing here in this very spot, and it's anyone's guess who she will be. But standing here, I can't help but be reflective, a little sentimental. 8 years ago, I said it was time to change the tone of our politics. In hindsight, I clearly should have been more specific.
Stan, I'll be right back.
Okay, Stan.
Eight years ago, I was a young man, full of idealism and vigor. And look at me now. I am gray, grizzled, just counting down the days till my death panel? Hillary once questioned whether I'd be ready for a 3 a.m. phone call. Now I'm awake anyway because I got to go to the bathroom. I'm up. In fact, somebody recently said to me, Mr. President, you are so yesterday. Justin Trudeau has completely replaced you. He's so handsome. He's so charming. He's the future. And I said, Justin, just give it a rest. I resented that. Meanwhile, Michelle has not aged a day. The only way you can date her in photos is by looking at me. Take a look. Here we are in 2008. Here we are a few years later. And this one is from 2 weeks ago. So time passes. In just 6 short months, I will be officially a lame duck, which means Congress now will flat out reject my authority, and Republican leaders won't take my phone calls. And this is going to take some getting used to. It's really going to, it's a curveball. I don't know what to do with it. Of course, in fact, 4 months now, congressional Republicans have been saying there are things I cannot do in my final year. Unfortunately, this dinner was not one of them.
Oh, wait till the curveball.
But on everything else, it's another story. And you know who you are, Republicans.
I hope Merrick Garland
In fact, I
is
think
in
we've
this
got
audience.
Republican Senators Tim Scott and Cory Gardner. They're in the House, which reminds me, security, bar the doors. Judge Merrick Garland, come on out. We're going to do this right here, right now. It's like the Red Wedding. But it's not just Congress. Even some foreign leaders, they've been looking ahead, anticipating my departure. Last week, Prince George showed up to our meeting in his bathrobe. That was a slap in the face. A clear breach of protocol. Although while in England, I did have lunch with Her Majesty the Queen, took in a performance of Shakespeare, hit the links with David Cameron, just in case anybody is still debating whether I'm black enough. I think that settles the debate. I won't lie. Look, this is a tough transition. It's hard. Key staff are now starting to leave the White House. Even reporters have left me. Savannah Guthrie, she's left the White House press corps to host the Today Show. Norah O'Donnell left the briefing room to host CBS This Morning. Jake Tapper left journalism to join CNN. But the prospect of leaving the White House is a mixed bag. You might have heard that someone jumped the White House fence last week, but I have to give Secret Service credit. They found Michelle, brought her back. She's safe. She's safe back at home now. It's only 9 more months, baby. Settle down. And yet somehow, despite all this, despite the churn, in my final year, my approval ratings keep going up. The last time I was this high, I was trying to decide on my major. And here's the thing, I haven't really done anything differently. So it's odd. Even my aides can't explain the rising poll numbers. What has changed? Nobody can figure it out. Puzzling. Anyway, in this last year, I do have more appreciation for those who've been with me on this amazing ride. Like one of our finest public servants, Joe Biden. God bless him. Love that guy. I love Joe Biden. I really do. And I want to thank him for his friendship, for his counsel, for always giving it to me straight, for not shooting anybody in the face. Thank you, Joe. Also, I would be remiss. Let's give it up for our host, Larry Wilmore. Also known as one of the 2 black guys who's not Jon Stewart. You're the South African guy, right? Oh. I love Larry. And his parents are here, who are from Evanston, which is a great town. I also would like to acknowledge some of the award-winning reporters that we have with us here tonight. Rachel McAdams, Mark Ruffalo, Leah Schreiber. Thank you all for everything that you've done. I'm just joking. As you know, Spotlight is a film, a movie about investigative journalists with the resources and the autonomy to chase down the truth and hold the powerful accountable. Best fantasy film since Star Wars. Look, that was maybe a cheap shot. I understand the news business is tough these days. It keeps changing all the time. Every year at this dinner, somebody makes a joke about BuzzFeed, for example, changing the media landscape. And every year the Washington Post laughs a little bit less hard. It's kind of a silence there, especially at the Washington Post table. GOP Chairman Reince Priebus is here as well. Glad to see that you feel that you've earned a night off. Congratulations on all your success. The Republican Party, the nomination process, it's all going great. Keep it up. Kendall Jenner is also here, and we had a chance to meet her backstage. She seems like a very nice young woman. I'm not exactly sure what she does, but I am told that my Twitter mentions are about to go through the roof. Helen Mirren is here tonight. I don't even have a joke here. I just think Helen Mirren is awesome. She's awesome. Sitting at the same table, I see Mike Bloomberg. Mike, a combative, controversial New York billionaire, is leading the GOP primary, and it is not you. That has to sting a little bit. Although it's not an entirely fair comparison between you and the Donald. After all, Mike was a big city mayor. He knows policy in depth, and he's actually worth the amount of money that he says he is. What an election season. For example, we've got the bright new face of the Democratic Party here tonight, Mr. Bernie Sanders. There he is. Bernie, you look like $1 million. Or to put it in terms you'll understand, you look like 37,000 donations of $27 each. A lot of folks have been surprised by the Bernie phenomenon, especially his appeal to young people, but not me. I get it. Just recently, a young person came up to me and said she was sick of politicians standing in the way of her dreams. As if we were actually going to let Malia go to Burning Man this year. Was not going to happen. Bernie might have let her go. Not us. I am hurt, though, Bernie, that you've been distancing yourself a little from me. I mean, that's just not something that you do to your comrade. Bernie's slogan has helped his campaign catch fire among young people. Feel the burn. Feel the burn. It's a good slogan. Hillary's slogan has not had the same effect. Let's see this.
Dang.
Look, I've said how much I admire Hillary's toughness, her smarts, her policy chops, her experience. You've got to admit it, though. Hillary trying to appeal to young voters is a little bit like your relative who just signed up for Facebook. Yeah. Dear America, did you get my poke? Is it appearing on your wall? I'm not sure I'm using this right. Love, and Hillary. It's not entirely persuasive. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, things are a little more, how shall we say this? A little more loose. Just look at the confusion over the invitations to tonight's dinner. Guests were asked to check whether they wanted steak or fish, but instead, a whole bunch of you wrote in Paul Ryan. That's not an option, people. Steak or fish. You may not like steak or fish, but that's your choice. Meanwhile, some candidates aren't polling high enough to qualify for their own joke tonight. The rules were well established ahead of time. And then there's Ted Cruz. Ted had a tough week. He went to Indiana, Hoosier country, stood on a basketball court and called the hoop a basketball ring. What else is in his lexicon? Baseball sticks, football hats. But sure, I'm the foreign one. Well, let me conclude tonight on a more serious note. I want to thank the Washington Press Corps. I want to thank Carol for all that you do. You know, the free press is central to our democracy, and nah, I'm just kidding. You know I've got to talk about Trump. Come on.
Here we go, folks.
We weren't just going to stop there. Come on.
Let me stop this right here. Y'all don't know how much I like teasing dumb white boys. There is Be Brave, who is a 70-year-old dumb white boy who thinks building a motherfucking outhouse is impressive. The other white boy I love teasing are people like John White Boy. John, I want to be a white guy, Galt, but the rest of you blacks, if you don't live in my rooms, you ain't black. John Galt is literally the black Joe Biden. If you ain't from the hood, you ain't black. Motherfuckers, so fucking idiotic. Let's see. 12th man, another dumb white boy. I like black women. So when I go up to a panel, dude, this motherfucker is like Oscar. 12th man is literally like Jungle Fever, but for if you cross Jungle Fever with fucking Deliverance, that is 12th man liking black women. No black woman is gonna fucking deal with you, Jeremy. Dude, y'all need to do better. And you know what? I don't give a fuck if I piss your dumb asses off. Hit the link. Don't come up to my panel if you don't want to know about yourself. And fuck you if you don't like it. Including John Galt anytime. Dude. Dude.
Hey, Stanley, can I say
Yes,
something
sir.
real quick?
Oh,
Hey,
please do.
Hey, you know, just like he threading that needle, when you on your stick, that's the way you thread your needle too. I mean, it's similar. That when you threading your needle, you know how to give it, and you know how to give accolades
I'm
at
not that good,
to
but
no, I'm saying it's similar when you're on your stick. Of course, nobody's really him as a great orator, right? However, when you on your stick, when you on your purpose and what you saying, bro, you just run that race straight up and don't miss a beat.
dude, I am look, John Galt fucking pissed me off today.
Oh,
To a it well, you know, and he didn't know he was gonna do it, but it stems. This is not like some internet beef. I just think John Galt is a fucking like this motherfucker literally thinks if you ain't from the hood, dude, the motherfucker, he's damaged and he judges everything. And Stan, you know what? You kind of understand where I'm coming from on this. Dude, not every fucking black person comes from the hood. And this motherfucker is damaged. It's little, you know what, Stan? I actually have something that we could review, and I want a sane person's. You know who Bomb Cherry Juice is, right?
Yes. Yes. I've been knowing her for
Okay,
years.
well, I made the mistake of going up on her panel. Were you here for that?
Yes. Yes, you did that several days
Okay,
ago.
so you know the trauma I'm suffering.
Right.
So anyway, we don't have to do that, but dude, let me be a Barack Obama and just fucking god damn it. Dude.
Hey, but you know, some kind of way, I don't, for lack of a better term at the moment, is that some kind of way we made street cred be the staple of what we're gonna be, right?
Mhm.
But Barack Obama didn't have, you know, as great of a upbringing. You know, he came from Hawaii and all this other stuff, and you know, but he studied, right, and polished
Well, the
himself up.
thing is you don't need street cred to be president. I mean,
Right,
that's actually the point I take. Fuck it if you don't
right,
have street cred. Dude, do
right.
dude, I was talking earlier. My grandparents didn't live in the hood. I motherfucker, and I'm from South Georgia. Why the fuck do idiots, these Bamas or whoever they are, dude?
But
We lost the bubble. Well, you go ahead. I think we lost the bubble during the Great Migration. There were dumb fucks like John Galt who literally think if you can't if you can't hear your neighbor through your wall, you're not black. Dude, I literally have never my father's parents, my mother's parents, they never lived in the hood.
mm. So this is the thing, right? People that came from, like you said, the plantation, or came from the suburbs, or the people that came out of the so-called hood. If they made
Mhm.
something better for themselves and for their life, we
Mhm.
champion them too. But just
Yeah.
because a person didn't go through that, and now you got less
Yeah.
credibility, that's ass
That's
backwards, in my opinion.
literally
It's
that's
ass backwards.
literally look, and you know what? I could live with the John Galt. There is a fucking like moronic dude. Are you familiar with Be Brave?
Yeah, 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 yeah. You know,
That
be
motherfucker
I see him over there on
literally,
the CT.
dude, uh, and CT's problematic too, but I have a different assessment of CT. CT's fine. It's his panels that are dickheads and uneducated. CT's kind of like a, a fucking ringmaster. And
Yeah,
so is
yeah,
Bob for that matter.
yeah. But you know, a lot of them I've been knowing for years. It's just that I was just
Yeah,
letting you
yeah,
know
yeah.
that's where I
Yeah.
saw him at over there.
Well, Be
Uh,
Brave is white trash who somehow or another, um, hey, he's a fucking racist. And you know what? The thing that's most disturbing is black people think Be Brave is right. There are, dude, I am verklempt about how stupid some black people are. I have this young boy who arrives every now and again. And this dude is like 23 or something. And he you'll see him one day. This motherfucker is like
I
um
think I saw him the other day.
Jay.
Yeah, you kept sending him in the back because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. Yeah. Um,
Well, yeah,
but
that's the one.
yeah,
I
because
don't
he
even
wouldn't stay on the topic. He wouldn't stay on the
Right.
topic you was asking. If you said, I'm asking you Pacific. So if you want to do per capita or what are you going to do in the locations and all that stuff, it's just that, man. And I'm gonna land it right here. It's just that by being around so many people, right, throughout
Mhm.
my years, man, it's people that are have challenges in their life, right, and they do dumb shit. But to put it on one race, you have lost your damn mind. And when they be battling and be banging hard like that, I'm like, come on, guys. I mean, so that's my stance. So when you start talking to people and they be like, it's the blacks, and people don't want to be around blacks, and you're like, wait a minute, man, you don't know what's going on in the world, right? So I
Well,
just
here's
sit
the
back
deal.
sometimes.
Um, I literally thought that I was gonna flummox John Galt. There are young black people 5 years ago, and they're still around. Bought 96 acres of land, and they have a plan. One of the two young women who engineered the property. She's a real estate developer. She has plans, and she is not. She's gone to get help. Look, I've heard John Galt and this young lady. Well, other racial communities pool their money. They pooled their money. That's why, dude, John Galt's a motherfucking hypocrite and a pure racist. Look, he didn't even ask why the white people in Arkansas want to form a all white community in the Ozarks, and nobody gives a fuck. Who wants to live in Arkansas? They are literally Idaho Junior. You know, they'll be fine. But it reminded me of this story I heard 5 years ago, and John Galt has all kinds of smoke for these people. Well, why can't they stay in their own neighborhoods and improve it? Because, motherfucker, they pulled their money to get. John Galt wants black people to be slaves.
The fair.
Now that's a little hyperbolic, but
But
you know
on the
what?
fair.
What if what if these young people don't want to live in the hood? I had John Galt literally tell me yesterday, well, people like you, Stanley, should voluntarily live in the hood. The fuck, dude, why would I live somewhere? Why would I live in a dangerous place? This dumb fuck actually thinks black people should live among dangerous black people. Literally moronic.
Yeah, well, the dangerous white people, they don't. White people don't go move around them either, right? And so
Mhm.
this is my thing, and at your pleasure, is that you look at the video that I said is happening to them. See, because when we
Mhm.
talk about them taking land from us that's been in our family for hundreds and hundreds of years, they call us whining, complaining, shut the hell up. But then you got this guy that said there's two brothers, but they own 150 acres of farmland. And the municipality say part of this going to be turned into affordable housing. Now they're sitting there doing petitions, and they said, "Well, you give us a amount or whatever, we're going to do fair market value, or we're going to do eminent domain." Right? Man, they've been doing that to us forever. I'm just like, man, it's not a black issue, it's not a white issue, man. They doing this stuff, but when we say something about it, we complain,
Right.
and then when they say something about it, they say, man, they fighting for their rights. Come on, man. Choose a damn struggle, man. Because one thing about it, man, I'm an intelligent enough, right? And I don't never want to be smart. They take you out. I'm intelligent enough to see that this
Right.
stuff is starting to happen to them. And now they got clips, and it actually came from a CNN clip, and whatever about they get ready to take 150 something years. They talking about it was like dated before the Civil War and all this, and I could still feel my family on the land. Hell, how many times we said that and they told us to go to hell? We taking it, right? So I'm like, I mean, man, it's what we gonna do, right? As people,
Well,
as
let me tell you what
Americans.
we're going to do.
Go ahead,
We're
bro.
going to do what we can do. All I'm saying is that I think that, and I call them the anti-black blacks. These motherfuckers are look. White racists are the least of my problem. Let me just center it around me. I don't fear white racists because they're fucking morons. What I fear are the black racists who want, dude, these John Galt motherfuckers are literally the worst thing in the black community in 2025. And this is the other thing. I will hear these people talk about single black baby mamas. These motherfuckers are creating baby mamas. And I won't go into specifics, but it's a whole lot of do as I say, don't do as I do, motherfucking, ridiculousness. The people who want to preach most about the ills in the black community are literally creating them. I talk about parenting a lot while a motherfucker is literally creating the next generation of tragedy. This is what I don't understand.
You won't get any argument or any pushback with me on that because that's the way I see the world as well, right?
Well,
These are some of
no,
the most hypocrite.
I'm aiming this directly at a person
Yeah,
who
but
happens to be John Galt, motherfucker.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
done with the bullshit.
Well, I don't know him that well, so that's
Well,
why
I
I'm just
do.
saying, yeah.
Well, you
So
don't have to
no,
get
no, I
involved.
understand. I understand what you're saying, but we're creating the very thing that we don't like, right? And you tell me where that makes sense. And so I mean, the smart people, this is what they do, right? If you got land that's been there for hundreds of years or a certain amount of years, depends on whatever state you're in, right? Bruh, you can fill out the paperwork to put it in another subset where they can't ever touch it, right? But what I'm telling you was
Absolutely.
well, guess what's getting ready to happen in that video I sent you? Watch what's getting ready to happen to them.
Uh-oh.
Man, they can move faster than you can. Now, if you try to apply that now, bruh, the same people that's getting ready to take the land, man, they ain't gonna be quick to process that. It's quicker to get a appraiser out there and do all these things and all that, bro. You put that something that you done had in your family all them years, man. It's
Yeah.
categories you can put them in, and I don't want to say names because it changed. The language changed in every state, but nobody could ever touch it. But they wait until they petition them, man. Yeah, right. They ain't ready to help you. I don't care what your skin color is, right? Now they're getting ready to feel the blunt of it. And I'm like, nah, man, protect your assets, right? Protect your property. And then you think it's something that's not going to happen to you, and now it's happening to them, and now they're complaining, right? And they would say we was whining, but no, man, protect your legacy, your family legacy, whatever people want to names they want to spend in 2025. Man, you can file the paperwork. It'll go through a process. Yeah, it's been authenticated. It's been here for all these years. Nobody could ever touch it. You ain't putting a road
Right.
through it. You ain't putting anything in. But not everybody, a lot of people wait to the last minute after the deal's already
Well,
been cut.
here is where I have some problems. John Galt is a literal Um, dude, what can I say? He is from Alabama, but he doesn't understand real estate. He knows how to, dude. You know who John Galt is, so I guess I won't go too far into it. But goddamn, dude, black people are more than you in Philippe,
Yeah,
and
I
I
agree.
want I want y'all dumb fucks, every dumb fuck in this building who thinks John Galt has the dope. He literally has the dope and smokes it. It's not like I give a fuck, but dude, I don't do stupidity. And you're gonna have to meet AAE. I'm sorry. Questions to ponder here, dude. I abhor stupidity, especially in black people. You are a problem in America if you are stupid and black. Don't be.
Yeah.
Hey, questions to ponder.
A question to ponder. Yeah.
You know
Greetings.
her?
Greetings.
Yeah, I see it on the panels and all the time. This
Yes,
is the first
I
time
do
I've
have
been
to
on the
call
panel
John Galt a
with it.
dump. Questions to ponder. I think John Galt is a dumb fuck. Of course, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Why? Is there some reason I shouldn't?
She's always been balanced, though. I mean,
No, she is. You know what? That's why I
the time I've
actually.
seen her.
No, you know what? She is the voice of reason.
Right. She is, and
and
so I have no ill will
and
against her.
I've known John Galt for a while. I wouldn't say it if I didn't think I could get away with it. What is he gonna do? So there we go.
Like I said in the chat,
Men
you're both
lay
men.
hands.
Men lay hands. I'm just gonna stay out
You
of
know
it.
what? I'm not gonna
I
fucking
wouldn't
fight.
call him a dumb fuck.
Well,
Nor would I even call you that.
you don't have the opinion I have. You're not in my head. What are you talking about, young lady? You don't have the opinion of John Galt that I do. You have a different opinion. Good for you. But you're John Galt's a dumb coon ass. And who isn't that bright? Who cares if you own some buildings? This motherfucker wants everyone to be as malodorous as he is. But if you don't share the opinion, that's fine. We can change the topic, by the way. We don't have to stay on John Galt. But I hope he's listening because I don't back down. If I think you're stupid, I'm gonna call you stupid. This is what being 60 is like. I think you're goddamn stupid. There's a certain freedom in being a codger.
Yeah, I get it. And so you don't knock anybody down that don't share your opinions or
Oh,
whatever.
motherfucker, I don't punch down. I
Yeah,
don't
you
punch
don't.
down.
I know. I
Oh,
said you don't knock
motherfucker, but
anybody
if
down and don't share your opinion, but you're gonna tell the truth, the way that your experience. If
well,
you don't
I
share
don't
your experience,
necessarily know the truth,
no,
but
I'm talking
I'm
about
not gonna
based on
punch
your
down.
experience.
We don't punch down
Yeah,
unless
based on your experience, though. I mean,
oh
that and
yeah.
all that stuff is what it is, and how we move it forward. That's why question to ponder. When she come up, she'll say how we got here, and then she say what we can do things to move forward,
Oh, don't
right?
ask her those questions. She will
No,
give
I
you more
said that's
data
what
than you.
I'm saying. That's what
Well,
I've
hold on.
seen
Let me
her
warn
doing.
you. She's going to go, oh, I have more data. This woman can actually like give you a course.
I was giving her flowers because every time I seen her, she say, "This is
Oh,
how we got here, and this is how we move
give
forward."
her
And
flowers. She's gonna grow a garden.
yeah,
Thank you,
that's all.
gentlemen.
You
There's quite a
know.
bit going on right now. Thank you, gentlemen. There's quite a bit going on right now. Quite a bit.
Can we
What's
listen
going
to
on?
Barack Obama kick his ass after
Well, no,
question
it's
conduct?
more interesting. What's going on? You actually have two senior gentlemen who have military experience. What's going on, young
Yeah,
lady?
I do love the veterans. You vets are the only people.
Well, there is. I'm just a slight veteran. Stan Autry is like salt of the earth. He is Army. He probably designed it.
The work that I do, I primarily work with vets.
Mhm.
Nobody beats working with veterans. It's been the best experience because there is, and your children and the children, there is a problem solving motion, inertia when it comes to veterans. I actually had a special friend. He was Army, and he told
Ooh, a special friend.
I was younger. He told me that the United States Army is the number one world's peacekeeper. And that really is like, that's so true. So, my personal experience with veterans has been always very, very good. You understand my go-go attitude, and I come from an approach of problem solving. I want to solve problems and ensure that the solution can be sustained in
Why
perpetuity.
did y'all break up? Why isn't he still your special friend?
Long story.
Oh, see, I actually listen to people and then start asking questions. Y'all wanted to solve the same problem, didn't you?
No, Stanley, I was younger. It's my younger years, but yeah, he was a great guy. He comes from a military family.
You have managed to avoid my question and
Because I'm not going to
masterfully.
answer it. It's
Okay, well, you know what? You could have
yeah,
just said that.
I was young. It was just younger
You
years.
could have just said, I don't want to answer, but you can't have two problem solvers in the same family.
And my former manager,
And you want to talk about Plato. You
my
can't
for-
have two the beloved and the loved. You can't have two problem solvers.
and my former manager, he actually was born in Guam. He comes from
Who cares?
and
Why is this coming up?
he also he's another military family. He
Oh,
was
you dated him too?
no, Stanley. No.
Oh, what I need you to do is stop obfuscating.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to say is that Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize. The one person that I do
Before he was president, by the way, I
before he was
thought that was a huge mistake. The
I
Nobel Committee should have never done that.
in actuality, if you think about
Well,
it,
wait, hold it. That's why Trump wants one. I need to be equal to Obama.
that I can see. But if there's anybody who is much deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize, honestly, it would be Michael Jackson, to be very honest with you. If there's
Wait, what?
if there's any one person who has represented the United States in a position of peace and coalition and unity and really, really, the United States is number one. When you're the hegemon, people get there can be a lot of animosity. Because Michael Jackson was who he was, and he's traveling to these various countries, he
Is
set
Michael Jackson still alive?
no, I mean, if they were to issue him a Nobel Peace Prize, it would be posthumous. But my point is the fact
Posthumous, not posthumous. We
posthumous,
don't pronounce those words separately. It's posthumous.
posthumous. He he presented such an image of the United States that
Did Ebony and Ivory really impress you that much?
he what he was able
Did
to
he
do,
create peace
Okay, Stanley, can I finish? He was able to create such a
You can't take this roasting. Do you really want to finish this?
Jesus, Stanley, I'm about to leave. Like, can I?
All right.
He
I will mute, but I'm going to roast you.
he presented such non-animosity, given, and it's important to note this because the United States is the hegemon. People do have a particular.
The United States hegemon, do we?
Oh God.
I'm
Okay, can I
sorry.
finish,
My
please?
bad. My bad. My bad.
Whenever he would travel to another country, he never brought animosity. He never brought that type of derision that would be natural in the human condition, to be jealous, to be angry, to want to, attack the United States. He made people want to be an American. He made people want to be Michael Jackson, the American. His music and his manner brought peace. He was a representation of unity. And when you're
Let me
looking
ask you let me know when you're done.
when you're looking at the time where he was really at his height, especially in the 80s, you're looking at the Cold War, you have someone who was able to
You
present.
do realize I was in
Okay,
high
okay.
school
I,
and college in the 80s, right? You know what? She'll be back, I hope. I'm like, what? Dude, you weren't even born in the 80s. Why are you talking like this? Apparently
Hey
she,
Stanley,
yeah.
Stan, let me correct you on something. President Obama was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009. He was elected in 2008 for extraordinary
Yeah,
efforts
but
to strengthen
I
international
think they
diplomacy,
announced it
cooperation
before.
between the.
I'm not doubting this. He got it
Yeah,
before
no,
his
he got it.
inauguration. The inauguration would tend to be around January 21, 2009. He was elected November 2008. He got that Peace Prize before he was inaugurated. Or correct me if I'm wrong, but I think my
No, that
memory's
he
right
didn't
on this.
receive. He didn't receive until
Oh,
2009.
he didn't receive it.
Yeah, he was awarded it
Okay,
in
but
2009.
he was a okay. You know what? I'll go back and research it. I remember it a different way. Maybe it's the
Yeah,
nomination that was disturbing.
yeah, it was nominations probably, but nah, he was awarded in 2009 for what he did and all that other crap. But
I don't
yeah,
think he did anything. He was awarded right after that speech in Germany. I actually remember this sort of stuff, believe it or not. In the AAE, just come back up. You're gonna have to deal with me. Um, I think here is where Michael Jackson doesn't need a Nobel Prize. Every person who worshipped him paid a bunch of money. Okay, Michael Jackson, Barack Obama, and I know this is going to sound weird. Michael Jackson, um, Michael Jackson got his Nobel money with every ticket that was sold and he danced in front of. Stop this bullshit about Michael Jackson is the apotheosis of what black intellect or black ability is. And Stan, Barack Obama isn't either, but you know what? Um, he's not chopped liver. Michael Jackson, performer, Barack Obama, president. He ran the country, whether you like it or not, for 8 years. Y'all need to stop fucking talking bullshit about Nobel Prizes and Michael Jackson should have won it. I simply think it is not a bright woman's point. And I'm harsh, motherfucker. And I get to be some of the dumbest bullshit I hear on this panel. Y'all need to do better. There is a reason people don't come up on this panel because they know I'm going to spank them with the stupidity. I'm not shy about calling people stupid. Do better. And fuck you if you don't like it. Sorry. Stan, I know you're used to better manners. Now, who is this idiot? I don't even understand the word before Hawaiian. You guys, it's been over 300 years since slavery and it's still going on. We don't live in other countries, son or ma'am. So I don't need to read more. So what's going on in your life, Stan? Uh-oh. He must be busy, so we shall watch the rest of this.
Although I am a little hurt that he's not here tonight. We had so much fun the last time.
I'm here.
Oh, no problem.
And it is
Look,
surprising.
you might
We
want
got a
to
room
duck.
full of reporters.
Dude, I will understand. Dude, I'm going to come up. I do not like stupid people. And I get to go after dumbasses. Bro, you are an idiot. If you weren't an idiot, you would literally not say bro. Dude, are you having a mental breakdown? I'm not your bro. That would be a start. I am not your goddamn bro, and I don't give a fuck about Hawaii. Stop disturbing. Do better, son. And the link is at the top. Come on up if you think you have a point. But dude, please don't be stupid on my panel.
Celebrities, cameras. And he says no. Is this dinner too tacky for the Donald? What could he possibly be doing instead? Is he at home eating a Trump steak? Tweeting out insults to Angela Merkel? What's he doing?
Yeah.
The Republican establishment is incredulous that he's their most likely nominee. Incredulous, shocking. They say Donald lacks the foreign policy experience to be president. But in fairness, he has spent years meeting with leaders from around the world. Miss Sweden, Miss Argentina, Miss Azerbaijan.
Oh, shit.
And there's one area where Donald's experience could be invaluable, and that's closing Guantanamo. Because Trump knows a thing or two about running waterfront properties into the ground. All right, that's probably enough. I mean, I've got more material. No. I don't want to spend too much time on the Donald. Following your lead, I want to show some restraint. Because I think we can all agree that from the start, he's gotten the appropriate amount of coverage, befitting the seriousness of it.
Now, Donald Trump literally spent years fucking questioning Obama's citizenship, birth, and all that bullshit. So, where is the right to, you know what? Thank God I'm not Obama, because I'd roast that dumb son of a bitch. I'd roast him for every day until he is out of the presidency. Obama doesn't really do a whole lot of caring about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is literally the stupidest president ever. And the people who voted for him are morons too. God damn, they're stupid.
His candidacy. I hope y'all are proud of yourselves. The guy wanted to give his hotel business a boost, and now we're praying that Cleveland makes it through July. As for me and Michelle, we've decided to stay in D.C. for a couple more years. Thank you. This way, our youngest daughter can finish up high school. Michelle can stay closer to her plot of carrots. She's already making plans to see them every day. Take a look. But our decision has actually presented a bit of a dilemma because traditionally presidents don't stick around after they're done. And it's something that I've been brooding about a little bit. Take a look.
The Obamas are staying in D.C. for 2 years after the president leaves office.
He's about to go from commander-in-chief to couch commander.
For you, Chuck Todd. What am I going to do in D.C. for 2 years?
You've got a real dilemma, Mr. President.
I can't go every day, can I?
Which you like better, these or these?
Joe, they're the same.
They capture different moods.
Joe, I need some focus here.
Comes in there during aviator time, thinks everything.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I said, Mr. President, you have to be practical. And look, you can drive again. You're going to need a license. You love sports. Why don't you volunteer to work for one of the teams around here?
Is this the Washington Wizards? I understand you're looking for some coaching help. Let's just say I coached my daughter's team a few times. Hello? Hello? Finally. So I'm going to be in D.C. for a while, and I thought I'd take up driving again.
What's the name?
Barack Hussein Obama.
Yikes. Well, since you don't have a driver's license, you're going to need a birth certificate.
Really?
Really?
It's real.
Is it?
It's real.
But is it?
Oh, Michelle left her phone. Let's see here. Huh. She's got Snapchat. Obamacare is great, and it's really working. Sign up now.
Breaking news.
Michelle Obama in hot water after posting this video earlier today.
Obamacare is great, and it's really working. Sign up now.
No?
No.
Did it get a lot of views at least?
Honey, enough. Why don't you just talk to somebody who's been through this? I gotta go to Soul Cycle.
She's right. I know who I need to talk to. Hey, it's Barack. Listen, can we get together? Now that is a great move. Yeah, it's just me. It's just me.
So, you got any advice for me? So now you want my advice? First, stop sending me all these LinkedIn requests. And second, here's the beauty of this whole thing. You've got all the time in the world to figure this out. You can just be you for a while. If you know how to do that again.
So I can just be me. And I can wear my mom jeans in peace. I hate these tight jeans.
Good. Yesterday, I had a beer at 11:30 in the morning. And you know, McDonald's now serves breakfast all day long.
You know, Michelle's going to be at spin class, so she'll never know.
All right, let it go. You know, it won't be long. You'll be able to walk right out of the Oval Office singing zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. And you have plenty of time to work on your tan. And you know what? I finally got the grand bargain on a sweet Chevy Tahoe.
You know what? I should be stopping this music.
Look here. Look here. Yeah.
Breaking news, former President Barack Obama on his 347th round of golf for the year, and it's totally great. And Gloria, not a problem for anybody.
I
can't think of a reason to care, Wolf. And believe me, I've tried.
There you go. I am still waiting for all of you to respond to my invitation to connect to LinkedIn. But I know you have jobs to do, which is what really brings us here tonight. I know that there are times that we've had differences, and that's inherent in our institutional roles. It's true of every president and his press corps. But we've always shared the same goal, to root our public discourse in the truth, to open the doors of this democracy, to do whatever we can to make our country and our world more free and more just. And I've always appreciated the role that you have all played as equal partners in reaching these goals. Our free press is why we once again recognize the real journalists who uncover the horrifying scandal and brought some measure of justice for thousands of victims throughout the world. They are here with us tonight. Sasha Pfeiffer, Mike Resendez, Walter Robinson, Matt Carroll, and Bed Brandley Jr. Please give them a big round of applause. Our free press is why, once again, we honor Jason Rezaian. As Carol noted, last time this year we spoke of Jason's courage as he endured the isolation of an Iranian prison. This year we see that courage in the flesh, and it's a living testament to the very idea of a free press, and a reminder of the rising level of danger and political intimidation and physical threats faced by reporters overseas. And I can make this commitment that as long as I hold this office, my administration will continue to fight for the release of American journalists held against their will, and we will not stop until they see the same freedom as Jason had. At home and abroad, journalists, like all of you, engage in the dogged pursuit of informing citizens and holding leaders accountable and making our government of the people possible. And it's an enormous responsibility. And I realize it's an enormous challenge at a time when the economics of the business sometimes incentivize speed over depth, and when controversy and conflict are what most immediately attract readers and viewers. The good news is there's so many of you that are pushing against those trends. And as a citizen of this great democracy, I am grateful for that. For this is also a time around the world when some of the fundamental ideals of liberal democracies are under attack, and when notions of objectivity and of a free press and of facts and of evidence are trying to be undermined, or in some cases ignored entirely. And in such a climate, it's not enough just to give people a megaphone. And that's why your power and your responsibility to dig and to question and to counter distortions and untruths is more important than ever. Taking a stand on behalf of what is true does not require you shedding your objectivity. In fact, it is the essence of good journalism. It affirms the idea that the only way we can build consensus, the only way that we can move forward as a country, the only way we can help the world mend itself is by agreeing on a baseline of facts when it comes to the challenges that confront us all. So this night is a testament to all of you who've devoted your lives to that idea, who push to shine a light on the truth every single day. So I want to close my final White House Correspondents' Dinner by just saying thank you. I'm very proud of what you've done. It has been an honor and a privilege to work side by side with you to strengthen our democracy. And with that, I just have two more words to say. Obama out.
All right. Any comments? Hello.
Yeah, not for me. He said it all.
Well, I know Questions to Ponder has comments.
Obama's adorable. He is. I just, damn, I can't. Like, he's so adorable. He's fun.
Really?
Obama's fun. Obama's hella fun.
Oh my lord! Now you're going too far, ma'am.
He is. He is.
All right.
A third term face off, if it could happen, Trump versus Obama. Oh my God. The greatest show on earth. The greatest show on earth. They would
You
do
know
it
what?
general principle. Those two, they want to face off. They want to campaign. They want to see.
No, I would tend to disagree. What does Obama have to prove?
Nothing to prove.
Obama's literally a historical figure.
Please.
Some
men like
all presidents are, but
be in the thick of it. So I'm like, what's the number one killer? The number one is old age, just sitting around doing nothing.
and guess what? 79 is older than what? 65?
Dude, the energy.
You do realize that Trump is quite a few years older, right?
Yeah, but remember, Trump is still raising children. Trump still has children. They both have
Who gives
children.
a fuck? Trump has never raised a child in his life.
Anyway, Trump still has
Dude,
a
yeah, now that's where you and I are going to part company.
whatever, Stanley. Trump has a teenager. What are you talking about? He has a teenager.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think Trump is a good father?
That's not my business. And what kind of question is that? That is none of my business.
Well, you said he's raising teenagers. You
As a
open the door.
teenager. What do you mean open the door?
Right, and he is not raising that teenager.
I'm going like that's
Oh
my
my
business.
Lord, look at you.
Like,
As
not
soon
raising
as
my
I
children.
call Trump into question,
Call him out. That's okay. Speak to yourself. I'm not going to say something like that
oh
about a
my
man.
Lord,
Question
look
his
at you.
fatherhood. His no.
Trump is a bad father. That's where I'm going with this. Dude had a bad father, and he's he's repeating the cycle.
One thing is for sure. One thing people can say whatever they want about Trump.
I knew I was going to smoke you out.
One thing about Trump, he's always with his children. All of his children.
No, he's not.
Yes,
no,
he is.
he's never. He was not with his children.
The father, and
He had
from what
4 months when dude, Stormy Daniels was not the nanny.
Okay. Anyway,
dude, don't make me be mean. Don't make me be mean.
You say really, really inflammatory things. You do.
Oh, absolutely, I do. You want to know why I say inflammatory things, ma'am?
I'm not going to I'm going to stay here and even entertain such
Okay,
thoughts.
was Stormy Daniels? Was Stormy Daniels?
You want to bring up Stormy Daniels, Stanley? Look at your own self.
Because he's not. You want okay? Can you let me explain why I bring this up? You don't want to know. You know where I'm going to go with this. That's why you want to guess. You are going to gish gallop past the truth.
You in the sexual.
I love it when people like you do this shit, dude.
Yeah, people like you do shit. Yeah.
He was literally having like some barnyard or plaza hotel thing when his teenager, the teenager you're talking about, and has sparked your maternal instinct. That kid was 4 months old, and Donald Trump couldn't get his peen inserted. Donald Trump is a no. Now you might as well run, because I'm gonna tell you who Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a horrible. Donald Trump is a horrible human being, and anyone who gets him as a father, you will turn out like Donald Trump Jr.
Okay.
Okay, Donald Trump Jr. is a horrible father. That motherfucker is a creep. Which dirt, CKJ3? That bullshit. Tell me the dirt. You know where the link is, CKJ3. Tell us the dirt Obama has. And when you come up, don't tell me your opinion. I need you to fucking prove it. I don't do stupidity, Admiral. I was actually going to do Stephen Colbert, but we're going to do this. My favorite female historian, politics talk.
Hey, folks. We have New York, College Park, Maryland, Columbus, Ohio. I love Columbus. Audubon, Pennsylvania. I've never been to Audubon, Pennsylvania. I certainly know about James Audubon. Middleton, Mass. North Carolina. Boy, you got big things going on in North Carolina. I hope I get to come down there again soon. Berwyn, Illinois. Savannah, Georgia. Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
Savannah, Georgia.
Southern Minnesota. Greenville, Michigan. And here is Facebook from Chiefland, Florida. I've never heard of Chiefland, Florida. Waltham, Massachusetts, the city of watches.
I already missed
You know
Savannah.
what? I suppose I can't tell you the history of watches now because there's other stuff going on. But you know what?
The history
Maybe
of
someday
watches.
all this will close down. You don't have to worry about politics all the time. And I will have a channel of cool stories from history. Anyway, I'll work toward that. Another Columbus, Ohio. I hope you guys know each other. All right, let me get into some of your questions. And then there's some stuff I wanted to talk about today, too. Just so you know, it is hot, hot, hot here today. I may not even be coherent, but it's nice because I've missed all the hot days here this summer.
Let me
It's the first
help
time
the
I've actually,
Admiral out.
been able to swim and stuff. So anyway.
Let me stop
right.
this foolishness. Let me help you out, Admiral, because you don't quite understand me either. Trump is a moron and a bad person. Obama, bring the dirt. Okay, some little asshole with a book. What you need to understand is that little boy who writes the book might be in Trump's employ. If you have dirt on Obama, bring it up, Admiral. Otherwise, Trump, I don't hate Trump. I just think he is literally the worst that white America has produced. But the problem with Trump is, and actually, I don't know, that America has always produced horrible white men and elected them president. It's the way America is. It cannot figure itself out of its own problems. Difference between what? Obama's smarter. That's enough for me.
Right. And like Brian Nichols, you are correct. Respect chain of
Brian
command.
Nichols is a goddamn moron.
Like that's the truth. And that's actually what I respect.
Okay, dude. Okay. You know what? You get to say what you're going to say.
The
Trump is
people
anti-swamp, and all of a sudden Trump is the swamp. He got rid of a swamp and made his own swamp. He literally dug a big swamp in a different place.
That is exactly what I have been. I'm not a veteran, but people that I know who are military,
veteran has nothing to do with this.
They told me you respect chain of command, and that's the number one thing.
Donald Trump, no,
people who are
I don't
military.
even under.
You respect
What chain of command? See,
you respect chain of
you
command. I've taken
see
that to
you
respect the
are.
workers. You respect. I may
Chain,
not
what
agree with
chain
you,
of command, dude?
I may
What
not
chain of
agree with
command
my
are you
boss,
talking
but I
about?
respect
You're a
chain of
dumb
command.
Gish Gallop too.
I respect
Chain of command are words unless you understand what the words are. Stop that.
And Obama was arguable. Obama 100% was just as pro-war as Bush. Obama was
Who
simultaneously
gives a
in
fuck?
3 wars.
Okay, we're not talking
And
about war.
and
Obama is smarter. Dude, I will put your ass in the back because I'm going to say what
oh
I
no,
want to say.
do it, Stanley. I don't care. I dropped
Obama is a better human being
what does that
than
have to do
Trump.
with anything?
Y'all
Obama
see,
was
why are you
arguably as
talking?
pro-war
Why
as
are
Bush.
you still talking?
Clarice, you are
Okay,
absolutely correct.
I'm sorry. Obama, better president, smarter human being, period. Now I've said what I said.
Okay, anyway, Clarice, you're correct. Obama was as pro-war as Bush. Obama, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya, 3 wars simultaneously. Obama also said he's going to shut down Guantanamo Bay, which he did not.
You
Obama
know, surface level stupidity. You are literally as stupid as Clarice.
Obama was
You
very
want to talk about war when I'm not goddamn talking about war. What the fuck is wrong with you two?
Obama's
Literally.
foreign policy
Who is talking about war? You know what? I'm going to end the goddamn show because the stupidity is stinging.
Obama's
Who the
foreign
fuck is
policy
talking about wars that president
Bush
started? Y'all are making
Obama's
shit
foreign
up
policy
because
is Dick
you
Cheney Part 3.
y'all are making shit up. Who gives a fuck about the wars? Trump is dumb. Obama is smarter. Who gives a fuck about wars? Y'all need to catch up, sons and daughters. And 12th man, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I don't care for Trump, but his kids always around him. Those are facts. That's one of the reasons I personally like Trump. He's always with his children, all 5. Furthermore, I was actually
Trump is literally the worst human being I can imagine being. Trump has 8 divorces and different and many children.
Trump has 2 divorces, and he gets along
Trump
with all of
literally was fucking some whore in a hotel room when his wife,
and Bill
whoever
Clinton
her,
licked
okay, dude,
the butthole
this
of
is
Trump
I don't do whataboutism, madam.
Oval Office. Yeah,
Madam, he is
They
a
have
horrible
Marilyn
father.
Monroe and
Dude, I am literally not going to be gish galloped over. Trump, you think, look, if you think a father is fucking Stormy Daniels or attempting to, while you got a 4-month-old son, your idea of what fatherhood, a good father, good parent, we're just not going to agree on this.
If Stormy Daniels made this chat, especially how
Okay, now it's about Stormy Daniels. Literally, we were talking about Trump and fatherhood, and all of a sudden, Trump was fucking or attempting to fuck a whore when Trump was trying to fuck a whore, and he had a child that he should have been home with. You can't explain that away. Questions to ponder. What you need to do is recover your idea of what a good parent is. I have a clue. You don't.
none of my business.
Good. Then let's move on and not talk about this.
You brought it
Because
up.
Trump is a motherfucking horrible human being. Okay.
You brought up
I
parenthood.
will bring up anything I want to bring up on this panel, and you are you really gonna keep fussing?
You're the one who brought it up, Stanley. None of my business.
God damn Skippy, I did.
Yes, you did.
Damn Skippy, I did.
Yes, you did. You brought up a whore. That's you.
Okay, and you are keep going to say that, aren't you?
You brought it up.
Yes.
You brought
Yes,
it up.
ma'am.
Yes, you
I
did.
brought it up, ma'am.
Yes, you did.
Damn Skippy, I did.
Good for you. That's what you're into. Good for you. That's all the things you bring up.
I'm into calling a dumb white fuck a dumb white fuck.
Okay. I mean, you brought it up. It's you. That's what you're into. Oh well, go ahead.
I'm
Sherry.
into calling dumbass white people dumb white fucks. Yes,
Yep.
I'm into that.
Okay, very good.
I know it's very good. I do it well. Okay. You know what? You actually can watch. What do you want to watch? Otherwise, I'm going to watch Heather Cox Richardson. You get to put up a link that you want to watch, ma'am. Are you still working?
What are you talking about?
Do you want to watch this, or do you have an
Oh, I'm very
alternative?
interested in her. I
Oh,
remember
good for you.
you were the one
So
who
am I.
said that she makes like a milli a year. I think you said that, and she
Oh
just
yeah,
ran.
on Substack.
So yeah, I definitely want to hear
Well,
about.
yeah.
Some of the
Okay.
questions that are easy to
But
knock
she's
off.
also a really good
Somebody
writer.
asked about the tax cuts that are in the budget reconciliation bill, which nobody can seem to figure out what to call. They're still now going back to the one big beautiful bill, except now it's a law. So one big beautiful something, there's all these little acronyms. I keep calling it the budget reconciliation measure. And that's the one that the Republicans passed through the House and the Senate, and Trump signed into law on July 4th. And in it, there are a number of things, including the extraordinary cuts to Medicaid and to the
I'm
Supplemental Nutrition
listening,
Assistance
but we'll be
Program,
right back.
and also the extension of the 2017 tax cuts under the first Trump administration. Those have been extended. And the language you're hearing is that the law has made those permanent. And somebody asked if that meant they could never be changed. No, it does not. It means that they do not have what we call a sunset clause in them. That is, they are not designed to end at a certain time the way the 2017 tax cuts were. They are designed to be there until the Congress changes them. And from my perspective, a Congress in the future is going to have to change them. So when we say permanent, that's all we mean, that they're not going to automatically expire. They are going to continue until a Congress changes them. So that's what they mean by that. I love this question. Was there ever a time when we had term limits for the Supreme Court of the United States? And the answer is what we had was horses and poor medical care. So the idea that you're going to stay in Congress that you're going to stay in the Supreme Court until you're carried out toes up is a really, really recent phenomenon. You can think of justices who've retired, and that used to be more common than not, because until the late 20th century, first of all, there came a time when people didn't want to spend their lives still at work, and they would just retire. They would go on to do something else. But there was also a really important limit to early judgeships, and that's that quite literally members of the Supreme Court rode the circuit. That is, they had to be able to travel and they had to be able to ride around the circuit on a horse. And that's a young man's game. So a lot of people did not stay in those positions very long. That changes later on when they become more or less permanent in Washington. But for a long time, there wasn't even a Supreme Court building because they were riding around. So, you imagine Samuel Alito riding a horse around, it wasn't going to happen. So that was where we had term limits for the Supreme Court. Now, there are a number of ways we're going to have to be rebuilding this country. And one of the things we're going to have to do is rethink some of the things that were put in place at a time when you really didn't expect to live into your 80s, and you didn't really expect to be able to work on a national level really past your early 50s. Because it just changes the entire way the government works. There's just so much less turnover than we used to have from mortality and from frailness. So I liked that question because it let me talk about the circuits. All right. Another interesting question, and that is, when did gerrymandering, or the act of creating districts that strongly favor one political party or another, become important in American history? And the concept, the idea of gerrymandering, comes from Elbridge Gerry, spelled the same, pronounced differently. I don't know why. But if you this is such a piece of trivia, but if you're driving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, near the BB&N school there on the river, that road is actually Gary's Landing Road. It's short, but your GPS will tell you it's Gary's Landing, and I think there's a sign for it. That's Elbridge Gerry, for whom we got the name gerrymandering. He didn't like it because, and it was called gerrymandering because the district that his political party drew looked like a salamander. So it's a combination of Gary and salamander, so we get gerrymander. That there was so what you see from that is there was always this idea of wiggling a bit to try and get a district that favored your side versus another. But what computers have done is they have enabled this sort of surgical gerrymandering to either crack or pack are the two major ways that you gerrymander. To crack a population is to say, and I'm going to say, use this as, I will say Democrats and Republicans, you could say oranges and apples or whatever, but you either take your opponents and you crack them. So if they have a majority, you break them apart and move them into districts so that they no longer have a majority, or you pack them. You take as many of your opponents as you possibly can and you shove them into one district. So yeah, they're going to go ahead and be able to elect somebody in their one district, but not in any of the other places where they might otherwise have been. So it's cracking and packing. And that really became the plan of the Republican Party in 2010. So what happened is this. Reagan wins in 1980 and takes office in 1981 with this idea that you can cut taxes dramatically and still maintain services, because what he argued was that if you cut taxes, there would be such extraordinary investment, private investment in the economy, that the economy would grow hugely. And the taxes that remained on that economic growth would be enough to continue to power all the other ways that people wanted the government to act. And even when he talked about it, people thought it wasn't going to work. And if you remember, if you're old enough to remember, the man who became his vice president, George H.W. Bush, called what he was talking about voodoo economics. That's what he meant. It's like, this doesn't work. This is voodoo economics. Well, in fact, it was voodoo economics. It's never actually worked. It never significantly goosed economic growth, and it never produced the kind of tax revenue it was supposed to. But it became sort of this article of faith among the Republicans that if you cut taxes, you were going to create economic growth that was going to make it possible to continue to have services, even though you weren't really getting, you weren't really taxing corporations and the very wealthy. And what's happened since 1981, between 1981 and 2021, more than $50 trillion moved from the bottom 90% of Americans to the top 1%. But the first set of tax cuts happens in 1981, and the Republicans want to do another major tax cut in 1986, and they're aware that Americans don't like the cuts to regulations and the cuts to social programs that have happened in the first of Reagan's terms. So in 1986, the Republican Party starts to manipulate the voters so that they can stay in power. And they're not hiding this. They talk about ballot integrity is what they talk about, but they also say that that Democrats are cheating with voter fraud, that's how they're going to win, is through voter fraud. It's always been a rhetorical device. There really is, I keep making the point, there is almost no voter fraud in the United States of America. There has traditionally been a lot of election fraud, which is when you try and steal an election by manipulating the way it works. So beginning in 86, they start to talk about ballot integrity, and they start to talk about knocking Democratic voters off the rolls, primarily Black voters. And we have this because there was a lawsuit, and all the discovery showed their memos to each other talking about this. And then they quickly realize that what they're doing is not popular. And after Clinton gets elected in 92, because we have the George H.W. Bush presidency, and he says, dudes, we gotta stop cutting taxes because look at the deficits, which have tripled under Reagan. And the Clinton gets elected in 92. And in 93, the Democrats, through the Motor Voter Act, make it easier to register to vote. And that really sends the radical Republicans sort of ballistic, saying they're planning to cheat. And in 94, they accused two Democrats of a senator and a member of the House of Representatives of cheating in order to be elected. And they hold open these investigations to prove that there was voter fraud going on. And they never turn anything up, but they keep it in the news all the time. And that's where you really start to see that pattern of using investigations to seed the idea of malfeasance on the part of the Democrats, just to sort of, where there's smoke, there's fire. So we're going to keep this investigation going. But what happens is that you start to seed this idea. And then, of course, they impeach Clinton and expect that that's going to kill his candidacy, his presidency. And in fact, he's more powerful after the impeachment, more popular after the impeachment than he is before it. So anyway, they don't expect after the election of 2000, when you get George W. Bush, that Americans are ever going to go back to the Democrats, and they're really thinking that this is going to be a permanent Republican majority and so on. And then voters elect Barack Obama. And this is a crisis for the radical Republican Party in a number of different ways. But one of the ways in which it is a huge crisis is that they really thought they had a permanent lock on the presidency. And even to the point that, the George W. Bush in 2000 didn't win the majority of the popular vote, but they had the popular vote through the they had the Electoral College. It's very hot here. And that, of course, that election that gave the presidency to George W. Bush is thanks to Florida, where more than 1,000 people have been kicked off the rolls between 1998 and 2000, in addition to the hanging chads and so on and so forth. But anyway, Obama gets elected, and this is a huge crisis. So Obama gets elected in 2008, takes office in 2009. And what the Republicans say then, and these are I keep emphasizing that these are not traditional Republicans. These are not George H.W. Bush Republicans, certainly not Eisenhower Republicans. These are the radicals who took over the party. In 2010, they go to their donors and they say, we can make sure that we continue to maintain control of Congress, even if we're going to lose the White House on occasion. And they do it through something called Operation Red Map. And it stands for, its operation is a normal kind of capitalization, but Red Map is all caps. And it stands for the Republican Redistricting Majority Project, Operation Red Map. And what they do is they make sure that the Republicans pour money into state legislatures in 2010. And this would be North Carolina and Michigan and Kansas and Ohio, and there's a lot of them. And what they do is North Carolina, did I say that one? They take those states that are purple states, and they guarantee that there is a Republican majority in the legislature for the 2010 redistricting. Because remember, according to the Constitution, we have a census every 10 years. And one of the things that census does is it enables the state legislatures to divvy up the state in districts, both for the Congress and for for state legislature seats, that will enable them to fairly represent the people in that state. So after 2010, Operation Red Map was in place in these states, and they put in place extraordinary gerrymanders. So states like North Carolina, which is really purple. I mean, North Carolina is just pretty much 50-50 of a state. The Republicans could get the vast majority of the seats because of redistricting. So it's a very long way to answer the idea that it was really 2010 when it goes off the charts, and it's been a long time sort of clawing that back in a number of states. But one of the things in those states is that nobody likes this except the people who get elected under it. Quite literally, even the Republicans who are advantaged by this, most of them don't want it either, because what it does is it means that in a district like Marjorie Taylor Greene's or Lauren Boebert's in Colorado, I'm sorry, the people, those might be Republican districts for sure, but in the Republicans who live there, don't want to be represented by a wacko. They want somebody who shares their principles. But when you have that extremely gerrymandered a district, what the lawmakers are afraid of is not that they will lose to a Democrat. They're worried they will lose to somebody more extreme than them, because it is a Republican district. They are going to win. And so what it's done is it's dramatically pushed the Republican Party to the right. So what are you seeing right now? We redistrict every 10 years after the census. And right now, President Donald Trump is trying to get Texas to redistrict now in the middle of the decade in such a way that it will enable the Republicans to pick up 5 more seats, even though there hasn't been a new census or anything. This is purely a power grab. And for the first time, you are seeing Democratic governors saying, if you do that in Florida, if you do that in Texas, we will do it in California, Illinois, and New York. And we're gonna get rid of everything you can accomplish with these gerrymanders. And I will point out that at least one of the gerrymanders that was in place in 2024, I'm confused about what year we're in, was illegal, was found to be illegal, and the courts let it stay in place until after the election. And without those gerrymanders in those states, the Republicans would not have control of the House of Representatives. So it matters. Senate's different, remember, because that's a statewide election. But the House of Representatives is really moved by the districting maps. All right, so that's maybe more than you wanted to know, but it is, I guess, somewhat interesting. All right, so I want to talk about something that nobody asked about because I think it matters. And it's been in my mind all day, and that's that I doubt you have seen this, or maybe you have, but today Trump's lawyers asked the court to demand that Rupert Murdoch testify in Trump's extraordinary case against Murdoch as the representative of the company that owns the Wall Street Journal for publishing the report that he had contributed to Epstein's birthday book for his 50th birthday that Ghislaine Maxwell put together. Now, the lawsuit itself, I've read it. The lawsuit itself is just over the top. It's like a press release. I think he's asking for some crazy amount of money, like I want to say $10 billion. I mean, it's almost kind of like a game. But the reason I bring up this is because this request today is because it was nasty, and nasty in a really interesting way, in that he literally says, we need to interview him really quickly. And of course, Trump's never going to go forward with this case because he would have to be part of discovery and all this stuff would come out. So this was really just, he said he's 94 years old. He's going to die. He's having these issues. We have to get him on tape immediately. And it was really interesting because it certainly reads as if he is simply harassing Rupert Murdoch, like a kid, like just being as nasty as he can be. And I thought that was a really interesting moment because one of the things that has always jumped out to me about Trump is that he has always been able to have someone cover for him. He always swaggers like he's the biggest kid on the block, and he's always poking somebody in the eye with a stick, right? But there's always been someone to make it okay. Lawyers to delay cases, his father to shore up his businesses. There's always been somebody who could make it okay. And this struck me as being him just lashing out again with the expectation that he can get away with anything because there's always somebody who's going to make it better. He's going to take care of it. Doesn't matter how he behaves because somebody else is going to make it better. And so he took on Rupert Murdoch, not in a lawsuit kind of way, which is, honestly, at that level that people are working on, I think they're probably suing each other all the time, but in sort of a nasty childhood bully kind of a way. And the trick here is that Rupert Murdoch has a lot more money than Donald Trump does. And I literally know nothing about where they got the information from the Wall Street Journal. And I will tell you, I have very little faith in the Wall Street Journal's editorial pages. Those are crackerjack reporters. And the editorial control, I mean, the people who oversee those articles, they nailed that down. There's just no way they would have put that in print without it being absolutely nailed down. And the reason that I mention that is because it struck me seeing that Trump poking it at two things struck me. One, that Trump is one of those guys who never has had to take the fallout for his decisions. There was always someone to fix it, a lawyer to play the law, or someone to throw money at the problem, or a divorce lawyer, or whatever. There was always somebody to fix things. They could always be fixed. And the fact that he is doing it now over the Epstein thing, and the fact that he did it in the way he did it, really highlighted for me two things. One, the pressure of the Epstein issue, but two, that he's out of control. I think he still thinks somebody is going to fix things for him. They're going to sweep in and fix things. And it's not looking real good, because he has taken on a number of different things that he is at odds with reality on. So, for example, this idea that his tariffs are bringing in all this money and everything's going to be great, that literally is not how tariffs work. And there hasn't been some great trade success that he has done. And prices are going up. I saw somebody saying something the other day, oh, look, prices are down. I'm like, I don't know where you're shopping, but you know, the prices are going up across the board, and the tariffs haven't really even hit yet. They're supposed to hit on August 1st. And you know, he took on tariffs, and he's taken on deportations, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. They're enormously unpopular, even among Republicans. So he keeps standing out there and saying, people love this. This was what they asked me to do. And that's simply not the case. So those were his two big things, the economy and the border. And they've blown up in his face, not with MAGA. MAGA still thinks he's great, but he's still sort of projecting, as he did with the stick in the eye to Murdoch, I can do this. I'm right. I'm the person who knows everything. I can do all this. And even though the Wall Street Journal, I mean, I don't know, it's probably never going to go to trial, but if I had to bet whether or not the Wall Street Journal's reporting was correct, I got to tell you, I would not hesitate to vote for rather than against the Wall Street Journal. So the fact that he's calling them a liar and being so nasty about it and all that, sort of like, I can make this reality change, just seemed to me to kind of represent him sort of saying that about tariffs. I can make economic reality change. About deportations, I can make the way people think about this change. I can make them believe things that are not true. And that snowballed for me today in a number of different ways. But he is increasingly incoherent. He is increasingly flailing over the Epstein thing. He is, you know, this whole thing in Scotland where, you know, people were just standing back looking at him like, what do we even say? He is the president of the United States of America, but he's incoherent. Is, I think, creating a specific kind of a crisis. And by that, I mean, he rose to power for as long and kept power for as long as he did, because no matter what he did, the Republican Party joined around him. He could always get the Republicans to get behind him because they did not want to cross his voters, because his voters were about the only reliable voters out there, those far right, hard right voters. There are other people who voted for him that are not that convinced. They thought he was better for one reason or another, but they're not necessarily permanent MAGA voters. But the Republican Party kept closing around him no matter what he did. because he could command these voters, and they turned out in really high numbers. I just looked the other day at the voting numbers for white evangelical Christians for Trump, and I think they voted for him 91%. I mean, it was huge. So what do you do if you're a Republican now and MAGA is splitting over the Epstein files? And the president, who has been able to command MAGA voters, is in trouble, physically and mentally, we know. What do? Well, you start to challenge him, and you're starting to see pushing back. So today, for example, the Navy was supposed to decommission a number of satellites that follow hurricanes. And there was such pushback against that. They changed their decision today. They're not going to take those satellites offline. And you're seeing this with senators who are saying, you know, hand back the money that you have taken from the education department and hand back the money that you took from the NIH. Lots of ways in which they are willing to challenge him now that they weren't. So at the same time, you can see that happening. And I'll tell you more about that in a second. You can also see MAGA grabbing as much as they possibly can as quickly as they can. And this strikes me as being an extraordinarily dangerous time, because as you're starting to see protests kicking in, people saying, wait a minute, you can't do this. What about the fact that health insurance is, the insurers are already requesting significant premium hikes because of the budget reconciliation bill. I think I've written about that a couple of times, so maybe I don't need to explain it, but there was in it a credit that made it easier for people who were sort of the working poor to afford to be in the marketplaces. The Republicans did not continue that, so that that subsidy is going to go away. And when it does, lots of people are not going to be able to afford their premiums. And so what that's going to mean is they're probably not going to get insurance, and those people who are left in the pools are going to have to pay more. So, you know, you're starting to see this, and all of a sudden Republicans are saying, well, wait a minute, we need to change the law so we can include that tax credit. And people like Josh Hawley from Missouri are suddenly starting to say, hey, wait a minute, we should fix some of the stuff that was in that bill. So while you're seeing that on the one hand, you are also seeing the MAGAs grabbing everything they possibly can as quickly as they can, because they don't know what's going to happen next. And so you are seeing ICE, the enforcement, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, really going whole hog. And you're seeing Holman out there, you know, really, who is just an advisor to the president. He acts like he has authority, but he doesn't really. Out there talking about how they're throwing out criminals and so on. And they're really not. I mean, we know that at least 72% of the people, for example, who were on the planes were, you know, had no criminal records, and that the vast majority of the people that they are arresting and holding in these detention centers without the opportunity for bail do not have criminal records. They're people who were undocumented or who overstayed their visas, and they're just keeping up their quota numbers by grabbing all these people and then going on TV and saying these are, you know, rapists and murderers, and they're just not. And as that filters into the American population, people are getting angrier and angrier. But you're really seeing people like Holman and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, the Deputy White House Chief of Staff, really pushing for more and more and more and more and more deportations while they still can, while the courts and while popular opinion is turning against them. But you're also starting to see really the bite down of the attempt of the people who wrote Project 2025, which has been behind so much of the Trump administration, trying to insert religion in as many places as they can. So there's a new rule this week out of the Office of Personnel Management that federal employees may pray on the job and can proselytize on the job, trying to, this is a quote, persuade others of the correctness of their own religious views. You know, that was a no-go until this new rule because of the separation of church and state. Now they're saying that's okay. They're trying to push these different ways in which they're trying to establish this religious component into our government. But you're also seeing it with things like the pushback against the administration clawing money away from programs that Congress appropriated. You're seeing people like Russell Vogt, who is the director of the Office of Management and Budget, saying to Congress, who is saying, hey, toss over the money that we told you to spend, and saying, I got to review that. I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to ask for more rescissions, because right now he's still in power. He's a very powerful man right now. He may not be in the future. So he's doing as much as he can there. And quite dramatically today, we have seen an attempt on the part of the administration to really dramatically slash regulations in the United States by going after the 2009 declaration that greenhouse gases that are causing climate change pose a threat to public health. And it's under that ruling that we have had most of the legislation for electric vehicles and so on since 2009. And they are trying to roll that back, trying to get rid of it. And what Lee Zeldin, who is the director of the EPA, has said is that this will be wonderful because it will get rid of $1 trillion in what he calls costly regulations, which will save more than $54 billion annually. But what he means by that is we will lose the protections that are at least starting to address the crisis of climate change, and that also protect public health in other ways as well, with the quality of our air and the quality of our water. And this, I think, takes me back to where I started with stuff I was going to talk about, that Trump's poking at Murdoch and being like, I can change the rules of the world because of who I am. I don't have to pay any consequences. It feels like this is what we're seeing on a national level. We can get rid of all the ways in which we need to address climate change, which, by the way, is extraordinarily real and dramatically threatens all of our lives in myriad ways. But I just did a presentation last night with a scientist about what climate change is doing to the lobster industry, which underpins Maine's economy. And you can't even argue. It's just there. It's just where the catches change. Everything is changing. And to be able to say, well, we're going to get rid of all that because it's costing money to polluters and to the people who are trying to produce enough energy to do things like power the AI plants with fossil fuels, is, to me, that sort of short-sighted. I can change the rules because of who I am. But climate change is not going to do that. It's not going to say, oh, we're going to wait for a few years till we get a different administration. And that attitude, I guess I can't really wrap my head around it because I don't think that way. But it seems important to have it on the table that we are operating with an administration that believes it can deny reality, because those people don't appear to think that they're going to have to pay any consequences for their actions. But I'll tell you, living on the coast, we're already paying for the consequences of our inaction for the last 40 years on climate change. And we're bearing the least of it compared to places like Western North Carolina and Texas and California and the places that are affected by drought. And I'm only talking so far about the United States and the advent of new diseases and the loss of trees and all those sorts of things. And it does seem to me that we need, as a country, to articulate a new kind of way of looking at living in this country, where our goal is not to put money into rich people's pockets if they don't feel that they're going to have to deal with the consequences of their actions, and take a more holistic view of our future, so that we're not going to be sitting here where, well, whoever gets the benefits of the cuts in the EPA are putting money in their bank accounts, and we're sitting here losing our homes. And I've talked a lot about articulating new ways of what we want going forward. And I'm playing with how we do that. And we've got a lot of wonderful voices out there saying a lot of new, exciting things in new ways. But I think it's up to us to talk about what it means to be a citizen of this country and to cooperate in such a way that we create a sustainable economic, physical, mental, environmental future for all of us, rather than simply saying, well, we'll make a few people really, really rich. And then I don't know what. I honestly don't know what comes on the other side of this for them. But I do know what comes on the other side of it for the rest of us. And I strongly would love for us to articulate a way that we can deal with these things that simply must be addressed. That whatever Trump says about the tariffs is not going to change the reality of how tariffs works. And whatever he says about the popularity of his attacks on undocumented migrants, it's not going to change the way we feel about them. And him saying that he can sue Rupert Murdoch for gazillions of dollars because of an article that the Wall Street Journal posted because Trump says it's a lie, I don't think he's going to change reality that way. And I know we're not going to change climate science by believing it doesn't exist. All right, so how is this playing out? Really interesting developments yesterday in the Carolinas, where in North Carolina, the very popular former Governor Roy Cooper, a Democrat, is running for the Senate seat of Tom Tillis, who was a Republican and decided not to run when Trump started attacking him for his opposition to the Medicaid cuts that were in the budget reconciliation bill. Really important seat for the Democrats, popular guy in that seat. Michael Whatley, who is the co-chair of the Republican National Committee, a hand-picked Trump supporter, is expected to step in to challenge Cooper. And the Republicans are already calling Cooper, who is very much a centrist, a far left candidate. And the other thing that was interesting, because here I think what you're seeing is the Democrats really articulating a vision for the future, for correcting the extremes of wealth we've had, for addressing the needs of a local state or of a state. And then in South Carolina, what happened there is that Paul Dans, who was one of the key architects of Project 2025, announced yesterday that he will be challenging Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who, as you know, is a very loyal Trump supporter, except there's light between them in a couple of places. And one of them is that Lindsey Graham does support Ukraine in the struggle between Ukraine and Russia's invasion to try and take over Ukraine. And Dans is characterizing Graham as a squishy moderate, which is so far right. Remember, this is a key architect of Project 2025. What we are really seeing in those two contests is a struggle over the future of the political systems, although there's state variations and all that. That while the Democrats are running somebody who's very popular, is talking about reinforcing Medicaid, making it possible for small businesses to survive in a way that they can't right now, and so on. And on the other hand, you have a Project 2025 candidate who says that anything other than his way, which when people know about it, about 4% of Americans like Project 2025, anybody who doesn't do it his way is a squishy moderate. And Gans said in his announcement that this was the election where MAGA would either be broken or reformed as the kind of people that he is. Somebody at Project 2025, destroy the federal government, all the things that you're seeing happening now that are so enormously unpopular. So we're kind of getting an early view of what the race in 2026 is going to look like. All right, so that was probably more than you were looking for, but somebody did ask a question. I want to leave you on a good note. How do you not get overwhelmed with everything that's going on? So on this one, I can help. I mean, I always say, pick your lane, take a break and all that kind of stuff. But the truth is not a lot, famous last words. I shouldn't say this because, oh my God, but not a lot usually happens in August. So like today, I gave you most of the huge stuff. There's big major stories like voter suppression and that kind of stuff I'm following, but a lot of the stuff that people are showing you flashing red lights, it's not going to be in the history books. It's really just not. And that might be one way to look at the news. I did my usual this morning, looked at a lot of the stories, and yeah, some were interesting to me in particular, but there were none that I felt couldn't wait another day. That you hadn't heard before. I probably won't write tonight. We'll see. It's actually the anniversary of Bacon's Rebellion, which I'm really tempted to write about, which has nothing to do with the present. But if you need to take some time, August is the month to do it. We're going to hit the ground hard in September and October, and it's okay to look away and to enjoy the weather and to take some time right now. But I do maintain that with the extreme instability in the White House, the extreme instability in the Republican Party, the extreme instability in the country at large, and the instability in the Democratic Party as it decides which way to move going forward, now is the time to speak up on whatever you care about. Doesn't have to be politics, doesn't have to be gerrymandering, although that's going to be my big thing going forward. Speak up. Talk to local people, talk to your friends, talk to state officers, talk to anybody you can find about the things that matter to you, because we are going to have to articulate a new country when we come out of the ruins of this. And crucially, I think a new idea of how one behaves in the United States of America. If you think about the old biographies of George Washington, they were literally designed at the beginning of this country to help to inform people how to behave in a democracy. And I think sort of from the 1980s and maybe before that, the idea was that the way you behaved in democracy was you grabbed as much for yourself and your families as you could. I don't think that's done us very well. I think we're going to have to articulate a new kind of what it means to be an American. And that is a really exciting project, I think, because it will make us redefine ourselves and redefine what we want the government to do as it represents us. So speak up, take the time you need, but also speak up and get involved in the things you care about. August is we're not there yet. We're almost there. August is like for me, it's always toward the end of the year. And the fall is when the year begins again. And, it ends and begins again. I know it's off schedule for people who, unless you're of the Jewish faith, but it's always felt that way to me, because you take it easy, it's hot, and then you hit the ground running when the semester starts. And that's certainly what I plan to do. So try not to get overwhelmed, but do keep speaking up, because this is not the time to be quiet. Everything is going to be hitting the fan in the next 3 months. So anyway, thank you for being here, and I will see you soon. I got some stuff up my sleeve. You'll hear more about it soon. Thanks for being here.
Oh, excuse me. Well, this is it, folks. And this is rather interesting. Uniparty part of the swamp. Dude, I don't know what to say to that, Brian Nichols. The reason you think it's a uniparty is you see hammers and don't know how to use scalpels, much like John Galt. He's a moron too. So I will bid good night. Any last comments, questions to ponder? She may have fallen asleep. All right. Well, I should be on around about 5, 6 in the morning. 5, more like 6. So see you all in the morning. See you tomorrow morning, Brian, in your little buddy Gilligan, the pony horse. Yep. He needs some discipline. You need to break that dumb Bronco, or every time he comes in, I've had enough of Palomino Ricky Z. He can always stay over in where he's welcome. So, see y'all in the morning. I don't know why this winds up here every time. We don't do that. That ghetto bullshit. Good night, folks.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.